Chapter 1255. However, there would always be people who did not take others seriously. The great elder of Cold Blood sect, Zhao Lung, smiled. However, his smile was filled with extreme coldness. Just this smile alone made one feel as if they had fallen into an extremely cold ice cellar. As an expert who specialized in collecting information in this desert city, Gui hurriedly recorded the scene and the people that appeared before her. Because of the existence of these people, any one of them would cause an uproar in this desert city. The entire city would be shaken. It was enough to shake the entire city. This trip was really worth it. He actually managed to obtain so much hidden and precious information. Not only did these legendary, great, desolate Aeon sects exist, but there were also so many of them. They were clearly here, but it was hard to find any traces of these people in the desert city. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. After following Li Zongjio for less than half a day, she had already witnessed countless earth-shattering things. This also shocked Gui. At the same time, she did not let go of this opportunity to record. However, Gui had a feeling that something was about to happen. This was because the attitude of the person who came seemed a little arrogant. Gui had never seen anyone who could be so arrogant in front of Li Zongjio. Even the records of Li Zongjio did not mention such a person, let alone one who was still alive. Evil Lord? What a coincidence. This old man has a nickname as well. It's called Cold-Blooded Evil Lord. Do you think you're more qualified? Or do you think I'm more qualified? Zhao Lung was completely targeting Li Zongjio. Both of their cultivations had already reached such a level. Usually there was nothing to hide. They would just go straight to the point. If you wanted to do something, you could do it. Then just come at me directly. Li Zongjio liked this kind of temper. He never beat around the bush. If you wanted to die, just say that you wanted to die. It's a misunderstanding. Seniors, Evil Lord is not from the elemental sect. Today, Senior Evil Lord is only here to take this primordial beast away. He will leave now. Su Wangshan hurriedly stepped forward and said, this action was just to save the lives of these people in front of him. At the same time, it was also to stop Li Zongjio from attacking again. After all, he had just fought a great battle and consumed a lot of energy. If he were to face these people again, he might not have any chance of winning. All right, it's just a few pieces of trash. Li Zongjio called Su Wangshan back. You want this dark Xian eagle? Come at me if you have the ability. Li Zongjio said. Hearing Li Zongjio's arrogant declaration of war, it seemed to indicate that even if the few of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat Li Zongjio. How could they tolerate this? They had been roaming the untainted land for many years. How could they be frightened by a kid like you today? You're courting death. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your clan's elders. Zhao Lung took a step forward. The cloak behind him suddenly rolled up a cold light and directly enveloped Li Zongjio. Su Wangshan and the others also stood beside Li Zongjio. Facing this attack, they also had no chance to escape. It was as if the entire world had turned dark. Everything in sight was rapidly disappearing. Suddenly, when the darkness reached its peak, a bright sword light directly whizzed out and easily split the incomparably dark world in front of them. Li Zongjio held the unparalleled sword in his hand and easily split the cloak in front of him. At the same time, the sword light swept toward Zhao Lung. Zhao Lung only had time to look frightened. Just as he was about to dodge, he felt a mental energy trap him and directly locked him in place. It was only a moment of hesitation. The shocking sword chi had already descended upon them. Boom! Zhao Lung's body was directly cut in half. No one could be able to resurrect after being cut in half. That would be too ridiculous. When the four people behind saw Zhao Lung's miserable state, their eyes widened. They knew Zhao Lung's strength. Among the five of them, Zhao Lung's strength was at least in the top 3. 2 of them were even weaker than Zhao Lung in front of them. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye he would be killed by Li Zongjiu? Cold-blooded evil lord, you are more suitable. After a while, your blood will turn cold. Li Zongjiu looked at the corpse of cold-blooded evil lord on the ground and said indifferently, there was actually someone who gave him such a nickname. Great, of all things, he had to be called cold-blooded. Now that his dream had come true, there was nothing more to say. The strength of Zhao Lung in front of them was on par with them. They were both fifth-grade sovereigns, but in the blink of an eye he was directly cut in half by Li Zongjiu's sword. Such a horrifying scene was inconceivable to them. It happened so fast that they couldn't even react. The vast C-Sect's deputy sect leader, Lu Pingfeng, was also shocked. Only then did he calm down and look at the person in front of him. I was just passing by. I saw that there was something strange here, so I came to observe. I don't know this person, so I will take my leave. I won't disturb evil lord. Lu Pingfeng didn't have any backbone. He turned around and flew into the distance. If he didn't escape, he might end up in the same situation after being caught by Li Zongjiu. A person who could kill Zhao Lung with a single sword strike was naturally capable of killing anyone present with a single sword strike. You have your own means, but Zhao Lung doesn't have any. Don't ever think that you are prepared. Others are careless and think that they are stronger than others. In fact, everyone's strength is about the same. You may not even perform as well as others. It was because of this that these experts in the untainted land lived longer than ordinary experts. They were more aware of their own limitations. If they didn't know their own limitations in the untainted land, it was only a matter of time before they died. Even this time would come faster than you think. The remaining 3 people also hurriedly cupped their fists at Li Zongjiu. Then, with a leap, their figures disappeared in the direction they came from. When they left, they were quite straightforward, just like when they came. Master, these people. Qingyue didn't expect that the people in front of her would be so spineless. They left just like that. They really didn't have any temper at all. Was this still one of those legendary experts in the untainted land? How could they escape just like that? What's so strange about that? You have to learn this move in the future. In the untainted land, it's not shameful to admit defeat. Staying alive is the most important thing. Su Wangshan said righteously. Qingyue looked like she had learned a lesson. Go Wei, on the other hand, was quite surprised by this kind of teaching. These experts were already considered top experts. How could they be so shameless? It really made people feel incomparably amazed. It could be considered as overturning Gu Wei's thoughts and views. He also recorded this more realistic, untainted land in his hands. Cough, cough. Senior Evil Lord, what's your next plan? Su Wangshan said. They couldn't stay here forever. If they continued to stay here, not to mention some experts in the untainted land, even some meta beasts would sense the commotion and come quickly. By then, it would be hard to say what would happen. Every place in the untainted land was relatively dangerous. The most dangerous thing was that you didn't even know what kind of danger would appear. That thing just now, where's his sect? Li Zongjiu pointed at the corpse on the ground and said, it was the corpse of the cold-blooded evil venerable. Since he had such an arrogant name, Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to let them know who the real evil venerable was. Yes, it's in this direction. Miss, can you do me a favor and send her back to me? Li Zongjiu said to Qingyue. After all, Gu Wei was brought to the untainted land by Li Zongjiu. The terrifying existences in the untainted land and the various dangers weren't at a level that Gu Wei could withstand. Therefore, it was safer to send her back as soon as possible. Chapter 1256. Gu Wei naturally couldn't wait to return to the city. The world she had experienced along the way was simply too crazy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was crazy. Moreover, it was too dangerous for Gu Wei. Preserving her life was the most important thing. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Qinyu. Gu Wei hurriedly said to Qinyu. She could tell that Qin Yu didn't seem to want to be separated from them. If anything were to happen, it would be a huge problem for Gouet. In the end, Qin Yu had no choice but to agree. "Wait for me at the sect after you're done sending this lady off," Su Wangshan said. Then he and Li Zongjiu disappeared into the forest. Li Zongjiu also shifted the soul-burning array to the fiery hell. In the fiery hell, the power of the unparalleled sword was stronger. He Xian had no idea what kind of place he was brought to, which made him very angry. He was extremely angry. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break out of the soul-burning array. Even if Li Zongjiu didn't lead it personally, he still couldn't break out of it. Moreover, there was still the demon suppressing ruler above him. However, He Xian was also confident that he could maintain this place for at least hundreds of years. It was almost impossible for a mere large array to refine He Xian. However, if he wanted to rush out, he had to either wait for someone to save him, or he had to make a breakthrough in his own realm. This is really strange. Why did I suddenly fall for it? And this guy, he's immune to my reincarnation domain. There must be something wrong with this. Something is strange. The quiet time gave He Xian more time to think. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and Su Wangshan were already rushing towards the Cold Blood sect. However, the death of the first elder of the Cold Blood sect had shaken the entire Cold Blood sect. As a sect in the Desolation era, the sect naturally had its own means to observe the life and death of every expert in the sect. These important figures could not be missing. Immediately, the entire Cold Blood sect was shaken. Moreover, the sect's emergency summoning bell also woke up some of the people who were in seclusion. The sect's first elder had been killed. How could they still be in the mood to continue cultivating? Even if they were cultivating, this was not the time. This was the time to strike. If they did not strike now, then no matter how strong their cultivation was, it would be useless. Therefore, everyone in Cold Blood sect was completely awakened. When everyone came out of seclusion, they immediately received this frightening news, which was completely unexpected. What? The Great Elder is dead? Are you serious? Fuck, this is too ridiculous. The Great Elder has already reached the realm of 6th grade sovereign. In the Desolation era, as long as he doesn't step into the depths of the Desolation era, basically nothing will happen to him. How could he be dead just like that? Who knows? Didn't I just come out of seclusion? Many experts directly gathered in the Cold Blood sect's cultivation square. In just a quarter of an hour after the bell rang, there were already more than 20 experts gathered in the square. Of course, these people were not at the realm of supremacy. In order to enter the realm of supremacy, one needed not only talent, but also a large amount of resources. With the help of elixirs, even if one's talent was ordinary, it would be enough to break through the barrier and reach the realm of supremacy. However, if one's talent was good, but still lacked the final step, it would be very difficult to rely on oneself to break through. Therefore, sometimes it was necessary to borrow strength. Wasn't borrowed strength still strength? As long as one could use it, it was where one's strength lay. Even the sect master of Cold Blood sect, Zhao Han, who was in seclusion all year round, he also personally appeared. The great elder, Zhao Lung, was Zhao Han's son. Originally, as the sect master of Cold Blood sect, Zhao Han was basically in a state of seclusion. In order to pursue a higher realm and stronger strength, he had also handed over the sect's affairs to Zhao Lung to handle. However, there was basically nothing for Zhao Lung to handle. He just had to ensure that the sect was not suddenly destroyed. However, who knew that the sect was still there, but it was gone. Zhao Han climbed out of an ice coffin. When Zhao Han appeared, all the disciples of Cold Blood sect felt a cold wind that seemed to be circling around their heads. Such a gloomy and cold aura made everyone involuntarily shiver. What exactly happened? Has Zhao Lung's body been found? Zhao Han had been cultivating for nearly 600 years. It was more than 100 years ago that he completely immersed himself in cultivation after nurturing Xiaolong. Who would have thought that in just 100 years, something like this would happen? Logically speaking, no one would do anything to Xiaolong. After all, Zhao Han's reputation was there. Time in the untainted land seemed to pass faster than outside. Therefore, even a person's reputation could last for at least 1,000 years. After all, after reaching the Supreme Being realm, it wasn't a problem for one to live for more than 1,000 years. The experts from 1,000 years ago might still be cultivating in seclusion somewhere and hadn't died yet. Even for Supreme Being experts, it wasn't easy for them to die. After all, the primordial world was only so big. It was clear at a glance how much weight each other had, who could be offended and who could not be offended. You know that I, the unparalleled evil lord, am still alive. How dare you touch my child? You are looking down on my cold blood sect. Do you really think that this old man is dying? Zhao Han also had a very frightening nickname. He was called the unparalleled evil lord. Obviously, he was also a very evil and arrogant person. In the past, he had experienced a lot of things and experienced a lot of power. Therefore, he finally reached this step and obtained the status he had today. Immediately, the entire cold blood sect was enveloped by the unparalleled evil sovereign's aura. Everyone was trembling in fear. Even some experts who had already stepped into the realm of supremes were shocked when they felt this aura. It was as if they were carrying a heavy weight. They could not breathe easily at all. Boom! Boom! 2 figures flew over from the sky. This is the cold blood sect? A questioning voice came from the sky. Yes, below is the territory of the cold blood sect. You mean there is a so-called unparalleled evil lord below? These days, there are really all kinds of shameless behavior. There are even people who are trying to ride on my popularity like this. Li Zhongjie was obviously a little unhappy. He did not know where this primitive person came from. He actually dared to use the 2 words, evil lord. This was very coincidental. You can call him any supremacy, but you can't call him evil lord. Yes, the strength of this unparalleled evil lord back then was... Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. Su Wangshan thought for a moment. He thought that even a 9th grade supremacy realm meta beast had been killed by him. No matter how powerful this unparalleled evil lord was in the past, it did not matter. After all, it would become a ruin under Li Zongjie's hands. A figure directly landed on the square. Su Wangshan did not go down. After all, Su Wangshan was a member of the Mountain Sea Pavilion and was only responsible for leading the way. This grudge was between Li Zongjie and them. Therefore, Su Wangshan could not interfere, mainly because he did not dare to. No matter which side it was, he could not afford to offend either side. Chapter 1257. A figure floated down in front of everyone. Zhao Han's stooped body immediately exuded an incomparably cold aura. Even the floor beneath his feet was covered in an inconceivable layer of frost. This was the coldness that was released from his body. It was a kind of bone-chilling coldness. The entire cold blood sect was in a rather cold state. Any normal person who stayed in such a place would feel quite uncomfortable. You're the unparalleled evil lord. Li Zongjie sized up Zhao Han in front of him. He was already so old. From the looks of it, he had probably been lying in a coffin for more than 10 years. Yet, he still wanted to come out and cause trouble. Li Zongjie couldn't be blamed for this. Who are you? Trespassing into the territory of my cold blood sect. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhao Han glanced at Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie was so young, and he was able to remain calm in front of so many experts. If he was not here to die, then he must have his own abilities. Looks like it's you. You should change your name in the future. That way, I can still spare your life. Li Zongjie said calmly with his hands behind his back. Then he actually treated the cold blood sect as his own territory and patrolled back and forth a few times. Everyone stared in shock at this young man who was courting death. Could it be that he was tired of living and came to a place like this just to look for trouble? He actually dared to ask the sect leader to change his name in front of him. It was like someone saying to you, "I don't think your face is good looking. Why don't you change your face? Otherwise, I'll kill you." What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this was a threat? Li Zongjio specifically came to other people's territory to threaten them. Wasn't this a little too arrogant? Young man, you're quite arrogant. Who is your master? Where is your sect? Tell me, and I can spare your corpse. Zhao Han was different from the others. His realm was quite high, but he couldn't find any flaws in Li Zongjio. This meant that Li Zongjio's blood and qi had already reached a very high realm. There were many things that could be faked, but realms and the state of being one with the world were things that could never be faked. "Hee, you can call me Evil Lord," Li Zongjio said. In his opinion, his tone was already quite gentle, and he didn't mean to be aggressive. However, when he said this, the people below laughed wildly. It was as if they saw a clown dancing on the stage. "Haha, Evil Lord, haha, little brat, this is not a place for you to make a scene. In the entire world, only our sovereign is worthy of the title of Evil Overlord. I really don't know where this idiot came from. Evil Lord? I think it's more like Shu Lord." The experts of Cold Blood sect on the ground burst into laughter one after another. They thought that Li Zongjio clearly had a problem with his brain. Otherwise, how could he say such stupid words and do such a stupid thing? Even Zhao Han's mouth was twitching. He couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who wanted to die so badly. In fact, looking at Li Zongjio's attitude, it was obvious that he had received a huge blow. To think that he would go crazy in the territory of Cold Blood sect. Isn't that funny? Previously, there was someone called Cold Blood Evil Lord who was similar to you guys. He was killed by me with a single sword. Killed by a single sword? Even though the crowd was laughing wildly, they felt as if a strong hand was squeezing their hearts, so hard that they couldn't breathe when they heard Li Zongjio's serious tone. "Well, what? This guy is really courting death." This was the reason why the sect master had come out of seclusion. However, Li Zongjio just had to rub it in and joke about it. "Lad, the name of the Grand Elder is not to be sullied by you. Kneel down." Suddenly, someone leaped up from below and slapped out at Li Zongjio, wanting to break Li Zongjio's legs. However, Li Zongjio's figure disappeared from where he was. In the next second, he appeared behind this man. "Kneel down, is it?" Li Zongjio's voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, the man felt a chill down his spine. Indeed, his spine was ripped out by Li Zongjio in the next second. This man was at least in the primitive emperor realm. However, he didn't have any power to resist Li Zongjio's attack. His body directly knelt on the stage. His upper body had lost the support of his strength and directly fell to the ground without any movement. He was dead. Even if he was in primitive emperor, he wouldn't be able to withstand such brutal treatment. Hence, his body couldn't withstand such injuries, and he died immediately. Courting death. Zhao Han realized that Li Zongjio was clearly here to play with them. Even from the beginning until now, his purpose was to cause trouble. Since Li Zongjio took the initiative to provoke them, Zhao Han didn't need to worry too much. The moment he raised his palm, hundreds of sharp icicles shot towards Li Zongjio. Facing this move, Li Zongjio raised his hand as well. A strong force shot out and shattered all the icicles. Zhao Han's figure pierced through the countless ice shards. He waved a sharp icicle whip in his hand and lashed it towards Li Zongjio's head. Pa! The whip lashed towards Li Zongjio, but Li Zongjio didn't move at all. He reached out his hand and grabbed the whip. Grabbing the whip in his hand, he summoned the black dragon hammer in his right hand and smashed it down. Boom! Immediately, the thunder surged and the power surged out crazily. When this violent power surged out, the frightened Zhao Han hurriedly struck out a few palms, turning them into ice shields to block these surging thunderbolts. Boom, boom, boom. Who would have thought that the lightning energy would go berserk when it came into contact with the ice? It flew in all directions and swept across the boundless area. It directly struck some of the experts who had just come out of seclusion, causing them to be in a state of serious injury. Boom! Be careful! Ah, my leg! The speed and ferocity of the thunderbolts was unexpected. Just the thunder alone could cause such a terrifying effect. The people of the Cold Blood sect also felt the terror of Li Zongjiu's power. Blood freezing heaven and earth. Zhao Han directly stirred up a monstrous cold aura. Wherever the cold aura passed, even the surging thunderbolts were completely frozen. The scene was extremely spectacular. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to be affected at all. Let's see how you continue to freeze. The black dragon hammer in his hand suddenly pointed towards the sky. Immediately, dark clouds gathered, and in the next moment, the power of thunder fell from the sky. Boom! Zhao Han naturally didn't have time to freeze this power. He could only escape quickly. A big hole was blasted in the entire territory of the Cold Blood sect. Now that Li Zongjiu's strength had broken through a lot, when he used this move again, the power was even more terrifying. Except for a few people who had life-saving magic treasures, the rest of the people were directly turned into ashes under this lightning. The Cold Blood sect no longer existed. They didn't even have the chance to use the sect's great formation. My blood and sweat! Zhao Han, who was in the air, saw the scene below. He was so angry that his heart was about to explode. The Cold Blood sect was his blood and sweat after all, but it was destroyed today. The robe on his body was also destroyed by the thunder just now. He looked like a scavenger. Sect Master, this kid can't be left alive. My big Cold Blood sect is gone just like that. Junior sister, you died so tragically. Chapter 1258. The crazily surging thunderbolts directly destroyed the mountain gate of the Cold Blood sect. Even the mountains of the untainted land could not withstand the thunderbolts released by Li Zongjiu. Zhao Han's eyes seemed to be filled with a terrifying white fog. His body involuntarily released a chilling aura, causing Zhao Han to seem as though he had turned into a person of ice. Good, very good. I want to see how many lives you have. Zhao Han suddenly formed a long spear with the cold yuan qi in his hand. When the long spear was released, there was a rumbling sound. It even had a feeling that it could destroy the world and freeze the world. Zhao Han immediately waved the long spear in his hand. It was like a frost dragon roaming in his hand. It directly swept towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure directly rushed towards the cold light. Facing the cold dragon-like aura, he did not retreat at all. The black dragon in his hand also continuously released a terrifying power. The thunderbolts spread all over his body, directly shattering the surrounding cold air. Rumble! The rumbling sound of thunder spread out in all directions. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's own energy had also gathered to a point. He suddenly threw the black dragon hammer in his hand downwards. Suddenly, the black dragon hammer seemed to have transformed into a hammer of thunder. It directly smashed the frost dragon formed by the long spear. Then, Zhao Han also released countless long spears. As he waved his hand, he continuously released a terrifying power. It seemed to have formed an array of ice spears. It surged forward violently. Buddha's palm. When Li Zongjiu's palm fell, it seemed that there was an extremely terrifying Buddha's pagoda descending from the sky. When they felt the appearance of this power, everyone below, except for Zhao Han, had a change of expression. They immediately fled into the distance. This was because the suppressive power of the Buddha's pagoda had also covered them. The emergence of such power was even more unbearable. Therefore, they could only quickly flee into the distance. However, there were still some people who did not escape so quickly. They were directly suppressed by the Buddha's pagoda. Boom! Boom! Zhao Han was also directly suppressed by a Buddha's pagoda that was at least 1,000 feet tall. However, Zhao Han relied on his powerful strength to resist this power. He did not let his guard down. With his fist, he directly punched towards this force. Boom! Zhao Han's punch also directly blasted the Buddha's pagoda above him into pieces. His body was able to break free. It seemed that he had directly broken free from the binding power. However, soon, another golden light seal fell from the sky. Boom! Looking down from above, there was a huge palm print on the ground that was close to 300 meters wide. And all of this was done by this young man who had appeared directly and boasted shamelessly. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand, and the black dragon hammer appeared in his hand. Once again, the power of thunder gathered on his body. Then, under Li Zongjiu's command, a loud rumble sounded. It directly hit the person in the center of the Buddha's pagoda. Boom! The mountain gate that originally belonged to Cold Blood Sect had been easily destroyed. Even the surrounding area had been completely destroyed. Many people were directly killed by Li Zongjiu. There were less than 5 people left in Cold Blood Sect. Other than Zhao Han, the rest of them were now in a state of serious injury. Li Zongjiu's figure was above the clouds. At this moment, the power in his hand was faintly condensing. The series of moves just now was a piece of cake for Li Zongjiu. He did not use up any of his strength. In other words, Li Zongjiu had not even used his full strength yet, but all of them had already fallen. It seemed that Li Zongjiu saw that these people were having a hard time resisting, so he stopped to let them rest a little. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, they would all be dead. Zhao Han and the others were completely stunned. Powerful killing moves were used one after another. Zhao Han did not have the slightest ability to fight back. If it was not for the fact that he had recently gained some insights and made a small breakthrough in his cultivation, he would have been completely dead when the second golden palm print fell. His body's defense could not withstand such a terrifying attack. Even now, in the deep pit, the armor on Zhao Han's body had been directly forced out of his body and was in a broken state. It fell to the ground. Obviously, in the battle just now, there was no way it could withstand such power. My dragon cloud armor. When Zhao Han saw that his inner armor was broken, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. This was an inner armor that he had paid a great price to obtain. At least it could save his life. However, who knew that it would be broken under Li Zongjiu's attack? Therefore, Zhao Han was extremely heartbroken. He did not know where the person in front of him came from. What kind of grudge did the person have with his Cold Blood Sect that made him want to be so ruthless? Could it be because of this name? Just because the other person's nickname was a little similar to yours, you wanted to kill him to silence him? In the eyes of outsiders, this was a little too overbearing. Such behavior was quite shameful. This was bullying the weak. Who are you? What grudge does my Cold Blood Sect have with you? Zhao Han let out an angry roar. At this moment, he did not know why Li Zongjiu did not continue to attack. Perhaps it was because he saw that his Cold Blood Sect had been defeated to such an extent, so he was not in a hurry. He actually did not put Zhao Han in his eyes. He could even feel that in Li Zongjiu's eyes, the people of Cold Blood Sect were just a bunch of clowns. Didn't I say that you can just call me Evil Lord? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. As for why I am doing this to you, I have already said that you can just change your name and everything will be fine. When he heard Li Zongjiu's words, Zhao Han could no longer hold it in. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. One must know that under Li Zongjiu's multiple attacks, he had been holding back this mouthful of blood in his body. Once he spat out this mouthful of blood, it was equivalent to breaking his cultivation. Now, just because he heard Li Zongjiu's words, he could no longer hold it in. Because of this name, his Cold Blood Sect's mountain gate was destroyed to such an extent. So many disciples of his Cold Blood Sect were now buried under the ruins, sacrificed in vain. Just like that, they disappeared without a trace. It was all because of this damn name. I'll change it. It's just a name. What do you want me to change it to? I won't be called Unparalleled Evil Lord from now on. You can stop now." As if he had made a huge decision, Zhao Han raised his head and said to Li Zongjiu, who was in the sky. Li Zongjiu looked at Zhao Han in surprise when he heard this. "You're quite sensible." Perhaps even Li Zongjiu himself did not expect this guy to have such high awareness. Although they had lost so many disciples and even the sect had been destroyed, he, Zhao Han, was still alive. Just admit defeat. Admitting defeat was the best solution, as long as he could keep his life. So what if he admitted a mistake? Changing his name would not kill him, but if he did not change his name, he might still die. Whatever. Am I such a domineering person? Since you want to change your name, I'll let you go for now. Li Zongjiu actually retracted all his aura and did not intend to continue attacking. After hearing Li Zongjiu's words, the rest of the Cold Blood sect members widened their eyes. Was it really done just like that? Was it really done just by changing the name and giving up the title of Evil Dominator? It seemed like life came too easily. Therefore, they were extremely shocked. From now on, in the Eldritch Land, there will only be one evil lord. It's you, Zhao Han said in a deep voice. Obviously, he was sincerely giving up his name and no longer competing with Li Zongjiu. Even Zhao Han felt quite aggrieved. It was just a name, and this name was definitely first come, first served. You don't allow others to call you domineering? What should they say about you? Chapter 1259. At this moment, Zhao Han had already admitted defeat, and Li Zongjiu was willing to let this guy go. Su Wangshan, who was still hiding in the sky, naturally witnessed the whole process. It was too overbearing. But from Li Zongjiu's point of view, Li Zongjiu had already tried to persuade these people at the beginning. But not only did they not listen, but they also kept laughing at Li Zongjiu. If it were any other expert, they wouldn't have a good ending. They wouldn't be happy either. The only difference was that Li Zongjiu's performance at the beginning wasn't so terrifying. Moreover, these people did not know Li Zongjiu, so they did not take Li Zongjiu's words seriously. Now, after Li Zongjiu showed his great strength, these people chose to admit defeat. This was normal. If they had known that Li Zongjiu was such a terrifying expert from the beginning, there would not have been so many problems later. Wasn't it just a matter of changing a name? In this untainted land, as long as one could survive, there was nothing that could not be discussed. Just when Su Wangshan and the others thought that this was the end of the matter, Li Zongjiu suddenly frowned again. "No, I think you don't know me. So you dare to be so arrogant. Since I came to the untainted land, my purpose is to let everyone know me, right?" Li Zongjiu asked in an incomparably amiable manner. It even made people think that Li Zongjiu was really asking for their opinions. However, Zhao Han clearly felt the killing intent from Li Zongjiu, which was completely undisguised. He did not want to let these people go at all. "Since I want to make a name for myself, I still need your help. Help me die." As Li Zongjiu's voice fell, the black dragon hammer in his hand swung out again. Immediately, Zhao Han and the others were drowned in the endless lightning and were easily swallowed up. At this moment, Zhao Han and the others did not have enough strength to resist Li Zongjiu's attack. Li Zongjiu did not seem tired at all. When he attacked, no one knew how long he could last. There was simply no chance of winning. In the end, they could only shout loudly before they died, "You broke your promise." With that one sentence, the entire Cold Blood sect became incomparably quiet. Basically, those who showed their faces just now were all killed. Li Zongjiu raised his finger. Suddenly, dozens of storage rings from below flew up. Li Zongjiu could be said to have done this kind of thing a lot in his previous life. At this moment, he collected all these storage rings. In the future, he might not be able to find any treasures in them. Therefore, Li Zongjiu would not let any of them go. Kill them all. If Su Wangshan had not seen it with his own eyes today, he would not have believed that such a thing could really happen. Even a powerful sect like the Cold Blood sect could not withstand Li Zongjiu's attack. In less than an hour, such a huge sect was easily destroyed. Everything was burned to the ground, destroyed overnight. A sect fell just like that. Even though there were still some people from Cold Blood sect who had managed to escape because they were outside the sect, it was likely that they wouldn't know what had happened when they returned to the sect. Why did the sect disappear without a trace the moment they returned? It was also impossible for them to imagine that the destruction of Cold Blood sect was due to the sect leader's nickname. Even until their deaths, they would not be able to find out the truth. Only Su Wangshan, who had personally witnessed this scene, knew the truth. It seemed that after today, the name of Li Zongjiu as Evil Lord would definitely spread in the untainted land. Everyone would know clearly about the terrifying strength of the Evil Lord. The person who would spread the word was naturally Su Wangshan. Of course, there were also those people who had spread the word. These people would definitely know that the destruction of the Cold Blood sect was related to the Evil Lord. From then on, there would be one more person in the untainted land who would cause people to tremble in fear. Evil Lord, Li Zongjiu. Sometimes, if you wanted to make a name for yourself, you didn't need to do too many things at all. You only needed to do one thing, and such a thing was enough to shake the world. It was shocking. Let's go. Li Zongjiu's figure returned to Su Wangshan's side. This made Su Wangshan stunned for a moment. Where to? Could it be that he wanted to go to the Mountain Sea Pavilion? Fuck! In our Mountain Sea Pavilion, there is no one called Evil Lord. We don't have many people. Don't mess around. When Su Wangshan heard Li Zongjiu's words, his heart suddenly thumped. Could it be that Li Zongjiu wanted to go to all the sects in the untainted land and kill all the people called Evil Lord? If Li Zongjiu were to find a random excuse to wipe out everyone from the Mountain Sea Pavilion, wouldn't that be terrible? No matter what, he couldn't bring Li Zongjiu into the Mountain Sea Pavilion. What are you talking about? The people of the Cold Blood sect offended me before. Of course, they have to pay the price. And those people who escaped just now, they might join forces to deal with me. Of course, I have to destroy the Cold Blood sect and let them know the consequences of provoking me. Otherwise, if they join forces, I'll have to kill them all again. How troublesome, Li Zongjiu said. It seemed that what happened just now was just an excuse. Who knew that he would come to the Cold Blood sect to avoid trouble? He was afraid that those people would continue to provoke Li Zongjiu. The thoughts of an expert could not be guessed by the thoughts of an ordinary person. Now, Su Wangshan understood completely. Su Wangshan could only sigh in his heart as he glanced at the Cold Blood sect that had been reduced to a pile of ruins. That's good. You scared me. Speaking of which, I still have 2 Great Desolation Origin Stones. I'll give them to you when I return to the sect. Su Wangshan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as they were not here to destroy the Mountain Sea Pavilion, everything was fine. Fortunately, he had never offended Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps the Mountain Sea Pavilion would have been destroyed by Li Zongjiu by now. Su Wangshan did not think too much about it. He was still injured, so he needed a quiet place to recuperate. Besides, he also needed to take out the sky-penetrating mirror that he had obtained from the Compassionate Cloud Saint sect to study. The 2 of them headed directly towards the direction of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. The commotion of the Cold Blood sect quickly spread out. The surrounding sects also sent their disciples to investigate. Some experts even specially teleported over. When they arrived at the ruins of the Cold Blood sect, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of grudge did the sect have to suffer such a calamity? In addition to the Compassionate Cloud Saint sect that was destroyed today, 2 of the Great Desolation sects had been destroyed in a single day. Nobody knew how long it would take for them to develop again. It must be him. It must be the Evil Lord. The Evil Lord did it. In the sky, among the crowd that was looking at the ruins of the Cold Blood sect, an old man suddenly became excited. This person was the deputy sect master of the vast sea sect, Lu Pingfeng. Chapter 1260. After Lu Pingfeng escaped from Li Zhongzhou's evil clutches, he returned to his own sect without hesitation. The outside world was too dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be annihilated. Therefore, Lu Pingfeng was quite shocked. He immediately sent someone to check on the Cold Blood sect. One must know that the great elder of the Cold Blood sect was dead. Moreover, the great elder was the son of the sect master. A father-son duo like this was very rare. It wasn't easy for them to work together. Originally, this father-son duo from the Cold Blood sect was already quite powerful. Now that Zhao Lung had died, Zhao Han definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Of course, Lu Pingfeng had to seize this opportunity. Sure enough, Lu Pingfeng managed to get some important news. However, the person who sent the message did not see clearly who was the culprit. When he heard that there was a commotion here, he immediately summoned Lu Pingfeng. After that, when Lu Pingfeng returned and saw this scene, he clearly understood that it must have been done by the legendary evil dominator. Only this evil dominator could do such a thing. Previously, when he heard that someone killed the 3 old men of the compassionate Cloud Saint sect, it was quite shocking. After all, although the 3 old men were very ambitious, they did not have much ability. However, the 3 of them worked very hard. They could be considered as role models in the cultivation world of the untainted land. Unfortunately, their talent was too poor. Therefore, they often became the topic of conversation after meals. Now they were killed. These people did not do anything outrageous, but they were suddenly killed without any reason. Naturally, the compassionate Cloud Saint sect was directly destroyed. It was said that the formation was also destroyed. Therefore, it would not take long for the mountain gate to be flattened by the giant beasts of the untainted land. Today, the Cold Blood sect had been beaten to such a state by someone. Everything that had happened before and after was completely unexpected. Who exactly did this? Why did they do this? Could it be that some great devil had appeared? Lu Pingfeng, just now, who did you say did this? Someone heard Lu Pingfeng's words and immediately went forward to ask. Obviously, Lu Pingfeng knew something. It was done by someone called Evil Lord. Not only that, this Evil Lord killed Zhao Lung of the Blood Frost sect with a single sword strike. When they heard about Evil Lord's terrifying strength, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing Zhao Lung with a single sword strike was indeed a little terrifying. Is this true? Someone asked directly. It wasn't that they didn't believe Lu Pingfeng's words. It was just that this matter was too shocking and they needed to verify it again. I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Pingfeng said. Only then did the crowd understand that a great demon had appeared in the untainted land. And this demon loved to destroy sects in this way. We must unite and capture this evil lord. Otherwise, who knows what this evil lord will do? Someone suggested. However, this suggestion was quickly drowned out because no one was willing to be the leader. No one was willing to rush to the front. Otherwise, the person who rushed to the front would naturally be the one who died the quickest. The people at the back saw that the situation wasn't good, so it wasn't difficult for them to escape. However, the leader of the group would definitely die. Facing this kind of responsibility and pressure, naturally no one was willing to do so. Moreover, the most important thing was that this evil dominator didn't provoke them. It wouldn't be too late for them to come back when he really killed them. This principle was the same no matter where one went. It wouldn't change the slightest. In the face of the miserable state of the Blood Frost sect, the crowd only observed carefully and then left directly. They could only mourn for this. Although they were all in the untainted land and more or less had a competitive relationship with each other, they had been neighbors for many years. In any case, they had been neighbors for so many years and had feelings for each other. However, it was limited to this. Li Zhongjiu and Su Wangshan directly flew for hundreds of thousands of miles. They were chased by several giant beasts of the untainted land. However, they were all chased away by Li Zongjiu. They had accidentally intruded into their territory. Although Su Wangshan had reminded Li Zongjiu and suggested to take a detour so that there wouldn't be so many problems, it would at least save a lot of trouble. However, with Li Zongjiu's temper, he wouldn't give way to these untainted primordial beasts. After all, some of these untainted primordial beasts were quite powerful. Their strength was not inferior to the dark, mysterious eagle. In the end, Li Zongjiu helplessly called out to them, "Ahem, let's take a detour. There's no hurry." Li Zongjiu hadn't reached the level where he could move unhindered in the untainted land. If he had the cultivation of his previous life, it would be possible. However, his current state was still lacking. If there were more untainted primordial beasts of that level, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. It should be known that these untainted primordial beasts knew how to call their companions. If they were called together and gathered together, the problem would be even more serious. After taking a detour, it took them half a day to arrive at the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Along the way, Su Wangshan also witnessed Li Zongjiu's terrifying strength. Even several untainted primordial beasts were caught and beaten by Li Zongjiu along the way. Su Wangshan was quite surprised and extremely shocked by this. Even taking a detour was a very normal thing. In Su Wangshan's view, it was not a big deal. The location of the Mountain Sea Pavilion was considered the border of the middle area of the untainted land. It had already left the green forest. Looking around, there were endless wild mountains and forests. Any mountain peak was thousands of feet high. There are snowy mountains, volcanoes, and some mines filled with mineral resources. Even gold and purple gold mines were relatively worthless in this place. Only the loads of yuan stones were slightly more valuable. The Mountain Sea Pavilion was located at the top of a mountain that was nearly 2,000 feet high. The whole mountain was also covered by the formation of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Within this formation, it was enough to disperse the surrounding untainted primordial beasts and prevent them from discovering the location of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Such an effect was due to the powerful formations created by the ancestors of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Not to mention that ordinary people from the outside world found the untainted land. Even if they did, they couldn't climb the mountain gate of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Therefore, the situation here and the harsh environment were also a great test for Kuan Erasure, who had entered the untainted land. It would probably take him 8 to 10 years to reach the Yunding Heavenly Palace. Chapter 1261. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to help Kuan Erasure, but on second thought, if he were to help Kuan Erasure now, the gap between Kuan Erasure and Shuiwa would still be huge even in the cloud-top sky palace. If Kuan Erasure couldn't break through on his own, he would only be left further and further behind by Shuiwa. Only by continuously climbing up would he have a chance to succeed. The location of your sect is pretty good. Li Zongjiu and Su Wangshan's figures landed. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu didn't get too involved with the sects of the untainted land and didn't have much interaction with them. He also rarely visited the sects of the untainted land. Some of them were even lone wolves, roaming the depths of the untainted land. But if he didn't remember wrongly, Doling, Er's family should be one of the hidden aristocratic families in the untainted land. Her background was even greater than that of the Eastern medicine family of the Shenyan dynasty. One had to know that the Howling Moon Wolf King was still in Doling Er's hands. He didn't know if he would be able to meet Doling, or this time in the untainted land. Originally, this lass was helping to guard the White Deer Mansion, but she actually escaped with the Howling Moon Wolf King. Wouldn't Li Zongjiu lose everything? After finding Qi Yanran, he would have to make a trip to Doling, Er's family. At the very least, he had to get the Howling Moon Wolf King back. Haha, you're too kind. Coincidentally, there's a primordial stone vein below, so the primordial Qi in my Mountain Sea Pavilion is several times denser than the outside world. It's also thanks to this formation that the primordial Qi won't disperse. Su Wangshan said, At the same time, he was carefully sizing up Li Zongjio to see if Li Zongjio had any ideas about the primordial stone vein in his hands. If that was the case, he would be inviting a wolf into his house. But fortunately, Li Zongjio didn't seem to have much interest in this thing. "Find me an open space," Li Zongjio said. "Other than my 3 halls, the rest of the place should be empty." At this moment, the two of them were standing on an extremely vast platform. After the mountain peak was flattened, there was at least a few hundred feet of open space. All right then. Since he had said so, Li Zongjio no longer held back and immediately released the soul burning array in his hand. Boom! Boom! The 8 burning soul pillars appeared in front of He Xian. When the pillars landed on the ground, they immediately gave He Xian a huge pressure. Although he had also been roasted in the fiery hell, He Xian was much more relaxed. After all, the world within the fiery hell had yet to fully take shape. Hence, the burning soul array still felt like it was floating in midair. When the 8 burning soul pillars landed on the ground, they felt like they had taken root. Instantly, their power became even more vigorous. Boom! Inside the soul-burning array, He Xian was also extremely furious. "Brat, you're digging your own grave. Once I get out, you'll die." At this moment, He Xian was just being stubborn. Li Zongjio looked at He Xian, who was trapped in the array, with disdain. "Do you think that I don't have the ability to refine you?" Immediately, Li Zongjio smiled coldly. When He Xian saw Li Zongjio smile, he could not help but be shocked. In the next moment, he did not know what kind of array Li Zongjio used. He directly drew the energy of the primordial stone mine from the bottom of the mountain and instantly added it to the soul-burning array. It was as if a huge gust of wind was poured into a dense furnace. Immediately, the flames burned even more vigorously. The power of the soul-burning array also became stronger. Roar! The emergence of this power caused He Xian, who was in the soul-burning array, to scream in pain. This was because this power had increased by at least 5 times. Correspondingly, the time needed to refine He Xian was shortened. At this level, He Xian would definitely be refined in less than 5 years. More importantly, He Xian would also have to bear the heat of this energy all the time for 5 years. This also caused He Xian great pain. You're despicable and shameless. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one." He Xian roared angrily. Su Wangshan, who was watching from the side, was also quite distressed. Mainly, he was distressed about the energy of his primordial stone mine. If he continued to draw the energy like this, it would not take long for his primordial stone mine to be completely drained. However, Su Wangshan was not in a position to say anything. After all, Li Zong was very powerful. What could he do? Some of the disciples in the Mountain Sea Pavilion also sensed the commotion outside and immediately flew out. When they saw their sect master and a young man standing in front of the 8 strange pillars, they were quite surprised to see such a formation. It seemed that the pillars formed a formation, and there was a very powerful primordial beast trapped in this formation. However, the formation was full of black gas, so the appearance of the primordial beast could not be seen clearly. "Welcome back to the sect, Lord! Welcome back to the sect, Lord!" The leader was a handsome young man with double eyelids, big eyes, and a high nose bridge. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, seemingly revealing a sense of confidence and arrogance. It was as if no one in the world was more handsome than him. This person was also the chief disciple of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. He was also the personal disciple of Gu Xingyun, who was killed before. Gu Xingyun couldn't take the position of the sect lord himself, so he wanted to train a disciple to take the position of the sect lord. Even this young man named Jin Tian kept telling him that he was the future sect lord of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. "Well, come and greet Senior Evil Lord." Because of Gu Xingyun's matter, Su Wangshan did not have a good impression of Jin Tian. After all, Gu Xingyun had been plotting against the Mountain Sea Pavilion and had directly colluded with outsiders. This was a big taboo for the Mountain Sea Pavilion. It would be best if Jean Tian was not involved. However, if Jean Tian was involved in this matter, he would definitely be in big trouble. Senior Evil Lord. Who was Jean Tian? He was the dignified chief disciple of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. In the future, he would become the pavilion master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Among the young talents of the untainted land, Jean Tian would definitely have a place, and even a very high position. However, Li Zongjiu in front of him looked quite young, many years younger than Jean Tian. What kind of ability could he have at such a young age? Why did Jean Tian have to respectfully address him as a senior? This made Jean Tian somewhat unwilling. But in front of so many people, he naturally had to give face to his lord. I'm Jean Tian, the chief disciple of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Greetings to Senior Evil Lord. May I know which sect you are from, Senior Evil Lord? Chapter 1262. Jean Tian believed that with his talent and his current status, although he was only a disciple, it was enough to be compared with the elders. After all, the elders of Mountain Sea Pavilion were very polite when they saw Jean Tian. This also caused Jean Tian to have the illusion that he was on equal footing with the elders of other sections. Therefore, in front of Li Zongjiu, Jean Tian actually dared to say such presumptuous words. Presumptuous! How dare you talk to the evil lord like that? Su Wangshan immediately angrily rebuked. He couldn't wait to directly smash Jean Tian's head. He didn't know who gave Jean Tian the courage to be so arrogant. Even Su Wangshan didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Li Zongjiu. However, this kid was clearly provoking Li Zongjiu just now. There was really such a person who was not afraid of death. Your name is Jean Tian, right? Then stay here and help me keep an eye on this guy. When this guy is willing to tell me who is behind him, you can come and call me. Li Zongjiu directly said. Jean Tian was first scolded by his own sect master, and now this Li Zongjiu actually dared to order him. He simply didn't put Jean Tian in his eyes. I, Jean Tian, am the chief disciple of Mountain Sea Pavilion. I told you to stay here and keep an eye on him. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Su Wangshan suddenly frowned and said, This Jean Tian really talked a lot of nonsense. Did he think that he was someone important? He actually dared to be arrogant in front of Li Zongjiu. Yes, sect master. Since even Su Wangshan had spoken, Jean Tian naturally didn't dare to say anything. He couldn't possibly disobey the sect master. If that was the case, Jean Tian would definitely be expelled from the sect. In front of Su Wangshan, he didn't have the slightest qualification to be arrogant. Li Zongjiu directly walked in front of this chief disciple. And this chief disciple could only obediently stay here and watch the situation of the array in front of him. Is this person trapped inside? Jean Tian was also quite curious as he looked ahead, but he saw that the inside of the burning soul array was also pitch black. When Jean Tian got closer and closer, suddenly it seemed as if a terrifying giant beast was about to come out of the burning soul array, and it fiercely rushed out, directly scaring Jean Tian. Fuck! Scared me to death. Jean Tian was frightened by the aura of the Dark Shen Hawk. It was as if the Dark Shen Hawk was here to take his life. Just a glance from it was enough to make Jean Tian feel like his soul was about to scatter. How can such a terrifying thing be trapped here? You guys, stay here with me. Don't go anywhere. If Jean Tian was left alone to guard this place, he would definitely be terrified. Immediately, Jean Tian also quickly grabbed a few people to guard the soul-burning array. However, these people were also as timid as mice. Each of them used various excuses and directly ran away in the blink of an eye. A group of disappointing things. Seeing the cowardly appearance of these people, Jean Tian was quite angry, although he also wanted to leave. But once the sect lord blamed him, then he would be miserable. The sect lord's order couldn't be easily disobeyed and disobeyed. In the end, Jean Tian could only hide in the distance while shivering. The dark, mysterious eagle that was trapped in the soul-burning array sneered coldly in its heart when it saw Jean Tian's frightened appearance. It seemed to have thought of something, and its figure once again disappeared into the darkness, making Jean Tian unable to see anything clearly. Li Zongjiu and Su Wangshan walked into the main hall of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. After waiting for a while, Su Wangshan also went to take the primeval raw stone for Li Zongjiu. With these two primeval raw stones, the King of Fire's recovery speed would be faster, greatly reducing the time needed. In addition to these primeval raw stones, there is also this sky-penetrating mirror. So many things happened this time because of this sky-penetrating mirror. Senior Evil Lord, are you interested in studying it together? Su Wangshan invited. It was precisely because of this sky-penetrating mirror that he asked Li Zongjiu to help him. Otherwise, this sky-penetrating mirror would not be able to reach Su Wangshan's hands. In fact, the reason why Su Wangshan attacked the sky-penetrating mirror was that Su Wangshan himself also knew the secret of this sky-penetrating mirror. Su Wangshan also had a certain understanding of this sky-penetrating mirror. I'm not interested. If you have obtained something from this sacred martial realm, you can show it to me. Li Zongjiu said, to be honest, there were many things in this world that were worth studying. It was not clear whether he would be able to find out anything in the end. Therefore, Li Zongjiu would not waste so much time. After all, Li Zongjiu still had a lot of things to do. Since Li Zongjiu was not interested, Su Wangshan was relieved. After all, Li Zongjiu was very strong. If he studied this sky-penetrating mirror together with him, coupled with his lack of knowledge, the progress of the research might be delayed. It was best to leave the professional things to the professionals. Immediately, Li Zongjiu went to the side happily and catalyzed the primeval raw stone first. I'll stay in your mountain sea pavilion for a few days. Li Zongjiu said, it's my pleasure. Feel free to stay. If you need anything, just tell me at any time. Su Wangshan was also pleasantly surprised. It was always good to have such an expert live in the Mountain Sea Pavilion. After all, it was not safe every day in the untainted land. In addition, Li Zongjiu was in the Mountain Sea Pavilion, so he could communicate more with him. If he could persuade Li Zongjiu to take care of him in the Mountain Sea Pavilion, it would be a great deal. Su Wangshan was also surprised. Li Zongjiu was also arranged to live in a very unique courtyard. However, Li Zongjiu summoned the matchless sword and refined the primeval raw stone without stopping. The power of the unparalleled sword was gradually being released at this moment. It attracted the emergence of dark clouds in the sky and gathered on the mountain top of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. It made people think that something terrible was about to be born. When Su Wangshan saw this scene, he could not help but sigh. He really deserved to be called a top expert. Just a daily practice could cause such a big movement. How could people live? The area within tens of thousands of miles was covered with yellow sand. The matchless sword in Li Zongjiu's hand released a powerful aura, which almost caused a sandstorm of tens of thousands of miles. Jean Tian, who was in charge of guarding the burning soul array, was also shocked when he saw such a huge fluctuation suddenly formed above the Mountain Sea Pavilion. He quickly sent someone to investigate the situation and was informed that the senior evil venerable was in the middle of cultivating and had caused this disturbance. Damn, what kind of practice can cause such a big movement? Jean Tian couldn't believe it himself. Even if he tried his best, it was impossible for him to create such a terrifying commotion in the morning. Indeed, Jean Tian was thoroughly shocked. No wonder the sect master was so cautious around that kid. His strength was not simple at all. This evil lord, where did he come from? He is even more powerful than me. In the courtyard, there was also energy gathering on the matchless sword. The figure of the King of Fire could be seen vaguely. At least, he could get out of the world of the matchless sword. Seeing this change, Li Zongjiu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least he had accomplished one of his goals. The dark mysterious eagle is in the 9th grade sovereign realm. Being able to mobilize a 9th grade sovereign realm origin beast means that its strength is not weak. But according to Su Wangshan, even the top 3 primitive sects could not reach such a level. It must be someone else. Li Zhongjiao was also thinking about this matter. It seemed that there were more terrifying existences in the primitive land. Perhaps the dark mysterious eagle was following the orders of the sacred martial realm. I need to make a breakthrough soon. I have been stuck at this level for some time. Since Su Wangshan had said that Li Zhongjiao could let him know if he needed anything, Li Zhongjiao would not stand on ceremony. He directly asked for some 8th grade medicinal herbs from Su Wangshan's treasury. There were even some 9th grade medicinal herbs. After all, there were too many resources in the primitive land. As long as one had enough strength, there was basically nothing that could not be obtained. I still lack one medicinal herb, the Underworld Enlightenment Leaf. Chapter 1263. Underworld Leaf. The growing environment of this plant could not be described as harsh. It could only be found in the Netherworld Canyon, one of the top 10 forbidden areas of the Untainted Land. Originally, the Untainted Land was already a forbidden area for cultivators. Now it was a forbidden area within a forbidden area. It could be seen that the degree of danger was not something that could be imagined just by imagination. The reason he was in such a hurry to increase his strength and the unparalleled sword was because he wanted to find the location of the Sparrow God Palace. There was no doubt that if he wanted to come into contact with such a hidden sect, it was impossible to rely on reason alone. He had to make a move. Therefore, he needed to make sufficient preparations. You really want to go to the Netherworld Canyon? Hearing Li Zhongjiao's words, Su Wangshan was completely convinced. Could it be that after these people's cultivation reached a high level, they would think of different ways to kill themselves earlier every day? What kind of place was the Netherworld Canyon? Those who had the courage to come to the Untainted Land might not have the courage to come within 1,000 feet of the Netherworld Canyon. It was said that even the strongest cultivators could easily go crazy in the Netherworld Canyon. He had inexplicably turned into a madman. This matter was quite shocking. Moreover, this theory was proven to work every time. No matter who came, their end would be the same. Many sects had sent their experts to try it. Thus, they were clearly aware that they could not rashly enter the Nether Canyon. Moreover, it had been directly listed as a forbidden area. It was even to the extent that the area within 10,000 feet was a dangerous area. Only by retreating 10,000 feet away from this area would they not encounter any problems and be able to preserve their lives. Before I come back, keep an eye on the soul-burning formation, Li Zhongjiao immediately said. Su Wangshan could not help but worry. I say, if something bad happens to you, this formation will be fine, right? Su Wangshan was worried. If Li Zhongjiao was killed by someone, this thing would be directly damaged. Once the formation was broken, who would be able to stop the dark, mysterious eagle? At that time, all the people of the Mountain Sea Pavilion would be killed. From the looks of it, the dark black eagle didn't seem to be a very amiable person. Who knows what might happen? However, Li Zhongjiao did not answer Su Wangshan's question, because Li Zhongjiao had already disappeared and appeared far away. Nobody knew how big the Untainted Land was, but one could see all kinds of landforms in the Untainted Land. Everything one wanted to see could be seen here. There were even some places that were extremely breathtaking. However, under such places, there were often bone-chilling, murderous intents. Netherworld Canyon. At this moment, the sky was still brightly lit. However, as they approached the Nether Canyon, the sky began to darken. Layers of dark clouds had already appeared in the sky ahead. Layer upon layer, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling of pressure. It was simply impossible to breathe. Just by looking at the cloud environment, one could tell that there must be some kind of terrifying danger in it. No one would be willing to enter the Netherworld Canyon. However, Li Zongjio did not hesitate and directly plunged into the Netherworld Canyon. As his figure moved, he immediately appeared in the Netherworld Canyon. Within the range of 1,000 feet, a heavy oppressive feeling had already spread to Li Zongjio's body. It was as if a giant was stepping on Li Zongjio's chest. The golden dragon true spirit in his body also mobilized and released a protective golden light on his body, ensuring that Li Zongjio could move normally during this process. Boom! When he was less than 100 feet away from the Netherworld Canyon, Li Zongjio was also forced to land. The stone under his feet had a black, ink-like feeling. When he stepped on it, he felt that it was greasy. It was even directly stuck to the soles of his feet, making it difficult for him to lift his feet from it. Li Zongjio did not dare to be careless. Holding the unparalleled sword in his hand, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the pressure on his body was reduced by a lot. Although walking forward was a little slow, it could ensure his own safety. Otherwise, if he rushed in rashly in such a flying state, he would definitely encounter danger. Once he encountered it, it would be difficult to carry out an effective defense. The reason why the Netherworld Canyon was famous far and wide was because there was a group of extremely terrifying aboriginals in the Netherworld Canyon. Those who had seen them were basically dead. However, according to some extremely small number of stars, the people in the outside world were used to calling them the Netherworld Night Devils. These Netherworld Night Devils had sharp bone claws and moved quickly. Moreover, there was a large number of them. They occupied the caves in the cliffs on both sides. When these Netherworld Night Devils moved, it was like a black storm. Moreover, these Netherworld Night Devils had sharp bone claws that could easily penetrate the defense of a Supreme Being expert. Perhaps one or two of them could withstand it. However, if there were hundreds or even thousands of them attacking at the same time, it would be extremely terrifying. Even if one had a top-notch defensive armor, they might not be able to guarantee that they would die in one piece. On the cliff, not far ahead, the Netherworld Night Devils had already sensed the aura of Li Zongjio's arrival. What followed was an extremely terrifying vibration. Immediately, a terrifying aura rushed towards Li Zongjio. Boom! Li Zongjio raised the unparalleled sword in his hand. Before he even got close, he already felt an extremely strong sense of fear. Not only did these Netherworld Night Devils have powerful offensive power, but they also had a certain level of bewitching sound. If a person with a weak mind was hit by these bewitching voices, he would definitely fall into a state of absent-mindedness and truly lose himself. Then they would be easily torn apart by these Netherworld Night Devils. Boom! These Netherworld Night Devils easily pierced through Li Zongjio's body. Rumble! A series of Netherworld Night Devils rushed out, but they directly pierced through Li Zongjio's body. It turned out that this was just a shadow left behind by Li Zongjio. For ordinary people, these Netherworld Night Devils were extremely terrifying killers. However, Li Zongjio had already dealt with these Netherworld Night Devils countless times. Now, he only needed to use a little trick to play these Netherworld Night Devils. Li Zongjio caught a Netherworld Night Devil that was alone. Before it could break free, he directly pierced it with his sword. He sprinkled the Netherworld Night Devil's blood on his body. Then he swaggered in the Netherworld Canyon. The surrounding Netherworld Night Devils acted as if they had never seen Li Zongjio before. Performing this move was not so simple. In addition to the blood, one also needed to release mental energy to cover their aura. At the same time, they also needed to use mental energy to create a kind of fluctuation similar to the Netherworld Night Devil's body. It was easy to dodge. In fact, these Netherworld Night Devils were like blind people. They all relied on this mental fluctuation to find the existence of the enemy. As long as this fluctuation came close, they would be able to quickly discover it. Once he was dragged into the cave by these Netherworld Night Devils, everything would be over. Such a terrifying Netherworld Night Devil swayed by Li Zongjio. If it was someone else, they would be unable to help but feel fear. Even if they had a way to dodge, They might not be able to survive until the end. Li Zongjio even released his mental energy and began to search for the underworld dark leaf in the vicinity. Found it! A picture suddenly appeared in Li Zongjio's mind. The underworld dark leaf was hidden in the depths of a cave in front of him. However, this cave made Li Zongjio quite troubled. There was a netherworld knight devil king in this cave. Chapter 1264. Ordinary Hades Night Devils would automatically be deceived, and even this Hades Night Devil King was in a state of deep sleep. However, once Li Zongjio approached, this Hades Night Devil King would be awakened. Any Hades Night Devil King had the realm of an 8th grade sovereign. Once they attacked, it would definitely be earth-shattering. At that time, Li Zongjio might not be able to get out alive. During the battle, if there was the slightest abnormality in Li Zongjio's mental strength, these Hades Night Devils would definitely detect it and attack him without hesitation. Whoosh! Li Zongjio leaped and landed on the mountain wall. It was extremely dark inside, but it could not stop Li Zongjio's footsteps. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he had to go down. With this underworld leaf, Li Zongjio could refine a 9th grade elixir, the 9 Nether Elixir. After consuming it, one would be able to resonate with the heavens and earth 9 times during cultivation. Moreover, each time would be stronger than the previous time. Usually, it was an elixir that experts would only consume when they were breaking through a major bottleneck. With the help of the 9 times, one strength would be able to break through the current limit. However, Li Zongjio only wanted to use it for daily consumption. It was a little too extravagant. As his figure disappeared into the cave, the surrounding smell must be quite heavy. Therefore, Li Zongjio had long held his breath and blocked his sense of smell. The deeper he went into the cave, the more spacious it became. The Hades Night Devils outside were still circling around, because the few fake doppelgangers that Li Zongjio had just thrown out were enough to keep these Hades Night Devils busy for a while. Once they sensed the aura of other creatures, these Hades Night Devils would become extremely excited, making it difficult for people to resist. It's actually right next to the Hades Night Devil King's lair. Li Zongjio saw the 10,000 underworld leaf growing beside the netherworld Night Devil King. At this moment, the netherworld Night Devil King had wrapped itself into a ball. Its wings were in front of its body, protecting the body under the wings. Not even its head was exposed. The underworld leaf only had 1 leaf, but it would take at least 10,000 years for it to grow. The untainted land had existed for a long time. According to Li Zongjio's observation, the underworld leaf in front of him was at least 100,000 years old. What a good thing! Li Zongjio set up an array around the cave, using the highest grade primordial stones to set up the array. Then, Li Zongjio also took out the peerless sword. There was no way to hide, so he could only fight. Boom! When Li Zongjio circulated his primordial energy and slashed at the netherworld Night Devil King in front of him, the netherworld Night Devil King opened its eyes in the darkness and flapped its wings forward. Boom! An extremely terrifying force directly bombarded Li Zongjio's body, but Li Zongjio blocked it. With a single slash of the sword, the terrifying sword aura continued to sweep forward. Boom! When the sword slashed forward, there was an extremely terrifying vibration. The rocks above the mountain seemed to have fallen down at this moment. An extremely powerful sound wave was released from the mouth of the netherworld Night Devil King. Even though Li Zongjio was prepared, he was still sent flying by the impact of the sound wave. He was almost blasted out of the cave. Break for me! With a slash of his sword, the scorching sword chi engulfed the netherworld Night Devil King. The scorching sword chi forced the netherworld Night Devil King to retreat. The netherworld Night Devil King also retreated abruptly. With a slash of his sword, the netherworld Night Devils, circling outside, heard the call of their king. Immediately, they rushed back to their cave. However, when these netherworld Night Devils rushed into the cave, Their bodies seemed to have stopped moving. They were unwilling to move and were trapped in Li Zongjiu's array. Looking back at the Netherworld Night Devils who were as still as statues, Li Zongjiu heaved a sigh of relief. If these things rushed in, it would be really troublesome. However, the array in front of him could only last for 3 minutes at most. For him, time was also very limited. Dragon Soul. Crush it. The blood dragon soul burst out from Li Zongjiu's body. At the same time, Li Zongjiu used the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it fiercely at the claws of the Netherworld Night Devil King. Boom! The two moves were used at the same time, but the Netherworld Night Devil King was not afraid at all. It stared directly at the thunderous power of the black dragon hammer and tangled with the blood dragon soul. In the next moment, the golden dragon soul also appeared and directly stepped on the head of the Netherworld Night Devil King. It coiled around the Netherworld Night Devil King's body and even burst out with a loud noise when it exerted its strength. Boom! A series of tremors and explosions were everywhere. However, at this moment, Li Zongjiu had already flashed and arrived in front of the Underworld Enlightenment Leaf in an instant. He carefully plucked the Underworld Enlightenment Leaf. 17, 18, no, it's at least 200,000 years old. Li Zongjiu judged the aura of the Underworld Enlightenment Leaf and was pleasantly surprised. The older it was, the better the effect of the herbs. At this moment, the herbs of this age fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. For Li Zongjiu, it was really like adding wings to a tiger. Done, retreat. However, just as Li Zongjiu turned around, he saw that the Blood Dragon Soul and the Golden Dragon Soul's original spirit powers were directly stepped on by the other party. The Netherworld Night Devil King seemed to have sensed that the Underworld Enlightenment Leaf had been taken away. This was a treasure that had accompanied him for many years. Now it was taken away by Li Zongjiu so easily. For the Netherworld Night Devil King, this was an act of provocation. At the same time, it also directly angered the latter. Suddenly, the whole cave shook violently. Then the Netherworld Night Devil King's body directly rose into the air and directly crashed into the ceiling. Boom! The ceiling of the cave was broken through. Countless Netherworld Night Devils were smashing the cave and walls from all directions and rushing in. They all rushed towards Li Zongjiu. This is troublesome. Li Zongjiu used the unparalleled sword to open up a path, bringing his figure and quickly escaping into the distance. After flying out of the cave, at least tens of thousands of Nether Night Devils chased after him, and the number was still increasing. In desperation, Li Zongjiu could only take out an elixir that he had prepared in advance and threw it behind him. Boom! The elixir in his hand suddenly exploded, and a powder covered the Netherworld Night Devils. Immediately, the Netherworld Night Devils that were stained with the powder of the elixir suddenly stood up and directly tore at their companions. This disregard elixir is quite effective. Li Zongjiu took the time to look back. The situation behind him had become extremely chaotic. The elixir that he had just thrown out was actually not created by Li Zongjiu. It was developed by Wang Jing. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu naturally disdained this kind of crooked practice. It was not crooked at all, but super useless. However, he did not expect it to have such a powerful effect. It directly dealt with the Netherworld Night Devils in front of him. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's body flashed and moved out of the Netherworld Canyon. Chapter 1265. He didn't expect that this time he would make a great contribution by relying on Wang Jing's research of the disregard pill. However, the effect could only last for half a minute. For a top expert, half a minute was enough to fly hundreds of thousands of miles away. After leaving the Netherworld Canyon, Li Zongjiu was safe. He followed the original path back to the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Back in the Mountain Sea Pavilion, Qing Yu had successfully sent Gu Wei back to the desert city. When she saw that Li Zongjiu had directly placed the soul-burning array at the entrance of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, she was a little worried. "Senior brother, are you guarding this meta beast?" When Qing Yu saw Jin Tian meditating in front of the array, she didn't expect that this chief disciple, who usually liked to slack off, would actually step forward at this critical moment and set an example by personally guarding this meta beast. He was indeed worthy of being the chief disciple. Ahem, of course. Who else but me can do such an important thing? When Jin Tian saw that Qing Yu seemed to be looking at him with admiration, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although his cultivation was a little higher than Qing Yu's, Qing Yu had always looked down on him in the past. Moreover, he had always felt that he didn't see eye to eye with her. However, today he was actually able to look at her with such a gaze, which even made him feel a little impulsive. As expected of senior brother Jin Tian. Then, senior brother Jin Tian should be more careful. More careful. Why would he need to be more careful? Although this guy looked mysterious and fierce, he was now trapped in the array after all. How could he still need to be more careful? This thing, does it have a great origin? Jin Tian asked tentatively. He really didn't know what this thing was, but Qing Yu had originally gone with the sect master, so she should know the origin of this thing. Don't you know? This is a 9th grade sovereign meta beast. Qing Yu looked at the confused Jin Tian. If it wasn't for the fact that this meta beast was so powerful, why would someone be guarding this place? Why would a first disciple, like you personally, take charge of this place? Even Jin Tian didn't know the origin of this guy. What? This is a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Jin Tian repeatedly confirmed that he didn't hear it wrong. The thing that was trapped in the formation was actually a 9th grade sovereign level origin beast. How could this be possible? It was a 9th grade sovereign. Jin Tian seemed to feel that his brain wasn't enough to process the situation. His mind was spinning back and forth, and he couldn't figure out what was going on in front of him. By the way, senior brother, do you know where Senior Evil Lord is? Blue Moon asked. Evil Lord, it's this evil lord again. No wonder the sovereign was so strict with him previously. This evil lord was actually a terrifying existence that could trap a 9th grade sovereign level soul beast. Back then, he still wanted to provoke such a person and even wanted to compete with this evil lord. He was simply overestimating himself. Now, Jin Tian deeply knew that he was wrong. He never thought that this matter would turn out to be so serious. He almost offended a very powerful expert. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure landed on the ground. His body was stained with some filth and blood. Li Zongjiu purposely let the blood stain his body. Otherwise, he might have to kill several origin beasts along the way. Senior Evil Lord, you're back? When Jin Tian saw the return of the Evil Lord, he directly saluted Li Zongjiu. His attitude was completely different from before. Even his waist was completely bent down. He showed his great sincerity. Yes. Li Zongjiu only responded faintly. Then he looked at the dark, mysterious eagle in the formation. Has this guy opened his mouth? Initially, Jin Tian didn't know that there was actually a 9th grade sovereign level soul beast imprisoned here. He only felt that this thing was extremely strange and didn't dare to get close to it. Now that he knew about it, he was extremely curious. Hearing Li Zongjiu's question, Jin Tian shook his head. No, this guy has always been in this state. He hasn't shown or said anything. Jin Tian replied respectfully. Then let him continue to enjoy himself in this formation. Senior Evil Lord, Miss Gowei has been successfully sent back to Desert City. Qing Yu stepped forward and said. Originally, she wanted to report to Li Zongjiu, but now that she saw Li Zongjiu, she didn't have to make a special trip. All right, thank you for your trouble. Li Zongjiu also cupped his hands towards Qing Yu. This little girl was quite loyal, and her temper was quite to Li Zongjiu's liking. Therefore, he also liked her. He observed Qing Yu's state for a while. He had already decided what kind of elixir to refine for Qing Yu. For Li Zongjiu, refining an elixir was a very simple matter. However, for these cultivators, obtaining an elixir suitable for their physique was as difficult as ascending to heaven. It wasn't so easy to obtain. Blue Moon's impression of Li Zongjio also increased by several folds. Li Zongjio was strong and had quite a personality. Most importantly, he was very polite to her and didn't have the arrogant heart of an expert. Naturally, Jean Tian was watching this young man and woman flirting with each other. He didn't know what they were doing, but the feeling of being lovey-dovey was quite disgusting. Bah! Shameless, seducing a female disciple as soon as he arrived at the sect. Of course, Jean Tian only dared to think this in his heart. If he really said it out loud, Jean Tian reckoned that he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Given Li Zongjio's level, if he wanted to destroy him, it would probably be a matter of flicking his finger. Senior Evil Lord, where did you go? How did you end up like this? Oh, I just went to the Netherworld Canyon and picked up some things. Li Zongjio spoke casually, but Qing Yu's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of place was the Netherworld Canyon? How could one go there just because they wanted to? For Li Zongjio, it seemed like this was indeed the case. The two of them walked away while talking. Jean Tian listened to the conversation between the two of them and felt rather indignant. Netherworld Canyon? Bullshit, I don't believe it. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Boy, how do you feel when you see your woman being seduced by someone else? Jean Tian's heart was filled with resentment and anger, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. Suddenly, a voice came and entered his heart. It seemed as if it was trying to steal his soul. Moreover, this sentence directly pierced his heart. Chapter 1266. Although Jean Tian was on guard, the other party's strength was too strong. Even though they were separated by the soul-burning formation, the other party could still see through Jean Tian's thoughts. You mean you can make me the master of the sect? You can even trample that damned evil lord under your feet? Jean Tian's heart was somewhat moved, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He looked around vigilantly, hoping that there was no one around who could give him the information. Of course, I just fell into this kid's trap. Otherwise, even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be my opponent. With my cultivation, don't tell me that you won't be able to move unhindered in the wilderness? I don't dare to say anything else. But among the 10 forbidden areas of the human race, there are 5 lords of forbidden areas, and they are all my brothers. This Netherworld Canyon is nothing. If you help me today, I will take you to this Netherworld Canyon. You can go back and forth for hundreds of rounds. The dark black eagle solemnly vowed. But in fact, if the dark black eagle encountered this Netherworld Canyon, it would have to take a detour. Those terrifying creatures didn't like to listen to others' words. It was as if they were cursed. As long as there was a slight movement, these creatures would pounce on them. Even the dark Xian eagle would have to temporarily avoid him. However, the dark Xian eagle didn't mind at all. After all, the dark Xian eagle wouldn't know whether he was telling the truth or not. In that case, the dark Xian eagle could just say whatever he wanted. Besides, this human kid seemed to be quite greedy. Just a moment ago, he said that he wanted to be the master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Now, in the blink of an eye, he wanted to be the real master of the wilderness. What else could the dark, mysterious eagle do? Of course, it agreed without hesitation. It had even started to share the wilderness with Jean Tian. This guy was really insatiably greedy. He was even a little stupid. This made the dark black eagle seriously consider whether to give up or not. It was better not to deceive this idiot. It would be better to find someone else who was smarter to help him. Tell me, how can I help you so that you can come out? Jean Tian couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait to release the dark Xian eagle. Then, the dark Xian eagle would help him to become the human king of the wilderness. The dark Xian eagle couldn't help but think that if he used this method to deceive a retard, it shouldn't be impossible. It's easy if you want to help me. I have a feather here. You just have to help me bury it at the highest point of your mountain. You don't have to worry about anything else. The dark Xian eagle said. At the same time, it tore a hole in the soul-burning array and sent out a black feather. The feather fell on the ground, but it was as heavy as a metal piece that weighed dozens of kilograms. When Jean Tian saw the feather, he hastily put it away. He was afraid that other people would see it. If other people knew that he was doing this kind of transaction here, he might be beaten to death and expelled from the sect. However, Jean Tian didn't know whether he should take this step or not. Although the conversation just now was not bad, but if he thought about it carefully, things didn't seem to be so simple. He always felt that this guy was thinking of ways to deceive him. But this kind of opportunity to do something big was fleeting. It was rare for such a good opportunity to be placed in front of him. How could he let this opportunity slip away from him? This made Jean Tian's heart feel uneasy and incomparably tangled. However, the dark Shen eagle didn't say anything. It didn't even urge Jean Tian to complete this matter. In fact, the dark Shen eagle had already seen through the thoughts of a small person like Jean Tian. In the end, he would definitely do this. The dark, profound eagle had also left a message on the feather. Once his brothers received this message, they would definitely rush over in a frenzy. At that time, everyone in the Mountain Sea Pavilion would die, for the dark Shen eagle being trapped in such a formation was simply a great humiliation. After he got out, he would definitely make Li Zongjio suffer double, triple, or even tenfold. In short, he couldn't let Li Zongjio die so easily. 5 days at most. Then, all of you can just wait to die. He Xian thought in his heart. His figure once again entered the thick black fog and didn't show up. At this moment, he was enduring the pain of refining at every moment. At the same time, the demon-suppressing ruler above his head would release some power from time to time. It made He Xian feel like he was about to be burned to death. However, due to his hatred for Li Zongjio, He Xian also turned this painful feeling into the power of revenge. He must directly kill Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio didn't know what He Xian was doing. He also didn't know that Jean Tian would be bewitched by He Xian and leak information. The main thing was that he didn't care. Li Zongjio didn't care whether you were doing these things or not. If you have the ability, just come at me. Even if you are released from this soul-burning array now, I still have the ability to trap you again. At this moment, Li Zongjio was concentrating on refining the 9 nether pill in his hand. Finally obtaining this 200,000-year-old myriad nether transcendence leaf with great difficulty, Li Zongjio naturally had to grasp this opportunity well. With his current strength, refining a grade 9 medicinal pill was already a piece of cake. But this time, Li Zongjio wanted to refine the effect of this pill to the extreme. 3 whole days passed. Li Zongjio was immersed in this alchemy room and successfully refined the 9 nether pill in his hand. The specific refining process didn't need to be repeated. The refining method of a 9th grade pill was almost the same as that of an ordinary pill. It was enough to grasp the strength and the temperature. 3 days later, above the mountain peak of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, wind and thunder were hanging high. It seemed that tens of thousands of miles of thunder were rushing over, and the lightning was enough to spread for thousands of miles. The roaring sound of thunder was like tens of millions of elephants stamping their feet. It shook the soul. Those with a slightly weaker cultivation also felt that their bodies seemed to be unable to withstand such a strong and shocking force. Su Wangshan was gathering the sect elders to study and develop the effect of the sky-penetrating mirror. Suddenly, he saw the wind and thunder outside the sect. Could it be that this evil lord has done something that is punished by the heavens? Why is there such a terrible wind and thunder brewing? Su Wangshan couldn't help but ask. Although he was also a supreme being expert, he couldn't help but tremble under such a thunderous force. He didn't dare to stay in such a place for a while. If there was really a thunderbolt striking down, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This seems to be pill lightning. An elder who was good at alchemy looked extremely dignified when he saw the emergence of the pill lightning. To be able to summon such a terrifying pill lightning, one could see how terrifying the pill refined by this evil lord was. Boom! Before the crowd had time to continue their discussion, the thunderbolt in the sky directly struck down. The entire mountain sea pavilion was illuminated by this lightning, and this ball of light caused the disciples of the mountain sea pavilion to tremble in fear. However, the thunderbolt didn't damage the mountain sea pavilion at all. With his own strength, Li Zhongjie directly received the power of the thunderbolt in front of him and used the power of the thunderbolt to temper his body. For Li Zhongjie, it was a good cultivation method. After all, such a terrifying force wasn't so easy to find in other places. Awesome! Li Zhongjie's body flickered with lightning. A total of 12 thunderbolts struck down from the sky, and they were all absorbed by Li Zhongjie and refined easily. After the thunderbolt, Li Zhongjie didn't appear. Instead, he took the newly refined 9th grade high rank pill without stopping. 9 nether pill. However, when Li Zhongjie swallowed this pill, he didn't choose to take it on the mountain peak where the mountain sea pavilion was located. Otherwise, the aura alone would be enough to destroy the entire mountain peak. If he cultivated in front of someone's door and destroyed their sect, it would seem a little immoral. He still had to pay attention to this point. Chapter 1267. However, Li Zhongjie didn't go very far. He was just opposite the mountain sea pavilion. Then he began to adjust his breathing. He waited until he had adjusted his condition to a certain extent. Li Zhongjie raised his head and looked at the sky in the wilderness. Nice weather, it's time. When Li Zhongjie took out the 9 nether pill again, there seemed to be a fierce wind blowing between the heavens and the earth. The surrounding space seemed to be constantly gathering extremely terrifying energy. It was constantly brewing. It was waiting for Li Zhongjie's call. E-gulp. He raised his head and swallowed the 9 nether pill. Immediately, Li Zhongjie's body seemed to be burning continuously, igniting the internal organs in Li Zhongjie's body. Boom! The aura around Li Zhongjie's body was rolling, like a turbulent wave, instantly spreading to the surroundings. The 9 nether pill was very direct. When this pill was swallowed into the stomach, it had already activated the first layer of energy impact. Boom! Boom! The thunder clouds in the sky rolled, directly striking towards Li Zhongjie's direction. Everyone in the mountain sea pavilion was originally concentrating on studying the sky-penetrating mirror in their hands, but they were directly awakened by the thunder. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the opposite mountain peak. This evil lord, what is he up to again? Creating such a huge commotion in the untainted land every few days. Even though the untainted land could be said to be vast and boundless, it was impossible to meet a single person even if one were to travel for tens of thousands of miles. However, if one were to create such an exaggerated commotion, one would definitely attract the attention of some meta beasts. Over the past 2 days, there had been quite a number of meta beasts visiting the mountain sea pavilion, causing the guarding disciples to feel a little strained. In the face of such a situation, there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, these meta beasts did not have the intention to attack the mountain gate. Otherwise, the mountain gate might have been destroyed. In short, in the untainted land, he tried his best to make as little noise as possible. Otherwise, who knew how many monsters would appear from all directions? From the looks of it, it seems like he's refining the pill to achieve a breakthrough. What kind of medicinal pill can be so fierce? I can't say for sure, but when I was refining the elixir, a total of 12 layers of pill lightning fell. This elixir is at least at the 9th grade. Oh, this evil lord is actually a level 9 alchemist? He's so young. How did he do it? He's too fierce. Most of the people present were shocked as well. At the same time, he looked at his sect master with admiration. He had casually brought back a person from the outside world, and he actually had such heaven-defying abilities. It was simply too terrifying. His sect master was still the one with the wisdom and the strength he possessed. We have to be careful. Don't let the fluctuations of this evil Lord's breakthrough shatter our mountain gate. This mountain can't withstand the torment. I feel that the primordial stone mine at the foot of the mountain is about to be sucked dry by the formation. When Su Wangshan said this, he was also quite distressed. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. That damn guy, if he had revealed the person behind this earlier, everything would have been fine. Why did he have to hold it in here and do such a thing that was bad for everyone? This made Su Wangshan feel quite displeased. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat He Xian, he would definitely go up personally and beat He Xian up. Because Li Zongjiu's cultivation caused too much noise, Su Wangshan and the others had no way to carefully study the heavenly mirror. They immediately stopped what they were doing and went to the top of the mountain to observe the situation of evil Lord's breakthrough. At the same time, they also helped to watch over their own mountain. They didn't want it to be directly shattered by the aura released by the evil Lord. It was inconvenient to be too strong, so they had to be careful with everything. The first energy impact lasted for about half an hour. With the help of this energy, Li Zongjiu stabilized his realm and adjusted his aura directly to the peak state. After that, the second energy impact came again. It lasted for about half an hour. Then the third, fourth, and fifth. One after another, it was as if he was singing a big play. Scene after scene, the audience was watching directly from the opposite side. This was a little too exaggerated. What kind of pill did this evil lord refine? How can it be so fierce? Su Chongshan couldn't help but ask. This was also the alchemy elder with the highest cultivation in the entire Mountain Sea Pavilion. However, this alchemy elder himself was also in a state of confusion. If he knew the pill formula of such an awesome pill, he would have refined it long ago. How would I know? The pills I know are all found in the ancient books of the sect. This alchemy elder also had a stomach full of grievances. He never thought that this matter would fall on his head. At the same time, he was also very curious about the pill in Li Zongjiu's hands. He was very coveted, and even the others were quite envious. The light in his eyes could almost reach 10,000 feet. If he could take such a pill, he couldn't break through any realm. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Li Zongjiu's pill made these people extremely shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. No one would believe what they saw today. A single pill could actually launch a total of 9 attacks on one's realm. This kind of attack was really too overbearing, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. The time was also extremely short. One wave after another. If one's strength was not enough, one's whole body would probably explode. However, during the whole process of the breakthrough, Li Zongjiu was able to control the sudden surge of power in his hands easily. No matter if it was strong or weak, he could handle it with ease. This kind of strength was worthy of these people of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Not anxious, not impatient, as stable as Mount Tai. This realm is really high. Senior Evil Lord's control of power has already reached the realm of perfection. He's too strong to be able to control the surging power so well. Senior Evil Lord's realm is unfathomable. Many disciples of the Mountain Sea Pavilion were also watching this breakthrough. However, there was a pair of eyes that were quite angry, quite unhappy, and even quite jealous. He should have been the hope of this sect, the person who was praised by everyone. But now it was all taken by another person. Jealousy was the devil. I'd like to see how long you can be awe-inspiring. A cold light flashed in Jin Tian's eyes, and at the same time he glanced at Li Zongjiu's position. Previously, Jin Tian had directly buried He Xian's feather on the opposite mountain for the sake of insurance. In this way, if He Xian's companions arrived, they would go to the opposite mountain first. It just so happened that Li Zongjiu was cultivating in that spot. He directly released the fluctuations so that the others could clearly feel what was going on in that spot. You should die early and be reincarnated early. Jin Tian thought so in his heart. However, He Xian, who was trapped in the soul-burning formation, was hiding in the black fog. At the same time, he also looked at Li Zongjiu, who was breaking through in front of him. Go ahead and create as much of a commotion as you can. That way you'll die faster. He Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. His feather was enough to release the aura. In addition, Li Zongjiu's movement, whether or not they noticed it, they would soon be attracted. He didn't even need to spend too much effort. In the following days, he just needed to wait here quietly for his companions to come. After the yuan energy in Li Zongjiu's body ran a circulatory cycle, he slowly sank into his dantian and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air toward the sky. Finally, I have recovered half of my strength. 5th grade sovereign yuan energy. 5th grade sovereign mental strength. The physical body of a 3rd grade sovereign. Chapter 1268. Li Zongjiu felt a lot better now that he had made breakthroughs in all aspects. If he were to face the dark, profound eagle now, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. With the strength of a 3rd grade sovereign and the support of his yuan force, he would be able to face the dark, profound eagle head-on. They were strong enough to fight the darkness Xian eagle head-on, and could easily tear it to shreds. The surging power in Li Zongjiu's body was also quite carefree. Congratulations to Evil Lord for making a breakthrough. Congratulations to Evil Lord for making a breakthrough. As soon as Li Zongjiu broke through, Su Wangshan and the others flew out and congratulated Li Zongjiu one after another. It was as if they had returned to the same feeling and treatment in their previous life. As long as you became famous, there would always be a large group of followers behind you. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu didn't care about these followers. What was the use of their flattery? If he wasn't happy, he would kill those who came to congratulate him. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's temper wasn't that easy to understand. However, after his rebirth, Li Zongjiu had become a peace-loving person. He liked the temperament of Su Wangshan and the others. In that case, Li Zongjiu would have to stay here. When the Li family enters the wilderness in the future, they would definitely need the help of these people. The Li family couldn't stay under the protection of Li Zongjiu forever. If they didn't seek their own path of development, they would be digging their own grave. If they didn't move forward, they would fall behind. This was a very simple principle. Therefore, Li Zongjiu would never let the Li family live in peace forever. Even if they had to make a huge sacrifice, they would have to move forward in a more difficult direction. If they didn't go through hardships, how could they grow to the peak? He believed that his father, Li Tianqing, also understood this principle. His aura fell. Li Zongjiu also retracted his aura and stood up to look at the people who came to congratulate him. Thank you, everyone. I've also refined some pills before. If you're interested, you can take them and study them. As his voice faded, Li Zongjiu waved his hand. More than 10 rays of light shot out and landed in front of these people in an instant. Each person received 1 pill. The pills were of different grades, but they were all grade 8 and above. He was a god-grade alchemist, after all. Naturally, he couldn't be too stingy when he made a move. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed by others. The people from the Mountain Sea Pavilion who came to congratulate them did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so generous. The level of these elixirs was quite high. Even the old alchemist of the Mountain Sea Pavilion was only in the level 8 realm. It took him half a year to refine and level 8 elixir. It was really embarrassing. With just a casual wave of his hand, the alchemist's credit went to who knows how many years of hard work. Therefore, this alchemist elder was deeply affected. He admired Li Zongjiu very much and wished that he could follow Li Zongjiu as a follower. It didn't matter what he did. As long as he could give some pointers on alchemy when he was free and in a good mood, that would be enough. Qing Yu was also in the crowd. However, she didn't receive Li Zongjiu's elixir, which made her feel a little disappointed. After all, this also meant that in Li Zongjiu's eyes, Qing Yu couldn't be compared to the other elders. Perhaps in Li Zongjiu's eyes, Qin Yu was just an insignificant disciple. This was very normal. After a little disappointment, Qin Yu cheered up again. In the future, she would have to work harder to cultivate in order to enter Li Zongjiu's eyes and be valued by Li Zongjiu. You're called Qin Yu, right? This is for you. You've helped me before, so naturally I won't treat you unfairly. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he flicked his finger and sent a ray of green light to Qin Yu. Qin Yu subconsciously opened her palm and caught the pill. Looking at the pill in her palm, she simply couldn't believe it, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. This is when the surrounding elders saw the elixir in Qin Yu's hand, their eyes widened. This aura was undoubtedly many times stronger than theirs. It was actually so powerful. This elixir was definitely not ordinary. This is the Minor 9 Nether Elixir. Although it's only a half-finished product with less than 1/10 of its power, it's enough for you to consume. You're now in the realm of first-grade sovereign. After consuming it, you should be able to reach 4th grade. Li Zongjiu said, Minor 9 Nether Elixir. The name sounded very domineering. After hearing what Li Zongjiu said about the effects of the Minor 9 Nether Elixir, they couldn't help but wonder if they had heard wrongly. Breaking through from 1st grade to 4th grade. For an ordinary genius cultivator, it would take at least 400 to 500 years to achieve such a breakthrough. Although Su Wangshan was already at the peak of the 4th grade sovereign realm, it still took him 500 years to reach his current level from the 1st grade sovereign realm. However, Qin Yu was about to easily reach such a realm with the help of the elixir in her hand. All the elders present were dumbfounded and at a loss of what to do. It was as if their painstaking cultivation over the years was simply a waste of time. In the eyes of Evil Lord, a single elixir could easily solve the problem. Wasn't this infuriating? Although the Minor 9 Nether Elixir was given to Qin Yu, and Li Zongjiu relied on the real 9 Nether Elixir to break through to 5th grade sovereign. Li Zongjiu's 5th grade sovereign was equivalent to 4 5th grade sovereigns because Li Zongjiu had 4 yuan spirits in his body. It was several times more than an ordinary person. For a cultivator like Qin Yu, the Minor 9 Nether Elixir was a very simple matter to break through to that realm. All he had to do was to cultivate it properly. The flames of jealousy in the eyes of Su Wangshan and the others were naturally extremely high. However, they naturally couldn't compete with their own disciples and Qin Yu for this elixir. Your bones have long been fixed. If you take this elixir, your body will explode and you will die. Don't even think about it. Li Zongjiu seemed to have seen through the thoughts of these elders, so he directly cut off their thoughts. Upon hearing this, these elders let go of the grudges in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't intend to take the elixir. Otherwise, they would have died directly. Qin Yu, hurry up and thank Senior Evil Lord. Su Wangshan hurriedly said when he saw that Qin Yu was still standing there in a daze. Qin Yu was also dizzy from this sudden happiness. She only came back to her senses when she heard her master's words. Qin Yu thanks Senior Evil Lord. After Qin Yu finished speaking, 2 thunderous roars suddenly resounded in the sky. From far away, there seemed to be 2 streaks of rainbow light flying over at a rapid speed. Chapter 1269. The 2 terrifying rays of light that were surging towards them. It also made Su Wangshan and the others frown. Not good. With such an aura, they must be from the untainted land. Quickly return to the sect and set up the formation. Su Wangshan also hurriedly gathered the sect elders and returned to the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Although he didn't know what the 2 were here for, he knew that it couldn't be anything good. Once they started fighting, it would be a devastating disaster for the Mountain Sea Pavilion. When they saw the battle between Li Zongjiu and the dark, mysterious eagle, they already knew that not a single blade of grass could grow within a radius of 10,000 miles. With such a terrifying, destructive power, they naturally had to be careful. Senior Evil Lord, why don't you come to our sect's formation and hide for a while? They must be here for a personal grudge. Su Wangshan and Qing Yu hadn't returned to the sect yet because they found that Li Zongjio was still at the same place. No need. These two are here for me. You guys stay away, Li Zongjio said. Then he put his hands behind his back and looked up at the two figures that were like shooting stars. With a loud boom, they fell 100 meters away. And this was after he had reduced his movements by a little. Otherwise, if they didn't retract their strength, the moment they fell was enough to collapse the entire mountain. Is Old Black trapped here? It seems to be on the opposite mountain. Two figures directly walked out from the flying dust. Their bodies also carried an extremely ferocious aura. After they walked out, their figures directly appeared in front of the three people. One was fat and one was thin, one was tall and one was short. The taller one was even fatter. It looked as if this fat man walked out with a monkey-like pet. Their appearance was quite comical. However, no one found the aura released from the two laughable. Even if it was funny, it was definitely in a state where they couldn't laugh. You, three lowly humans, have you seen a black eagle? Li Zongjio and the others had yet to speak, but these two strange-looking people had actually opened their mouths to humiliate them first. What an arrogant fellow! Su Wangshan knew what Li Zongjio was capable of. Of course, he was not afraid of the person in front of him. You too, this is the territory of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. If you want to ask for directions, shouldn't you be a little more polite? Courteous? Sure, I'll be a little courteous with you. The short and skinny man also raised his palm. There was a ball of power condensing in his palm. Then he waved it toward Su Wangshan. Boom! This power was definitely not something that Su Wangshan could withstand. The attack was also quite fierce. Blue Moon, on the other hand, was very sincere. Regardless of the danger, she raised her sword and charged forward. Li Zongjio gave the two of them a push, pushing them far away. Then, with a flick of his finger, a spiral of energy whizzed out. Boom! When the two forces collided, a wave of energy instantly surged out. That's interesting. The fat man suddenly took out an extremely large rake from his trouser pocket. Without saying a word, he directly smashed it toward Li Zongjio's head. Li Zongjio stretched out his hand, and with a stroke of his sword, the rake was sent flying. The unparalleled sword was in his hand. At this moment, Li Zongjio's aura was like that of a sword immortal. The light on this guy's body is so dazzling. What a strong sword chi. I've never seen someone with such a strong sword chi. When they saw Li Zongjio brandishing the unparalleled sword, the fat and skinny men were quite surprised. However, their attitude toward each other was as if they were just appraising Li Zongjio in front of them. They were not afraid at all. It seemed that no matter how strong Li Zongjio was, he was just a piece of trash that could be easily killed. You're looking for him, right? Li Zongjio directly waved his hand and directly uprooted the soul-burning array and directly moved it to the mountain peak. Boom! When the soul-burning array fell to the ground, the trapped, dark, mysterious eagle immediately became excited when it saw the fat and skinny men. Big brother, second brother, you're finally here. Quickly help me kill this damn thing. The dark, mysterious eagle said angrily. It couldn't wait to cut off Li Zongjio's head right now, and then ruthlessly stomp it under its feet. Third brother, why are you so weak? Why are you like this? Seeing the dark Shin eagle in such a state, the skinny man was a little surprised. After all, this third brother of his was a supreme demon king. Now that he was trapped in this formation, he looked quite miserable. More importantly, it was very embarrassing. Second brother, don't let this kid escape. He's the person that the Venerable wants. When the two Venerables were mentioned, the fat man and the skinny man's bodies clearly trembled. How could they not know about such reputable people? However, the Venerable Master's standards were very high. If one didn't have the best aptitude, he or she wouldn't even be qualified to serve them. Back then, the three of them came to the Sparrow Divine Palace at the same time. In the end, there was only one venerable in the Sparrow Divine Palace, the Darkshian Eagle, that had infuriated them to death. However, it also proved that He Xian's talent was indeed stronger than they had imagined. He had rushed all the way to his current realm. This made the two of them blush with shame. Since he's the person that the venerable masters want, then don't worry. We won't let this kid escape today. Li Zongjiu listened to He Xian's words. It seemed that there was indeed someone behind He Xian. Venerable masters? Li Zongjiu had never heard of such a person. However, a person who could be called a venerable master should be a peak supreme. 9th grade, 9th transformation realm. In the past, Li Zongjiu was in such a realm. Therefore, the name Evil Lord was genuine. As for the people in front of them, as long as they were in the supreme realm, it was unorthodox for them to give themselves a title. Generally, they wouldn't be able to keep this name for long. In fact, there were only a few real venerables. Li Zongjiu knew that there were 7 venerables in the untainted land and 2 in the Endless Sea region. As for the Shungu continent, there wasn't a single one. There were 4 on the Dragon Island. However, the 4 on the Dragon Island were killed by Li Zongjiu. It could be seen that Li Zongjiu's strength was actually stronger than a venerable master at that time. Haha, I don't know where this third-rate trash came from. How dare you call yourself a venerable master? Li Zongjiu deliberately provoked the other party. After all, the name of a venerable master was supreme and couldn't be tarnished. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's words had directly angered these people. Presumptuous! How dare you tarnish the name of a venerable master? How can a scoundrel like you tarnish the name of the Sky Sparrow Venerable? The fat man and the thin man were obviously not smart enough to be beaten by He Xian. They immediately said the name of the Sky Sparrow Venerable. Chapter 1270. Sky Sparrow Venerable? Li Zongjiu had never heard of Sky Sparrow Venerable. Either this guy had died early, or these guys had hidden themselves so well that very few people knew about them. Only their servants knew about them. What Sky Sparrow Venerable? I advise you to go back, quickly, and find a few more reinforcements. Otherwise, it doesn't matter even if a few more of you come. Li Zongjiu said indifferently, as if he did not care about the people in front of him at all. In the face of such an arrogant Li Zongjiu, the two of them were furious. The fat man and the skinny man were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Then they stomped their feet, and immediately the two of them did not hesitate to explode with powerful vitality. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted and swept towards Li Zongjiu at the same time. Boom! The skinny man took out a slender black saber. Suddenly, the black saber in his hand seemed to have the power to split the sky and earth. Li Zongjiu's figure retreated to the back, moving horizontally over 100 feet away. However, there was a figure who had been waiting for Li Zongjiu's escape for a long time. Have a taste of your grandpa, Fei Wei's rake. As soon as he finished speaking, the rake in front of him chopped towards Li Zongjiu's head with a terrifying aura. Li Zongjiu brandished the peerless sword in his hand and swung it once again. With a clanging sound, the rake was easily sent flying again. The fat man who called himself Fei Wei was also stunned on the spot. If he remembered correctly, this was the second time the rake in Fei Wei's hand had been sent flying. My 9-death rake! Fei Wei roared angrily. He actually abandoned his weapon and punched towards Li Zongjiu with both his fists. Li Zongjiu didn't clash head-on with the other party, as that would be a waste of energy. The unparalleled sword in his hand also left a few bloody wounds on the other party's fist. Given the power of the unparalleled sword, it wasn't something that these origin beasts could easily block. Although one's defense would drop after transforming into a human, it was not a problem. Even if one was at the peak of the primitive level, one would still not be a match for the unparalleled sword. It could easily cut through one's body. On my hand, you asked for it. Fei Wei's hands were full of injuries. Obviously, he had suffered greatly under the sharpness of the unparalleled sword. Immediately, he shook his body and a terrifying yuan power gathered around his body. A terrifying yellow yuan power wrapped around Fei Wei's body. Then a muscular figure landed on the ground, and the entire mountain shook. Amidst the violent movement, a black hippopotamus-like yuan beast appeared. However, its 2 ears were like the palm leaf fans of an elephant. Relying on his sturdy physique, he was able to easily heal the injuries caused by the peerless sword. When the skinny man saw that Fei Wei had appeared, he immediately jumped onto the back of the black hippopotamus. Just its hoof alone was more than 10 feet long. Its entire body was naturally huge, close to 300 feet. Devastation, River Demon. Li Zongjio was shocked when he saw the appearance of the hippopotamus. The yuan beast in front of him was called a river demon. If this guy was allowed to stay in the water, it would be an invincible existence. No one could defeat this guy in the water. Although this was a mountain range, the Devastation River Demon was equally powerful. Of course, its influence wasn't small. However, the Devastation River Demon was very confident that it could easily trample Li Zongjio to death. Fei Wei, go! The long saber in the skinny man's hand was also very effective. It was suitable to be used on the Devastation River Demon. The Devastation River Demon was also quite cooperative. With a command, it rushed towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio directly hit the Devastation River Demon with the mountain-toppling golden seal. Immediately, the Devastation River Demon flipped over, and the skinny man on its back fell to the ground. It looked like a slight fall. However, in an instant, the earth shook and the mountain shook. The huge mountain seemed to have cracked open in an instant. A terrifying movement directly erupted. At this moment, Su Wangshan and Yi Shiwen, who had already returned to the mountain sea pavilion, also looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. They had only left for a moment, but the entire mountain had already collapsed. If these people were fighting on their own mountain, the mountain sea pavilion would have already ceased to exist. It was really quite dangerous. Although Su Wangshan and the others also had the ability to destroy the mountain range, it was not so easy to display it. At least, they could not shatter the mountain so easily. This was a kind of control and mastery of power. Mastering the power of 10,000 tons and mastering the control of 10,000 tons of power were 2 different concepts. Therefore, the level of Li Zongjio and the others was far from what these people could compare with. Even though Li Zongjio's Yuanli level was about the same as theirs, the real level of power was incomparable. Senior Evil Lord trapped the Meta Beast in the formation. How did these people find this place? Su Wangshan suddenly frowned. This matter was not simple. The untainted land was so big, and this place was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the place where the battle started. Under such circumstances, how did these people find this place? Compared to Li Zongjio, Su Wangshan was more worried about this matter. He was most afraid that the enemy's helpers would come to find them. Therefore, he had to do a good job of isolating the aura. Therefore, Su Wangshan's intuition also told him that there must be something wrong. However, he still needed to thoroughly investigate what was going on. Sect Master, we found this thing at the foot of the mountain. It is emitting a very strong aura. 2 disciples of the mountain sea pavilion suddenly took out a feather that looked like a razor blade. After all, they had to show that this feather was quite precious and unusual. This aura is clearly the same as the aura of the dark, mysterious eagle. Su Wangshan's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Obviously, someone was helping the dark, mysterious eagle to release its aura. After that, it was too late to cover it up. This time, it was found by the 2 disciples. Master, only senior brother Jin Tian is guarding the dark, mysterious eagle. It should be a misunderstanding. Qin Yue thought of this matter. The little girl was still relatively naive. She thought that senior brother Jin Tian would not do such a stupid thing. However, how could Su Wangshan not understand Jin Tian? Elders, go and throw Jin Tian into the soul-piercing prison. Chapter 1271. Li Zhongjiu's mountain-toppling golden seal had dealt a heavy blow to the Devastator River Demon. With just a simple slap, the Devastator River Demon was reduced to such a state. The Devastator River Demon could not even find his way. He had to lie in the ruins for a long time before he could recover. However, after Devastation River Demon and the skinny man regained consciousness, they found themselves in a special place. He suddenly realized that he was in a special world. His surroundings were blood-red, and a terrifying, baleful blood aura exploded out. Both of them were shocked. Where was this place? Dragon Clan's aura. When the blood dragon's soul appeared in front of them, both of them were stunned. Looking at the terrifying Dragon Clan aura in front of them, both of them were shocked. The Dragon Clan status among the metabeasts was equivalent to the royal experts among the ordinary people. They were born to be superior, and ordinary people would definitely tremble in fear before them. When Li Zhongjiu's Yuan power cultivation had a breakthrough, the power of the 4 dragon souls had naturally increased as well. Hence, when the power of the blood dragon soul gathered in front of the 2 metabeasts, it had a terrifying aura. It already had 80% of the Dragon Clan's prestige. Even to the metabeasts who had never seen a Dragon Clan before, it was the real Dragon Clan's supremacy. It was just that it had yet to reach the peak. Even so, the 2 metabeasts were still shocked. They widened their eyes and even felt a lingering fear. Since they were already at such a level, it was basically impossible for them to be deceived. Furthermore, it should be known that the aura of the Dragon Clan was not something that could be imitated just because one wanted to. Hence, the blood dragon soul in front of him was definitely inextricably linked to the Dragon Clan. It was definitely not a trick that Li Zhongjiu was playing. There really was such a thing. Li Zhongjiu appeared on top of the blood dragon soul. Stepping on the blood dragon soul, he stared at Devastation River Demon below. "Hurry up and show your true form." Li Zhongjiu's voice was like a large bell ringing in one's ears. The force of the impact was also quite explosive. The other skinny man was also unable to bear the burden. Under the double pressure, his body also began to rapidly change. The skinny man immediately transformed into a skinny black crane. When he saw the black crane, Li Zhongjiu's eyes showed that he had already guessed it. "Bai Ming Xuanhe, I am not at all surprised by the combination of the 2 of you," Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. The identities of these 2 people were quite rare. After all, their bloodlines were extremely rare in the untainted land. In other words, they were basically extinct. Therefore, it was not surprising that the 2 of them would be paired together. Li Zhongjiu had already guessed this before. World Devastation River Demon and North Sea Xuanhe might not be able to dominate the entire untainted land, but as long as they knew their place, it wouldn't be a problem for them to breed their own race. You can actually control a dragon soul. Who exactly are you? Bai Ming Xuanhe was astonished as well. Li Zhongjiu was able to force Bai Ming Xuanhe's true body out of the bloody soul hell with just a few words. Naturally, Li Zhongjiu was extremely powerful. Therefore, North Sea Xuanhe was quite surprised by Li Zhongjiu's strength. He naturally had a lingering fear towards this mysterious human. This was also the reason why the Dark Xian Eagle was chosen while the other 2 weren't. The Dark Xian Eagle's brain was indeed better than the other 2, and its intelligence was also higher than the other 2. It was no wonder that the World Devastation River Demon and North Sea Xuanhe would become extinct. The dragon race is nothing. Aren't you going to take my life today? Come and take it if you have the ability. As Li Zhongjiu's voice faded, he released a powerful aura that directly intimidated the people in front of him. At the same time, the baleful blood aura hidden in the bodies of the 2 people suddenly erupted, easily blowing up their bodies and causing them to be seriously injured. In addition, the power of the blood dragon's soul swept over. Naturally, it was quite ferocious. It directly crushed the 2 origin beasts to the ground. Don't. Lord Venerable, please spare my life. Lord Venerable, please spare my life." Just as Li Zongjio was about to teach the two of them a lesson, he heard the Devil River demon hurriedly shouting. Li Zongjio thought that he hadn't even used his strength yet. So why did the Devil River demon admit defeat? How do you know that I'm a venerable? Li Zongjio said indifferently. Only supremacies are able to take in dragons as their primordial spirit. Naturally, we wouldn't dare to offend you. Please spare our lives, venerable. The Devil River demon lowered its noble head without any dignity. After all, it was an extinct creature in the outside world. If it didn't lower its head in time, its race would really become extinct when its life was taken away. Until now, there were probably only a few Devil River demons left. However, there was only one North Sea Xuanha left. Therefore, the North Sea Xuanha quickly followed the Devil River demon's team and directly knelt down. Venerable, please spare our lives. Venerable, please spare our lives. The blood dragon soul also spat out a trace of thick blood chi. When it saw the bloody chi billowing in front of it, it was quite surprised. What's wrong with these people? I haven't even made a move, but you've already fallen. Moreover, you're still admitting defeat. What's there to say about this? Well, it seems like you all cherish your lives. Aren't you and the dark, mysterious eagle sworn friends? Li Zongjio said, "We wouldn't dare. It's just a coincidence that we met Heixian. We just want to use Heixian to get close to the three venerables of the Sparrow God Palace. There's nothing else. If Venerable is willing to take us in, we'll immediately take care of this brat." If Dark North Xuanha knew that he was facing a venerable, he wouldn't have helped Dark North Xuanha even if he was beaten to death. This damn thing actually dragged him into the water. If he couldn't survive, he would definitely drag Dark North Xuanha down with him. Sparrow God Palace? You know where the Sparrow God Palace is? Hearing the words of the North Sea Xuanha, Li Zongjio's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of light. This ray of light was accompanied by Li Zongjio's powerful aura. The two of them couldn't even breathe under the pressure. Under such pressure, the two of them trembled. Li Zongjio's aura was like 100,000 mountains stacked together, constantly crushing the two of them. Chapter 1272. They were already at the 9th grade sovereign realm. Although their realm was not as high as the dark mysterious eagle, they were still considered top-notch existences. It was a little inexcusable for them to be suppressed by Li Zongjio like this. Although Li Zongjio had yet to reach the venerable realm, Li Zongjio was one of the top experts among the venerables in his previous life. Although his strength had yet to recover, his aura would only become sharper and sharper. Li Zongjio saw that the two of them were forced to remain silent and did not dare to do anything else. He immediately chose to withdraw his aura. "Tell me everything you know about the Sparrow Divine Palace, and I will spare your lives. Remember everything. Everything," Li Zongjio said in a deep voice. Although they were frightened just now, they became excited when they heard that there was a chance for them to live. They scrambled to tell him everything they knew about the Sparrow Divine Palace. The Sparrow Divine Palace was not a sect of the human race. It was a sect of the primitive primordial beasts. Just like the legendary Dragon Island, the Sparrow Divine Palace's status was similar to the Dragon Island. In fact, the Dragon Island was located on a mysterious island in the primitive land. The mysterious island was isolated by the venerables of the Dragon Clan, forming a natural barrier. Although the Sparrow Divine Palace was similar to the Dragon Island, it was not as well known as the Dragon Island. One should know that the Dragon Island had countless top experts and many inheritors. It did not give people the feeling that the Dragon Island was lacking in power. However, very few people knew about the Sparrow Divine Palace. There were very few people in the Sparrow Divine Palace. Even the inheritors were few and far between. Therefore, it was already a problem whether or not the Sparrow Divine Palace's inheritance could continue. Therefore, the Sparrow Divine Palace was not as well known as the Dragon Island. However, it was still relatively famous among the primitive primordial beasts in the primitive primordial beast world. I see. Li Zongjio came to a conclusion after hearing these things. Moreover, the two of them knew the location of the Sparrow Divine Palace. There were 3 venerables in the Sparrow Divine Palace. 3 people. Li Zongjio was naturally not afraid. It seemed like he had to personally make a trip to the Sparrow God Palace. Li Zongjio thought to himself. Then he looked at the 2 people in front of him, wondering if he should kill them or let them go. Seeing Li Zongjio's hesitant eyes, the 2 of them were shocked and quickly kowtowed to Li Zongjio. Have mercy, Venerable One, have mercy. Look at how timid you are. You can stay in the mountain sea pavilion as the guardian beasts of the sect. If you don't want to, you can stay in my bloody soul hell and let my blood dragon original spirit practice with you all day long. Li Zongjio said. When they heard that there was a way out for them, they naturally nodded their heads without the slightest hesitation. This also made Li Zongjio thoroughly understand how cowardly these guys were. Basically, if there was even the slightest danger to their lives, they would probably surrender and admit defeat. As long as they could live, it didn't matter what they did. When Li Zongjio appeared with the 2 meta beasts, the dark, mysterious eagle trapped in the soul-burning array was also shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. Why was Li Zongjio still alive? Moreover, the fat and thin man didn't seem to have any intention to continue fighting with Li Zongjio. Instead, they followed behind Li Zongjio. This was simply too shocking for the dark, mysterious eagle. Big brother, second brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill this evil lord. When I get out, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of the 3 venerables. The dark, mysterious eagle said in a deep voice. At this moment, he could already see that the 2 of them seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with Li Zongjio. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so harmonious. He immediately wanted to tempt the 2 of them with such a promise. TSK, Haitian, we 2 brothers were almost killed by you. That's right. You are clearly lying to us. For so many years, every time you have something to do, you would ask us to do it. You even said that you would put in a good word for us in front of the venerables. You have been saying that for hundreds of years, but until now, we haven't even seen a fart. Fei Wei also thought in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this He Xian had been lying to them all this time. He deliberately said such words to make them put in more effort to do things, thinking that this person in front of him was actually so hateful. Fei Wei couldn't wait to stomp He Xian to death in front of him, but thinking about it, it would be too easy for him. You 2 fools, don't be deceived by this cunning human. Humans are the best at lying. Don't believe this person. Although they didn't know what Li Zongjio said to them, they seemed to be more convinced by Li Zongjio now. He actually used such a method to deceive these stupid meta-beasts. He Xian also despised Li Zongjio's actions, but in fact, He Xian was the one who really made use of these 2 guys. Now that his methods were exposed, he was naturally unhappy. He couldn't wait to twist Li Zongjio's head off. Are these your last words? Then prepare to die, Li Zongjio said indifferently. He Xian smiled disdainfully. Stupid? So what if the 2 of them were deceived by you? Although I'm trapped in the formation, you'll need at least 500 years to refine me. During that time, the Honorable One will definitely appear and kill you on the spot. You won't live for long. The Venerables have named you to die. Even if I am trapped, there will still be others who will come out to take your life. He Xian said coldly. At the same time, his eyes were full of disdain. A mere first-grade sovereign wanted to refine him. It was simply a fool's dream. But soon, Li Zongjio let him know whether it was a fool's dream or not. Li Zongjio raised his hand, and the demon subduing ruler suddenly released a terrifying aura which descended. When the demon subduing ruler was activated, the pressure within the great array suddenly increased by more than tenfold. In the next moment, the unparalleled sword also whizzed out. Boom! In the array, sword aura was suddenly added to the sword array, forming an extremely terrifying array. At this moment, the soul-burning array was suddenly activated. The domineering power instantly forced He Xian to revert to his original form. After that, a terrifying power was directly visible to the naked eye. He Xian's wings were burning with a scorched light. Furthermore, He Xian only had one wing left. Chapter 1273. The scorched fire on He Xian's wings turned into flames and burned his body. At this moment, He Xian couldn't bear the pain. He couldn't utter any harsh words. He could only continuously circulate his yuan power. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't resist Li Zongjiu's power. He could not resist the power of the formation. After a few minutes, He Xian's body was burned to ashes. World Devastation River Demon and Bai Ming Xuanhe could only stare blankly at He Xian being burned to death. Their eyes were filled with shock. They looked at each other and did not say anything. It was too terrifying. A meta-beast expert who could become a venerable was burned to death just like that. It would be hard to hide it no matter where it was. The shock in their hearts. No matter how stupid they were, they all knew that Li Zongjiu wanted to kill them at this moment because he wanted to kill them for them to see. This was what humans meant by killing the chicken to warn the monkey, to establish prestige. If he could kill He Xian, it would be even easier for them to kill him. They would not be any hindrance to Li Zongjiu and would be killed easily. Therefore, the two of them immediately became much more well-behaved. Even if they had some thoughts in their hearts before, they didn't dare to think about it now. It's not too much for me to ask the two of you to hand over your spiritual imprints. After killing He Xian, Li Zongjiu looked at the two of them with a very kind gaze. It was as if he was saying that he was not forcing them. However, if they were not willing, the consequences would be unpredictable. Immediately, the two of them did not hesitate too much. They were willing to submit to Li Zongjiu and directly handed over their spiritual imprints. They severed a strand of their spiritual power and fell under Li Zongjiu's control. Just like the Skyblaze Lion, Li Zongjiu could easily take their lives with a thought. The two of them were extinct meta-beasts. It was obviously inappropriate to leave them in Luoxia City. After all, Luoxia City could not accommodate such meta-beasts. They could not afford to feed them. If they snored while sleeping, they would wake up the next morning to find that Luoxia City was gone. Don't you think this is awkward? After all, their levels were different. If Li Zongjiu were to forcefully release the prehistoric Yuan beast, it would definitely lead to quite a troublesome outcome. Unless, of course, Li Zongjiu intended to bring the prehistoric Yuan beast to destroy the three great empires. That was quite appropriate. Follow me. Li Zongjiu flew to the mountain sea pavilion with the two beasts behind him. Su Wangshan and the others had been watching Li Zongjiu's situation. After all, Li Zongjiu's situation was quite important. If Li Zongjiu was unable to hold on and He Xian was released, Su Wangshan could ask everyone to run away quickly. Maybe one or two of them could survive. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. Seeing that Li Zongjiu killed He Xian with his own hands and the two beasts behind him were indifferent as if they had no intention of avenging He Xian, Su Wangshan guessed that the three of them must have reached some kind of agreement. When Li Zongjiu and the other two landed, Su Wangshan immediately went forward to greet them. "Senior Evil Lord, are you okay?" Su Wangshan asked with concern, but this was no less than a superfluous sentence. Even Blue Moon felt that this sentence was completely unnecessary. There was no meaning to it at all. "I'm fine. I'll give you a task. These two will be your main guardian beasts. Before I summon them, they will be in charge of your place. Help me take care of them." The reason why Li Zongjiu allowed these two fellows to familiarize themselves with being gatekeepers was to train their temperament in advance. After all, there would be a huge psychological difference if they were to become gatekeepers from free and unrestrained meta-beasts. They would know what to do when the people from the Li family arrived, and it would be more convenient to train them. At the same time, since these people from the Mountain Sea Pavilion were taken care of by Li Zongjiu, they would have to get some interest back in the future. Ah, what? This? How can we? When Su Wangshan heard this, he was stunned. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to make such a decision. He wanted these two meta beasts to guard his place. There was actually such a good thing in this world. This kind of bargain was simply impossible to pick up. Su Wangshan immediately nodded his head. Hee, how should I address the two of you? It's really hard on the two of you. Although our mountain sea pavilion is not a noble place, we will try our best to not lower your status. Su Wangshan was rather polite to these two meta beasts. They were 9th grade, sovereign meta beasts. Although there were many primordial beasts in the untainted land, no one had ever heard of a sect that could tame a primordial beast of this level. Now, the Mountain Sea Pavilion had 2 primordial beasts. Although they didn't bring them out to fight all the time, the name alone was enough to scare people. Such a great honor was bestowed by Evil Lord. It made people feel hesitant. You guys can chat among yourselves. I will make a trip to the Sparrow Deity Palace. After Li Zongjiu found out the location of the Sparrow Deity Palace, he could not wait any longer. The mountain sea sparrow was most likely a meta beast sent out by the Sparrow Deity Palace to find a suitable successor. The newly awakened little mountain seagull did not have any chance to test Qi Yanran's aptitude. At this critical juncture, it stepped forward bravely and brought Qi Yanran into the Sparrow Divine Palace without any other choice. However, due to a freak combination of factors, it directly detected that Qi Yanran actually had the physique of the Aldao tree. This situation was out of the seagull's expectations. Li Zongjiu waited bitterly for a long time. Today, he finally found out the location of Qi Yanran. Naturally, he did not hesitate. Moreover, his strength had greatly improved under the effects of the 9 nether pill. For Li Zongjiu, there was nothing to be afraid of in the Sparrow Deity Palace. Although he had broken into the Dragon Island at his peak, his current strength was not bad either. After speaking, Li Zongjiu's figure flew rapidly in the direction of the Sparrow Deity Palace. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. He is indeed a sovereign. His speed is so fast. The two of them saw Li Zongjiu disappear. However, they were more surprised that Li Zongjiu dared to break into the Sparrow Deity Palace alone. He was indeed a little overbearing. Chapter 1274. Within the Shengyan dynasty, Evil Lord Li Zongjiu had disappeared for a period of time. Some people said that Evil Lord had gone into closed-door training. Some people said that Evil Lord Li Zongjiu had gone mad during cultivation and no one knew where he had died. However, such a statement was very absurd. However, the White Deer residence continued to open with great haste. It was even said that the White Deer Mansion had directly reached a strategic cooperation with the Heavenly Water sect in the Shengyan dynasty. This huge net was also directly woven, and the spread was quite large. It made people dumbfounded. At this moment, the 14th prince, who was in charge of Qiankuan's sacred city, had also launched a great undertaking. He directly discussed with the Haika dynasty and jointly formed an action plan to exterminate the demon race. Both sides carried out the plan, and the results were remarkable. It was also quite effective. The imperial courts of both sides gradually established their status. Whether it was the Haika dynasty or the Shengyan dynasty, they had their own good performance. It was worth mentioning that there was a battle. Some demon race troops came out of nowhere and actually wanted to attack Luoxia City under the leadership of 2 demon kings. They probably saw that Luoxia City's geographical environment had an advantage. Moreover, they were relatively remote, so they wouldn't appear to be so ostentatious. However, as soon as they approached the Luoxia City with the demon army that they had gathered with great difficulty, they were directly burned to ashes by a flame that descended from the sky. Raging fire filled the sky. It was also at this moment that the imperial family of the Haika dynasty and the imperial family of the Shengyan dynasty caught a piece of news. There was actually a sovereign realm meta beast in Luoxia City. How could no one have discovered such a terrifying existence before? with such a meta beast protecting Luoxia City. Suddenly, the reputation of Luoxia City's Li family directly swept through the entire Xinyan dynasty. Countless people wanted to be a disciple of the Li family. Even if it was to be a guest elder or an outer disciple, it was not a problem. The most important thing was to be able to climb up the social ladder. With such a big backer, it would be a waste if they did not rely on it. However, it was already too late when these people wanted to curry favor with them. The Li family didn't care about these people joining them. They didn't even have any interest in the conditions promised by these people. However, a part of the Li family's disciples had secretly been sent to the original royal city, Sacred Flame Royal City, to enter the 3 major academies to learn and cultivate. The most important thing was to improve their intrinsic quality. Otherwise, the Li family couldn't only rely on a few meta beasts. Li Zongjio couldn't just rely on the Li family support. Fortunately, Li Tianqing's management was good. The Li family's disciples didn't start to become arrogant. On the contrary, they were more disciplined. If they were found to be bullying others, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, they would first punish the Li family's disciples. If it was found that the Li family's disciples were causing trouble, the punishment would be quite severe. Although Li Zongjio had disappeared and kept a low profile for a long time, it was believed that when Evil Lord returned, he would be in a more aggressive state. Li Tianqing and the others of the Li family didn't know where Li Zongjio was now. They only said that he was going to find Qi Yanran, but he hadn't returned yet. They really didn't know what had happened. However, Li Tianqing and the others also knew that even if something happened to Li Zongjio, it would be difficult for them to help. After all, Li Zongjio's strength was obvious. If even Li Zongjio couldn't solve it, they couldn't do anything either. At this moment, Li Zongjio had already gone deep into the Eldritch Land. He had arrived at the core of the Eldritch Land. Here, even Li Zongjio didn't dare to take risks. Instead, he moved forward on foot and restrained his aura. Right now, they were passing through an incomparably withered and dark forest. When he got closer, Li Zongjio's aura began to be devoured by the dark forest around him. If he remembered correctly, this was also a forbidden area. Devouring Moon Forest. There was no day or night in the Devouring Moon Forest. The deeper one went into the forest, the darker the surroundings became. This made people even more afraid to approach the forest. Once there was any light, the countless devouring moon beasts hiding in the forest would come out in full force. Usually, these devouring moon beasts were like fossils. They stayed in the same place and didn't move. However, once there was any light, they would launch a fierce attack. First, they would use the human wave tactic to drown the light. Then they would devour it. No matter what it was, they would swallow it into their stomachs until the light disappeared. Such a strange forest naturally became a forbidden area. Anyone who got close would die. This was because those who got close would not hesitate to light up their torches. Some of the more cunning ones would directly ignite their own yuan energy to illuminate the surroundings. When the surroundings were illuminated, they would be devoured in an instant. Countless mouths would rush up crazily and devour them completely. Li Zongjio walked very cautiously in this place. Although there was no light and he couldn't see clearly, Li Zongjio's mental energy had already covered the surroundings. He immediately found the right direction and moved forward quickly. Boom! Li Zongjio's figure flashed rapidly in the darkness. This forest was indeed rather large. Even with Li Zongjio's quick pace, it still took him 3 full days to pass through the devouring moon forest. Gradually, light began to appear in front of him. These devouring moon beasts didn't care about the light outside this area. They only cared about the light that was under their jurisdiction. This was because the territory outside this area belonged to another meta beast race. If they were to rashly cross this area, it would cause a catastrophe. It wasn't as simple as a war anymore. Instead, it was the location of a true catastrophe. However, just as Li Zongjio was about to leave this place, he suddenly heard an extremely weak sound not far away. Movement. The surroundings were supposed to be silent, but why was there a commotion? Suddenly, the commotion accelerated. He quickly ran into the distance. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure also rushed in this direction without hesitation. Obviously, the sound was directed at him. The figure that was being chased seemed to realize that he couldn't escape from Li Zongjiu's evil hands. He immediately turned around and threw a stone. Fuck! The stone didn't move at first. However, when it appeared 10 feet away from Li Zongjiu, it suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Chapter 1275. When this ray of light appeared, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Li Zongjiu knew that something bad was about to happen. Squeak! 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 The ground seemed to be moving. The light had awakened the Lunar Eater. Get lost! Li Zongjiu knew that he didn't have much time left. So he suddenly burst out with a powerful force. The force of thunder instantly burst out from the ground, and the surrounding force instantly spread out like a rolling wave. However, all of these rolling waves were only palm-sized Lunar Eater. If he was delayed by these Moon-Eater beasts, he would be devoured in no time at all. One should know that these Moon-Eater beasts were extremely powerful, and their movements were extremely terrifying. Once bitten, it would be like being pulled by 10,000 elephants. Therefore, even an ordinary supreme being would find it hard to break free. Under Li Zongjiu's crazy movements, he smashed a bloody path with the black dragon hammer. These Moon-Eater beasts did not know pain, nor did they know fatigue. They only knew how to charge forward, devouring everything that had happened. Even the bead had somehow managed to stay firmly attached to Li Zongjiu's body. At the very least, it had maintained a certain distance from Li Zongjiu and had never been extinguished. With a flick of his finger, Li Zongjiu shattered the bead in front of him. However, it was already too late. The Moon-Eater before him had already awakened and locked onto Li Zongjiu's aura. They had to devour Li Zongjiu until not even his bones were left. Only then would they stop. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu's black dragon hammer was not to be trifled with. It landed with a loud bang, and immediately an extremely terrifying tremor erupted. Countless bolts of lightning blasted the Lunar Eater beasts away. Rumble! While Li Zongjiu was fighting to his heart's content, a figure swiftly left the devouring moon forest. The figure turned around to look at Li Zongjiu, who was doing his best to fight, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not catch up. But who is this guy? Is he here to assassinate me? No wonder grandfather told me not to go out recently. With that thought in mind, the figure quickly left the place. However, Li Zongjiu's movement was quite huge. His aura was fierce as he fought his way out. Rumble! Li Zongjiu brought his hammer and broke out of the encirclement. A few Lunar Eater rushed to Li Zongjiu and bit Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu felt as though his flesh was about to be bitten off by these rat-like Moon-Eater beasts. As his fists flew, the Moon-Eater beasts were sent flying. Fortunately, he was quite close to the edge of the forest. After half a minute of arduous progress, Li Zongjiu finally managed to break out of the encirclement of the Moon-Eater beasts. When Li Zongjiu left the devouring moon forest, the Lunar Eater beasts obediently retreated. Li Zongjiu did not need to breathe a sigh of relief. If he had encountered these Lunar Eater beasts in the center of the Lunar Eater forest, even if Li Zongjiu used all his moves, the probability of him coming out alive was less than 1 in 10. Therefore, he was considered lucky this time. However, someone else was not so lucky. Li Zongjiu was not even in a hurry to recover from his injuries. He directly chased after the figure from before. During this period, Li Zongjiu did not hold back. He directly locked onto the figure and swiftly attacked. Fortunately, the other party did not go far. It only took him 3 minutes to catch up with the figure. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure landed, blocking the person who was running wildly. What? The person obviously did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to escape from the Lunar Eater forest. He was shocked. He immediately shifted his body and fled into the distance. In the process, he also used some kind of talisman to increase his speed abruptly. Moreover, his movement also disturbed the aura within a radius of 1,000 feet. It was simply an escape tool. Ordinary people would not be able to figure out which direction they were running in. In the end, they would lose their target. It was quite powerful. It was a pity that Li Zongjie was not an ordinary person. This kind of escape trick was nothing in front of the experienced Li Zongjie. He instantly increased his speed and rushed to the back of the mysterious person. Under the horrified gaze of the mysterious person, he pushed his palm on his back. Boom! The man's figure flew out and crashed into the mud. This move was like the legendary head-on fall, which was exactly what it looked like. His 2 legs dangled outside and swayed nonstop. It took him a lot of effort to pull himself out. He did not give up. He took out something from his hand and prepared to release it and escape again. Li Zongjie pointed his sword at the mysterious person's head. "Come again, and I'll chop you up," Li Zongjie said calmly. The person in front of him was wearing a black robe and his body was wrapped tightly. He couldn't see his face clearly. The only thing that could be seen was a pair of eyes. In addition, there was a string of mini medicine basket wrapped around his waist. These baskets could be easily used to store herbs. It was like an open cloth bag. It was extremely convenient. However, the attributes of the storage ring were different. It did not require mental strength to open. From the looks of it, he should be an alchemist. Li Zongjie. Just as Li Zongjie was about to attack, the mysterious person in front of him called out his name. Moreover, the voice sounded a little familiar. "It's me." The mysterious person in front of him took off her mask, revealing a familiar and exquisite face. He really knew the person in front of him. In fact, he was very familiar with her. "Do Ling," Li Zongjie said in surprise. This girl seemed to have studied in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion for a period of time. Then, she said that she wanted to go back to her hometown. However, Li Zongjie knew that Do Ling, or his identity was not simple. He had guessed that Do Ling, or was from the untainted land. However, he did not expect that Do Ling had hidden her identity so well. Not only was she from the untainted land, but she was also from the depths of the untainted land. He did not know what kind of family she was from. Fortunately, he did not kill Do Ling, or with his sword. "I almost killed you." Chapter 1276. Fortunately, Li Zongjie withdrew his sword, and Do Ling, or recognized Li Zongjie in time. Otherwise, Do Ling might not have been able to wake up. "I thought something was chasing after me. Fortunately, you didn't die in there." Do Ling, Er's face was also full of embarrassment. However, she was sent flying by Li Zongjie's palm. She was rolling on the ground, and at this moment, she was quite embarrassed to get up. "It's okay. It's just a small matter." "What are you doing? Picking herbs?" Li Zongjie glanced at her and asked. "Yes, I'm refining an elixir. I need the moon-devouring fruit, so I took the risk to pick some." Do Ling was naturally shocked by the commotion just now. She still had lingering fear in her heart. After all, this matter was not as simple as she had imagined. If there was even the slightest mistake just now, she would have been directly captured. Then, there would not be any good ending. At that time, there would not even be a corpse left. You really don't want to live anymore by coming to such a place. Li Zongjie could not help but say. Do Ling also smiled foolishly. "It's okay. As long as I'm careful, I'll be fine." Just as Li Zongjie and Do Ling were chatting, 2 rays of light were rapidly approaching from afar. Boom! Boom! The momentum of the 2 had already reached the 8th grade sovereign realm. Few experts of the human clan could reach such a realm. Even in the chaotic sects outside, no one had seen such a scene before. "Ling, why are you running around by yourself again? Are you trying to make us old things anxious to death?" a middle-aged man said sternly after he landed. At the same time, he looked at Li Zongjio in front of him with a cautious and questioning gaze. Obviously, they had never seen Li Zongjio before. Moreover, looking at Li Zongjio's appearance, he did not look like someone from the chaotic world. I wonder which clan this little brother is from. To be able to walk alone in such a place, one must not be an ordinary person. Moreover, this middle-aged man also observed Li Zongjio's aura and found that he was not simple. At the very least, he was at the 3rd grade, or even the 4th grade Supreme Being realm. To be able to have such a cultivation at such a young age was already quite a monster, so his attitude towards Li Zongjio was not too bad. Otherwise, if this Li Zongjio was just a little trash, he would definitely not have such a good attitude towards Li Zongjio. He would have directly driven Li Zongjio away. What kind of thing was this? How dare he mix around with their young miss? I am Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio was not a person who was purely pretentious. When introducing himself to others, he could not just say that he was Evil Lord. It was fine if he was an enemy, but since he was from Do Ling Er's clan, of course he had to give some face. Li Zongjio still understood this principle of being a person. Li Zongjio. The two looked at each other. In their memories, there was no surname of the Li clan. Could it be that this was a hidden ancient clan? 3rd uncle, 4th uncle. This is the person I always tell you about. Li Zongjio from the Shunyan dynasty's Bailu Manor. He is very powerful. Do Ling saw that the two of them could not figure out Li Zongjio's identity and were still looking at him for a long time. So she simply said, Shunyan dynasty? Bailu Manor? The two of them certainly did not remember Bailu Manor, but when they talked about the Shunyan dynasty, they understood that Li Zongjio was actually a person from the Shunyan dynasty. Although they did not inquire much about the Saint Flame Empire, it was just a small empire after all. So what? Even if they boasted to the heavens, there might not be any great person who would appear in the Saint Flame Empire. It turned out that he was just a person from the Shunyan dynasty. Even if he was a talent, his future development would be very limited. The two of them were relieved and did not discriminate too much against Li Zongjio. After all, Li Zongjio was able to rely on his own efforts to improve his cultivation to the current level. It was also quite difficult for him. It also showed that Li Zongjio was a very talented person. If such a person was recruited into the clan, it would be a good thing. But if he wanted to touch the young miss, this matter would not be agreed. Okay, let's talk later. I still have something to do. Li Zongjio said. Since the experts in Do Ling Er's clan were here, there was no need to worry. Moreover, Do Ling had many strange magical weapons in her hands. With these magical weapons, she could escape from danger. Li Zongjio did not need to worry. It was rare to see an old friend in such a place, so he was quite happy. Okay, you can come to my house later. My house is near the Sky Suspension Mountain. When you arrive, you will be able to sense Little Ye. The Little Ye that Do Ling mentioned was the moon-howling Heavenly Wolf King. Yi Xuan did not expect that this guy was still alive. Perhaps the moon-howling Heavenly Wolf King was quite restricted in such a place. Usually, it would not dare to take half a step out. If it was careless and encountered something when it went out, it would definitely be finished. If you come, activate this rune stone near the Sky Suspension Mountain. We will naturally send someone to welcome you. Do Ling, Uri's 3rd uncle, directly stepped forward and gave Li Zongjio a small yellow stone. Li Zongjio did not refuse and directly took it. After all, the moon-howling Heavenly Wolf King was a former loyal subordinate of Li Zongjio. More or less, he had to go and see this child. However, all of this had to wait until Li Zongjio found Qi Yanran on the spot. After receiving the talisman stone, Li Zongjio's figure also leaped and instantly disappeared in front of the three of them. Be careful on the way. Do Ling shouted at Li Zongjio's back. At the same time, she waved her hand. She did not expect that Li Zongjio could appear in this untainted land. Seeing Li Zongjio again and seeing her old friends, Douling, miss them very much. You should stop interacting with these outside friends. It's not like you don't know that we are a family that has been passed down since ancient times. Our family's bloodline cannot be ruined by outsiders. Fourth uncle said somewhat tactfully. He was afraid that Douling would do something stupid. After all, the girl was still young and there were too many liars and bad people out there. It was very common for her to be cheated by others if she was not careful. However, she must not take it lightly. Fourth uncle, what are you talking about? What are you thinking about? You are so wretched. Douling could not help but look at her fourth uncle with disdain. That's right, fourth brother. What are you saying in front of the child? Third uncle also sternly reprimanded. However, before Douling could feel happy, her third uncle spoke again. You will have a good time when you go back. Your grandfather has been looking for you like crazy. If he knows that you are in the devouring moon forest, just imagine how your grandfather will treat you. Ah, no way. Chapter 1277. Douling did not have the time to tell Li Zongjio. In fact, she believed him. The first sound. This surname was relatively rare. Therefore, when Douling entered the Xingyan dynasty to train, she changed her name to Douling. However, who knew that there were not many people with the surname Dou? It was difficult for Douling, but this was nothing. Wait, if he goes further, he will be in the depths of the Eldritch Land. Where is he going? Douling suddenly thought. Third uncle and fourth uncle were also startled awake. Coming from the Xingyan dynasty, didn't that mean that he came from the outside? He directly passed through the dangerous devouring moon forest and came to the vicinity of Sky Suspension Mountain. Now he was even heading deeper. If he went further in, even the Du clan would not be willing to go near. They even directly forbade the clan members from setting foot in such a place. This was because if they rushed into such a place, the danger they would encounter was unimaginable and unpredictable. The degree of danger was very high. Li Zongjio was still going deeper. What was he going to do? Could it be that this kid wants to go through the Eldritch Land? To the sacred martial realm? How is that possible? Even the Du clan had been trying hard to break through the limits of their realm for so many years, so that one day they could lead the Du clan to break through the limits of the Eldritch Land and directly attack the sacred martial realm, the legendary sacred martial realm. However, it seemed that this matter was a little far away. They had to make sufficient preparations. The more they experimented, the clearer they became that it was almost impossible to cross the last line of defense and the last region of the untainted land. In such an area, there were no longer any living creatures. There were only endless storms, frost, heavenly fire, burial, and destruction. This area was no longer a place to fight against humans or metabeasts. It was a real battle against the heavens and earth. Similarly, this natural barrier also directly isolated the people of the sacred martial realm. It was difficult for the people of the sacred martial realm to cross to this side. Even if there were, they would most likely be dead by the time they came. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. This kind of thing was simply unpredictable. Third uncle and fourth uncle's eyes were also filled with shock. They couldn't possibly come all the way here to court death, right? Forget it. It's fine. Don't bother about that guy. That guy would never do something he's not confident in. Just let him be. I've plucked a lot of moon-devouring fruits this time. I can finally refine my pills. Clearly, Douling was also very happy and excited. If a natural alchemist had to deal with herbs every moment of the day, they wouldn't find it boring. Instead, they would enjoy it. Because of this, Douling didn't have any worries. They were all immersed in alchemy. Especially now that they had unlocked their alchemy talent, they could unleash their strength without restraint. When Li Zongjio comes, I'll definitely give him a big surprise. Douling thought, Then, under the escort of the two experts, they returned to the Sky Suspension Mountain. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's figure had already landed on the top of a mountain. This mountain was more than 10,000 meters high. However, any other mountain behind this one was taller than this one. The clouds were directly trampled under their feet. Li Zongjiu immediately saw that there seemed to be a strong wave of invisible release below. It was this force that caused the climate change within 10,000 miles to be quite special. It was enough to see that the environment below was actually changing the 4 seasons, which were constantly alternating. This kind of alternation was going on, changing the sky and the sun. This kind of array formation cultivation should have reached the divine level. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart, the divine level. It was targeted at a certain skill or strength. For example, Li Zongjiu's alchemy skills in his previous life had already surpassed the 9th grade and reached the divine level. As for the spirit formation before them, the person who had set up the spirit formation possessed a cultivation that surpassed God level. A divine level array formation master had set out. Even Dragon Island didn't have such a large-scale array formation. When Li Zongjiu first went to Dragon Island, he wasn't surprised either. In such a small sparrow god palace, there was actually someone with such strength. Immediately, Li Zongjiu became vigilant. His figure landed. It was right in front of the clear pool that Fat and Skinny had described earlier. Under the pool, he could see an upside-down palace. Such a miraculous scene caused Li Zongjiu to be slightly shocked. Upside-down universe formation. Li Zongjiu also saw the difference in this array formation. If his array formation cultivation hadn't improved, he also wouldn't have been able to see the mystery behind it. After seeing it now, he was extremely shocked. Where are the people of Sparrow God Palace? Li Zongjiu didn't come here to admire how ostentatious and magical Sparrow God Palace was. He came here to look for someone. Li Zongjiu's voice reverberated, causing the pool in front of him to ripple. Some birds in the surroundings seemed to be startled and flew away. Other than that, there was no other movement. Li Zongjiu frowned. Looks like you're forcing me to make a move. The unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Then Li Zongjiu jumped up and slashed at the pool below. Boom! Sword chi rampaged. When this terrifying sword chi was released, it caused the surface of the pool to tremble. However, the sword chi was transferred to another place. This upside-down universe formation didn't only have the magical effect of landscape. It also had the effect of defense. Such an effect would play a considerable role in defense. Li Zongjiu knew that he couldn't relax in the slightest when dealing with a formation of this level. Otherwise, he would be the one injured. Li Zongjiu immediately circulated his yuan power. In the next moment, the blood dragon's soul whizzed out along with his sword chi. Boom! The surface of the pool was like a mirror. It was directly scratched and broken. At the same time, a wave directly brought Li Zongjiu in. Immediately, Li Zongjiu felt that the world was spinning under his feet. He was brought in by the power of the array and appeared outside the Sparrow Divine Palace. Beside him was the pool from before, surrounded by a vast and boundless plain. In front of him was a palace that wasn't very big. There was also a statue in front of the palace. It was difficult to tell whether it was a phoenix or a sparrow. It even had the characteristics of both. Li Zongjiu was surprised that such a creature could exist. Since you don't want to show yourself, don't blame me for being impolite, Li Zongjiu immediately said. However, just as Li Zongjiu was about to continue attacking, a wave suddenly came from the front. After that, a beautiful woman in green clothes appeared not too far away from Li Zongjiu. She looked at Li Zongjiu with a cold gaze. Who is disturbing the forbidden area of Sparrow God Palace? Leave immediately. After the beautiful woman in green appeared, she also looked at Li Zongjiu coldly. Chapter 1278. The beautiful woman in green's eyes seemed to be filled with endless frost. It was like a cold storm that could devour people at any time. Anyone who looked into such a pair of eyes would feel very uncomfortable. Such a state was not intentional. It was due to the cultivation technique she cultivated. It was enough to see through people's hearts. However, when the beautiful woman in green looked at the young man in front of her, it was as if she saw a mountain hidden in layers of fog. She could not see his origin, but she knew that Li Zongjiu's cultivation was not simple. She could not be careless. "I'm looking for someone," Li Zongjiu said. Since someone had shown up, it was easy to deal with. Otherwise, people would think that this place was abandoned. If Li Zongjiu accidentally demolished this place, it would be troublesome. "The person you're looking for is not here. Please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The beautiful woman in green immediately condensed an ice sword in her hand. Cold light surged on the sword. However, Li Zongjiu had already sensed that the desolate heaven essence was nearby. Boom! Li Zongjiu's mental strength was like a condensed force that suddenly exploded. He immediately found the location of the desolate heaven essence. It was in this palace. Then, Li Zongjiu's eyes immediately became murderous. "Bring Yanran out. Otherwise, don't blame me for flattening your Sparrow Divine Palace," Li Zongjiu said coldly. The unparalleled sword also appeared in his hand. A bloody aura was released. Even the beautiful woman in green could not help but frown when she felt this aura. "Who are you?" Originally, the beautiful woman in green did not care who Li Zongjiu was. She only wanted him to leave this place. However, Li Zongjiu had called out Qi Yanran's name. For the beautiful woman in green, this was a little surprising. It was indeed the ability of the person in front of him to find this place. In fact, after hearing what Qi Yanran said, combined with the appearance of the young man in front of him, he had some guesses in his heart. "You're that Li Zongjiu?" The beautiful woman in green said in surprise. "That's right. It seems that Yanran is here." Li Zongjiu tried to use his mental strength to lock onto Qi Yanran's position, but the palace itself was covered by a large array, and Li Zongjiu's mental strength could not penetrate it. "Yanran is receiving the inheritance of Sparrow Divine Palace." The beautiful lady in green glanced at Li Zongjiu and said, at least that was all she knew. At the same time, the beautiful woman in green turned around to look at the palace behind her. "Don't stay here. If you wake up the elder, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Impossible. The inheritance wouldn't take so long. You must have forced them to stay. Even during the inheritance, they could move freely." "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Li Zongjiu said angrily. If it was an ignorant person, he would have been fooled by the beautiful woman in front of him. After all, it was really unclear whether they were receiving the inheritance or not. However, Li Zongjiu was once a true venerable, so he was very clear about the methods of these inheritances. The so-called inheritance was just a digestion process. Therefore, there were no restrictions on Qi Yanran's movements. At least, it was not a problem for her to see Li Zongjiu. If the other party insisted on blocking and hiding, then there was a problem. "A sect like yours wants its disciples to sever their ties with the mortal world. I'm sure Yanran is unwilling, so you can imprison her," Li Zongjiu said indifferently, and his tone was extremely indifferent. As an expert, this kind of thinking was very normal. Li Zongjiu had seen many of these people's thoughts in his previous life, so he was quite clear about this. A trace of surprise flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to say it so accurately, and it seemed like he knew them very well. "It's not what you think. You'd better leave quickly. When the time is right, Yanran will naturally come out to see you." The beautiful woman said, "Get out of the way. I don't want to hurt you. This has nothing to do with you. But if you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for being impolite." Li Zongjiu's words were full of threats. The beautiful woman also knew that Li Zongjiu was not joking. However, she was also quite anxious. If Li Zongming was unwilling to leave, He would not be able to leave even if he wanted to, if he really alarmed the elder. Bing K, why don't you get rid of him? Just as Li Zongjie was about to take action, an old melodious voice sounded. When the beautiful woman heard this voice, her body trembled. Leave quickly. The elder has already found you, Bing Ke quickly said to Li Zongjie. However, Li Zongjie looked arrogantly into the depths of the palace. Damn, old woman, if you don't release my Yanran, don't blame me for being impolite. When the time comes, I will tear down this broken palace of yours. Let's see how you explain it to your ancestors. Li Zongjie sneered. This sentence naturally enraged the elder. Presumptuous! Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out from the Peacock Palace. The sky and earth changed color. It seemed like there were thousands of rays of light rapidly condensing in front of them. Finally, these rays of light transformed into a figure. It was an old woman who looked to be at least 80 or 90 years old. She had a head full of silver hair. With every step she took, a tyrannical aura was released. You are Li Zongjie. You have been sincere enough to chase me here. Now turn around and leave. I can give you a good fortune. After the old woman appeared, the light on her body gradually converged. Finally, all the light disappeared. She was holding a walking stick in her hand. On the walking stick, there were countless birds carved. After appearing, the old woman was not in a hurry to kill Li Zongjie. In contrast, letting Li Zongjie take the initiative to leave and retreat was definitely better than killing Li Zongjie. After all, for Qi Yanran, it was better to recognize that these men in the secular world were not reliable. It was better than always having a thought. Haha, give me a good fortune? I'm afraid you don't know who I am. Li Zongjie was so angry that he laughed. She really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She actually wanted to give him, the evil lord, a good fortune. It was true that the ignorant were fearless. If someone with the cultivation of his previous life dared to say this, Li Zongjie would have twisted his head off and stuffed it directly into his stomach to let him know what a good fortune was. Young man, it is not easy for you to have such a cultivation. Why sacrifice in vain? Qi Yanran is not someone you secular people can touch. In other words, you are not worthy of her. Do you understand? If you insist on not leaving, don't blame me for killing you to break Yanran's thoughts. Chapter 1279. The crutch in the old woman's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and a terrifying aura burst out, covering Li Zongjie. This kind of power surged rapidly. A trace of surprise flashed in Bing Ke's eyes. She never thought that the elder would directly attack Li Zongjie. This aura came directly from the pressure of a venerable. How could ordinary people withstand it? Even an ordinary 8th grade sovereign would not be able to withstand it. Elder! Bing Ke originally wanted to plead for Li Zongjie. However, she saw Li Zongjie's figure disappear from the spot, causing the elder's aura to fall directly into the air. It was as if she had punched directly into the air and nothing happened. In the next moment, Li Zongjie's figure appeared in the air above the elder. Boom! Without saying a word, he directly slashed downwards with the terrifying aura of the unparalleled sword. Such a mighty movement immediately shocked the third elder of Sparrow Divine Palace. Although Li Zongjie's reaction speed was indeed very fast, it was still very fast. It was limited to surprise. Your reaction is quite fast, but so what? It still doesn't change the fact that you are immortal, the third elder said in a deep voice. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from the crutch in his hand. This ray of light turned into a light wing that was dozens of feet long, and directly flung it towards Li Zongjie, who was in the sky. Boom! When this wing flapped, it was as if a gale that could stretch for tens of thousands of miles had been blown. Li Zongjie's figure directly turned into nothingness in this ray of light and disappeared. Fake? The third elder was immediately shocked again. He did not know that Li Zongjie actually had such means. Not only did he use such a move, but he was also able to deceive the third elder. The third elder found it hard to believe. A mere mortal actually had such ability. Your reaction is too slow. Li Zongjio appeared in front of the third elder. The unparalleled sword was also directly slashed out without any hesitation. Sword chi swirled around the sword, surging brilliantly. At this moment, he was indeed locked down by Li Zongjio's sword. The third elder could only rely on his own elemental energy to block Li Zongjio's attack. Just as Li Zongjio was about to unleash his attack, Li Zongjio's third elder could only rely on his own elemental energy to block Li Zongjio's attack. Boom! The third elder relied on his powerful yuan power to barely remain standing on the spot. It seemed as if he had not moved an inch. However, the impact of this sword caused the blood in his body to churn. The blood and qi in his body were boiling. However, he had to pretend to be calm on the surface in order to stabilize his condition. Cough, cough. However, the third elder was also quite surprised. How could Li Zongjio disappear after making a move? Elder, be careful. Just as the third elder was feeling puzzled, he suddenly heard a voice that seemed to come from far away. It was Ice Sparrow's voice. But why did this voice sound so distant? And be careful? What was there to be careful of? The moment he raised his head, the third elder was immediately suppressed by a pagoda that descended from the sky. Boom! Li Zongjio's pagoda palm directly hit the third elder. The third elder immediately circulated his yuan power and forcefully shattered the pagoda palm around him. Buzz! However, even though the pagoda was easily destroyed by this palm strike, 8 more pillars appeared in its place. The third elder had only taken a glance at it before he knew that the array artifact's power was extraordinary. Soul-burning array. The third elder was shocked. He did not expect to be trapped in Li Zongjio's array. Unknowingly, he had fallen into Li Zongjio's array. Old woman, you're getting old. Are you a little useless? How do you feel about my strength as a mortal? Li Zongjio sneered. The demon-suppressing ruler was suspended above the array, constantly releasing the power of imprisonment, firmly trapping the third elder of Sparrow God Palace. You're courting death. The third elder, who was trapped in the array, was naturally very unconvinced. He wanted to directly break the array. However, even after using all his skills, he was still unable to do anything. He was unable to shake the burning soul array. After all, the refining of the burning soul pillar had cost Sky Wu a great deal of effort. Moreover, the third elder could not afford to be careless while staying in this array. This was because the surrounding energy was constantly devouring his spiritual strength. Ice Sparrow didn't expect things to develop to this point. It was really unexpected. What was even more unexpected was that Li Zongjio could actually trap the third elder. Although the third elder was the weakest among the elders, he was already in the honorable realm. According to the elder, his realm had already reached the peak of the Saint Martial continent. If he wanted to break through, he must leave the Saint Martial continent and go to the Saint Martial realm. The third elder, who had already reached the peak of the Saint Martial continent, was now trapped in the array by Li Zongjio. After being humiliated by Li Zongjio, the third elder, who had cultivated for hundreds of years, could not help but be angry. He wanted to tear this place apart and kill Li Zongjio. You better release the third elder, or don't blame me for being impolite. After seeing this scene, Bing Ke was already at a loss. She knew that she was definitely not Li Zongjio's opponent with her strength. Now there was no other way. She couldn't just watch the third elder fall into the hands of others. Save it. I'm too lazy to care about you. Go and call the other elders out. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to regret. Li Zongjio said indifferently. He did not bully the beautiful woman in green in front of him. Withered Leaf could feel that the beautiful woman in green was a very kind person who did not want to hurt others. She even felt weak when facing Li Zongjio's threats. Therefore, Li Zongjio appeared to be more polite. Otherwise, he would not have shown any mercy. Even if you were an 80-year-old woman, he would still treat you the same. It was obvious from Li Zongjio's resolute means. In the array, Li Zongjio looked at the stubborn third elder and added fuel to her fire. Now, she could feel an unprecedented pleasure in the array. No need, I'm here. A stooped figure appeared on the steps in front of the Sparrow Divine Palace. This person looked more than 100 years older than the third elder. He was ready to step into the coffin at any time. He was already so old, yet he was still presiding over the affairs of the Sparrow Divine Palace. The burning soul pillar is made of Tianqin gold and Hunyuan stone. It can't be refined with the cultivation method of the human tribe. However, I don't sense the aura of the demon tribe on you. It seems that many demons have fallen in your hands. You and I are kindred spirits. What can't we talk about? The person who appeared was the second elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Chapter 1280. After the second elder appeared, he directly walked around the burning soul array. He was actually able to tell that this array was not Li Zongjio's. It seems like the god-level array master is you. You should know your limits at your age. Return Yanran to me. Li Zongjio said nonchalantly. He wasn't there to incur the wrath of the people of Sparrow Divine Palace. However, if these people insisted on making an enemy out of Li Zongjio, they shouldn't blame Li Zongjio for being ruthless. No matter what the reason was, dying at the hands of evil Lord wasn't an injustice. I have only inherited my master's legacy and have yet to reach the god level. Since you know your limits, can you give me some face and let my junior sister go first? That would be a show of sincerity. The second elder's attitude was extremely amiable. However, there was some worry in the eyes of the ice sparrow. Although the three elders were very strict during training, only the second elder's murderous aura was 100 times more powerful under the gentleness. Therefore, the ice sparrow was extremely respectful to the second elder. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Li Zongjio waved his hand and sucked the burning solar ray into the fiery hell. He wanted to let the third elder have a good taste of the endless flames. When the second elder saw that Li Zongjio not only refused to let them go, but also directly put them away along with the formation, he knew that Li Zongjio was definitely a difficult person to deal with. Given your burning solar ray, it will take you at least 500 years to refine my junior sister. If we are in a deadlock, it doesn't matter if I don't see my junior sister for 500 years. However, can you not see your Yanran for 500 years? The second elder's tone gradually turned cold. He wanted Li Zongjio to back off. Ha 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 ha, old fart, you think too highly of yourselves. How long do you think it will take to tear down your Sparrow Divine Palace? Li Zongjio suddenly burst into laughter. He recalled the time when he had inflicted heavy losses on the Dragon Island. He was so arrogant. In the end, these thousands of dragon experts chased him all over the sky. After that, almost all of them were killed by Li Zongjio. After that, no one dared to follow him. In the end, Li Zongjio left. It seemed that he had been too amiable, causing these people to think that he was easy to negotiate with. Li Zongjio did not waste any more words as he circulated his elemental energy in his palm. Immediately, a surge of aura condensed, and such a sharp force directly blasted towards the second elder. However, the second elder was also very vigilant. After getting close to Li Zongjio, he also wanted to make a move and directly cripple Li Zongjio. Boom! Their palms collided in an instant, causing an extremely strong vibration. Li Zongjio pushed his left hand behind him, directly dispersing the force that had entered his body. After all, the second elder was a peak sovereign expert, and he had the strength of the demon clan. In terms of physical strength, he was even more terrifying than Li Zongjio. However, with this move, Li Zongjio's soul-slaying flying dagger also followed the momentum and directly flew towards the second elder. Boom! The flying dagger's momentum was swift and violent. The flying dagger's body was directly hidden in the void. The second elder sensed the movement around him, and a dangerous aura rapidly approached him. He knew that Li Zongjio had made a secret move. However, even though the second elder quickly withdrew his defensive posture, he was still directly injured by Li Zongjio's move. The power of the soul-slaying flying dagger directly pierced a hole in the mental energy of the second elder of Sparrow God Palace. Just such a hole would require the second elder to spend at least 100 years and energy to repair it. It was not an easy task. You are courting death. The second elder no longer hid his mental energy origin after his body was injured. Immediately, the elemental energy in his body roared out crazily and directly condensed into a huge figure behind him. When this figure appeared, it was immediately accompanied by a wild wave of elemental energy. Boom! Li Zongjio had nowhere to hide when this move landed. Roar! With a furious roar, the golden dragon's Yuan spirit directly entangled the second elder's body, and the huge dragon entangled the Sparrow God Palace. The entanglement between the two of them was even more chaotic. You can actually use the Dragon Clan as your Yuan spirit. You have killed the Dragon Clan. The second elder was obviously quite shocked. He could not believe that Li Zongjio had actually killed the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, how could the Yuan spirit power appear? Even if it was innate, it could not be produced. However, Li Zongjio did not reply to the second elder's nonsense. This was a life-and-death battle. Then, Li Zongjio released the Blood Dragon Yuan spirit again. Black Dragon Hammer! The Black Dragon Hammer roared. Li Zongjio violently swung it forward. The Black Dragon Hammer was first blocked by a golden light. The second elder was entangled by the 3 Yuan spirits of the Dragon Clan. There was also a White Dragon Yuan spirit that directly trapped the second elder's mental energy. When the second elder saw that the Black Dragon Hammer dared to attack the Divine Hall of Sparrow God Palace, he sneered. You want to destroy my Divine Hall of Sparrow God Palace? Do you think you are strong enough? In the next instant, an ominous glint suddenly erupted from the Black Dragon Hammer. As this glint rapidly surged out, a black dragon also appeared. The Black Dragon Yuan spirit was many times stronger than the 3 Yuan spirits combined. Unknowingly, it had almost recovered to its peak state. Therefore, when this power emerged, even Li Zongjio was surprised. It seemed that the Black Dragon Yuan spirit had been tempered very well by the Black Dragon Hammer. He had to find an opportunity to put the other 3 Yuan spirits into the Black Dragon Hammer. Boom! The Black Dragon appeared and slammed down with its claws. Immediately, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Even the pool beside him was stirred up by the impact, creating waves that were thousands of feet high. Ice Sparrow, who was watching the battle from the side, was also forced back by this attack. From this, it could be seen how powerful this attack was. After the Black Dragon Yuan spirit appeared, it directly destroyed one of the 3 divine halls of Sparrow God Palace. Boom! When the building was smashed to smithereens, they could clearly feel the second elder's rage skyrocketing. Li Zongjio, the people of Sparrow God Palace will definitely make you die a horrible death. We will turn you into ashes. We will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. The second elder was so angry that he blurted out a few idioms to express his anger. However, Li Zongjio had heard such harsh words many times. Oh, you are very stubborn. Then I will destroy another one. Li Zongjio's lips curled into a sinister smile. When it came to fighting, Li Zongjio had never lost. It was just a matter of who would die first. Li Zongjio immediately summoned the Black Dragon Yuan spirit and flew towards another divine hall. The second elder was enraged. However, the power of the 3 Yuan spirits that trapped him was quite strong. It was difficult for him to break free. At the same time, Li Zongjio brandished the unparalleled sword. A shocking sword aura flew out from the unparalleled sword and slashed towards the second elder. Boom! The sword aura swept across. The second elder could only force out a Yuan spirit to defend himself. 1,000 sparrow armor. Boom! The unparalleled sword aura was blocked, but there were a few more cracks on the 1,000 sparrow armor. Just as Li Zongjie was about to continue his attack, the Sparrow God Palace in front of him shook violently. The black dragon Yuan spirit who was about to attack was hit by a 5-colored ray of light. Bang! The black dragon Yuan spirit returned to the black dragon hammer. Then the black dragon hammer was sent flying by the force. Bang! The direction in which the hammer was flying from just happened to be smashing towards Li Zongjie's head. He took advantage of the momentum and sent the black dragon hammer flying. Another supreme martial artist had come to attack. You have angered the Sparrow God Palace. Li Zongjie, the Sparrow God Palace will be irreconcilable with you. You will never see Qi Yanran again. The voice seemed to come from a more distant world. It came over layer by layer. At the same time, Li Zongjie raised his head and saw a heavy ancient bell. It was filled with an ancient aura. Suddenly, it fell from the sky and fell towards Li Zongjie. This bell? Li Zongjie clearly felt that the power around him was sealed. It was difficult for him to escape. The bell fell to the ground, instantly suppressing Li Zongjie. Boom! Dong! The heavy sound almost shook the sound waves to tens of millions of miles away. The whole untainted land could hear the sound of the bell. All the cultivators could clearly feel their souls being violently shaken. Chapter 1281. Boom! Li Zongjie was trapped under the giant bell. Li Zongjie recognized the cauldron bell just now. It was the legendary chaotic origin bell. Li Zongjie had only heard about the power of the chaotic origin bell in his previous life. He had never seen it for himself. After all, there were too many unknown things in the field of power. Li Zongjie couldn't try everything. Moreover, although Li Zongjie had reached the peak in his previous life, it was only during that period, a period that belonged to him. Whether it was before or after, there might be people whose strength surpassed Li Zongjie, and some unimaginably powerful existences would appear. The chaotic origin bell was one of them. Li Zongjie was trapped in it. The chaotic origin bell was a world of its own. If no one opened the door to lead the way, one would be trapped in the chaotic origin bell forever. Even with Li Zongjie's current cultivation, it was very difficult for him to open it. The primordious bell fell to the ground. This was a very large lump of iron. The figure of the great elder emerged from the primordious bell. Given the power of the chaotic Yuan bell, even the great elder of Sparrow Divine Palace would have to use all his strength to unleash the chaotic Yuan bell. Senior sister, why are you doing this? Could it be that with our strength, it's still not enough to kill him? Why do you have to pay such a huge price to trap him in the chaotic origin bell? The second elder was puzzled. That child's strength is extraordinary. Even if the two of us were to join hands and kill him, we would not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. The first elder let out a deep sigh. He had never thought that there would be such a powerful person in this place. He was so difficult to deal with. This man has 4 dragon souls. He must have a terrifying background. The first elder's eyes were also filled with surprise. Obviously, he was very surprised by Li Zongjie's cultivation and good fortune. Looking at the Sparrow Divine Palace, one of the palaces had actually been torn down after the two of them had joined hands. This Li Zongjie was actually a man of his word. Li Zongjie deserves to die for destroying the palace of Sparrow God Palace that has existed for 100,000 years. The second elder couldn't wait to grind Li Zongjie's bones to dust. But now he was trapped inside the primordial bell. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't go in. He will be honest after being locked up for 100 years. During this time, Qi Yanran can also accept this reality. Moreover, in the primordial bell, he can't open his domain. Naturally, the safety of third junior sister will not be affected. The eldest senior sister was indeed the eldest senior sister. She had considered everything before making a move. Wait, where's the ice sparrow? Just as the two of them were discussing how to deal with Li Zongjiu, a new situation occurred. In the blink of an eye, they discovered that the ice sparrow had disappeared. Most importantly, the ice sparrow had gone missing. The great elder immediately recalled carefully and quickly came to a realization. Oh no, the ice sparrow has been brought into the primordial bell by Li Zongjiu. The great elder's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Li Zongjiu was indeed difficult to deal with. He had actually taken the ice sparrow hostage before she had been captured. Before Qi Yanran had appeared, the ice sparrow had been carefully cultivated as a successor with an extremely noble bloodline. However, her talent was still inferior to Qi Yanran's, so she hadn't been able to come into contact with the true inheritance of the ancestral sparrow. However, the ice sparrow herself was the next sect master of Sparrow Divine Palace. How could she have been abducted by Li Zongjiu? This was unbelievable. Where had Li Zongjiu cultivated his reaction speed? It was so fast that it was unexpected. No one could imagine how Li Zongjiu's strength had reached such a high level. He was simply a freak. Now he had even taken the ice sparrow hostage. It was hard to say whether Li Zongjiu would do anything excessive. However, it was too late now. If they rashly opened the primordial bell, they wouldn't be able to bring the ice sparrow out. The situation in front of them was extremely awkward. It was difficult to make a choice. If this brat dares to hurt the ice sparrow, I will definitely make him pay a painful price. When Li Zongjiu was mentioned, this second elder had always been in a state of gnashing his teeth in hatred. He wanted to kill Li Zongjiu, but it seemed that he didn't have the strength to do so. If the great senior sister could fully control the primordial bell, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy Li Zongjiu. However, the problem was that it wasn't easy to control the primordial bell. It had been hundreds of years since the primordial bell fell into the hands of the Sparrow Divine Palace. However, they only had the most rudimentary control over it. They could only use it to trap people. When I further comprehend the mystery of the primordial bell, I will be able to comprehend the killing array. When that time comes, Li Zongjiu won't be able to escape even if he has wings. I can only let the ice sparrow stay in the primordial bell. If anything happens to the ice sparrow, I won't let him off easily, after talking for a long time. However, there was no other way to deal with Li Zongjiu. The only way now was to wait for Qi Yanran to completely forget about Li Zongjiu after 100 years. At that time, Qi Yanran should have completed the comprehension of the inheritance. It was obvious that people like Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't belong to the same world. The fate between the two of them would naturally come to an end. They didn't even need to intervene. Based on the current situation, it would be extremely difficult to stop the two of them. Li Zongjiu, who was trapped in the primordial bell, naturally couldn't escape. Even if Li Zongjiu was given hundreds or thousands of years, he wouldn't be able to get out of the primordial bell so easily. If one had to describe how difficult it was to get out of the primordial bell, it would be like this. For example, if a God-grade array was superimposed with another God-grade array, the difficulty of breaking the array would be 10 times that of unraveling a single God-grade array. The superimposition of 3 God-grade arrays would be 100 times more difficult. Being trapped in the primordial bell was equivalent to being trapped in a chain of 10 God-grade arrays. Unless the great elder took the initiative to release Li Zongjiu, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to get out for the rest of his life. Of course, this was only the great elder of Sparrow Divine Palace's understanding. However, this wasn't the case for Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu landed on the ground. The ground under his feet was no different from the ground in the untainted land. It had the same texture. However, this was no longer the untainted land. It was the world of the primordial bell. Just like Li Zongjiu's infernal world, it was an independent state. He tried to open his own fiery hell, but found that it was restricted. This was because the world in the primordial bell was in an imperfect state. It was impossible to open the door to another world in an imperfect world. In that case, the original world would collapse. Once it collapsed, Li Zongjio didn't know where it would go. He didn't know either. Plop! Another sound was heard. Bing Kei looked around in surprise. She didn't expect that she would be caught by Li Zongjio into the world of the primordial bell. Why do you want to involve me? The ice sparrow looked at the surrounding environment and immediately became quite angry and furious. This Li Zongjio was really too much. Not only did he get caught, but now he even dragged her down with him. What kind of person was he? You can also see how important you are in the hearts of these old things. After Li Zongjio finished speaking, he directly sat cross-legged and began to meditate. During this process, he also took the opportunity to recuperate from the battle just now. How dare you recover in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Bing Kei said, coldly. However, Li Zongjio didn't answer her at all. She raised her sword and finally put it down helplessly. She had been cultivating for more than 300 years. However, she hadn't killed a single fish in these 300 years. How could it be possible to kill a person rashly? Chapter 1282. The ice sparrow didn't fight, so she didn't need to recover. She had long heard that the great elder had a treasure in her hand, but she never thought that this magic weapon would be so powerful. What was even more unexpected was that she was actually trapped in this magic weapon by the great elder. It was obviously impossible to break free from this magic weapon. So the ice sparrow simply strolled around here. The landscape was not bad. However, the range of this mountain was only a mere 10 miles wide. Outside of 10 miles, it was occupied by a chaotic force. If one wanted to get close to this chaotic force, they would immediately be deterred by its power. There was even a feeling of destruction coming, which made the ice sparrow vigilant. If she was caught in this chaotic force, she would be instantly strangled. Other than that, there was no other movement. There weren't even any creatures nearby. It wasn't a barren land, but there was no vitality. The sky seemed calm, but if one soared into the sky, they would still encounter these chaotic barriers at a certain height. The slightest carelessness would cause them to be caught in this chaotic force. Therefore, the surrounding situation was quite dangerous for them. After wandering around, the ice sparrow returned to Li Zongjio. Now that she was trapped in such a place, the only creature who could speak was Li Zongjio. And the one who brought her in was this damn Li Zongjio. Of course, she had to rely on him. It's all your fault. How can we get out in such a place? The ice sparrow was simply aggrieved. Li Zongjio opened his eyes. At this moment, his state had been adjusted to the peak. After all, with the elixir in hand, recovering this bit of consumption was naturally not a problem. What a big deal. The Chaos Bell is a world of its own. Unless one can master the power of the Chaos Bell, they can't get out. In my opinion, your great elder has only mastered the power of the Chaos Bell. In other words, even if she wants to let people out, she doesn't know how to do it. Li Zongjio shook his head and said, it was a bit too much for him to show off in front of an expert with such half-baked skills. However, it was worth mentioning that Li Zongjio had a chance. Not only could he refine the primordial bell from the outside, but he could also refine it even if he was inside the primordial bell. Among them, the chaotic force was an extremely important force. What are you talking about? Where are you going? Ice Sparrow saw Li Zongjio get up and walk towards the edge of the world. The ice sparrow naturally followed Li Zongjio's footsteps. When she saw Li Zongjio land here, she was slightly surprised. She didn't understand why Li Zongjio would come to such a place. It's dangerous here. The chaotic force here is enough to crush you to pieces. The ice sparrow didn't know what was wrong with Li Zongjio. He actually took the initiative to walk towards the edge of the world. If he rashly approached the chaotic force, he wouldn't be able to withstand the destruction of the chaotic force no matter how strong his cultivation was. How is it possible to control the primordial bell without coming into contact with the chaotic force? How can one control power if one is so afraid of death? In fact, Li Zongjio had enough time to escape from the primordial bell back then. If one wanted to trap Li Zongjio at all costs, even if one had the primordial bell, one might not be able to succeed. However, Li Zongjio had some understanding of the primordial bell. At the same time, he really wanted to obtain the primordial bell. However, he hadn't been able to find the primordial bell's whereabouts after searching the mountains and rivers. Although this action was risky, it was worth a try. Therefore, Li Zongjio allowed the great elder of Sparrow Divine Palace to take him into the primordial bell. He wanted to properly absorb the chaotic force. It was impossible to find the chaotic force outside the primordial bell. Are you courting death? You will die. Come out quickly. The ice sparrow exclaimed when she saw Li Zongjio walking towards the edge of the primordial bell. Obviously, she didn't understand Li Zongjio's actions. However, Li Zongjio didn't care at all when his palm came into contact with the violent chaotic force. His palm was directly destroyed by the chaotic force. Boom! Li Zongjio's skin and flesh were completely destroyed in an instant. Only his bones, which were protected by the golden dragon true spirit, were left intact. Amazing! Li Zongjio took back his hand and placed it in front of his body. Looking at his completely destroyed palm with only white bones left, the ice sparrow was so frightened that she covered her eyes. Such a cruel cultivation method was not cultivation at all. It was self-mutilation, seeking one's own death and asking for trouble. Do you want to die? Go to the side and play. Li Zongjio urged his Yuan Li to restore his palm. Then he propped up his Yuan Li and directly rushed into the chaotic force. Ah! The ice sparrow exclaimed. This was tantamount to suicide. Why would Li Zongjio do this? Could it be that he knew that he would never be able to get out if he was trapped in the primordial bell? So, he used this method to end his own suffering. It was really stupid. Li Zongjio, why are you doing this? As long as you surrender and admit defeat to the elders will be magnanimous and forgive you, the ice sparrow murmured. But no matter what, Li Zongjio had directly drilled his head into the primordial bell. It was too late to say anything. There was no way to bring him back. Even if the ice sparrow rushed in, her end would be the same. She might even die faster than Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio's figure instantly disappeared into the boundless chaotic energy that filled the sky. The ice sparrow also stayed in place. She didn't believe that Li Zongjio was such a suicidal person. He must be doing something special, so he directly rushed in. Maybe he could still come out. However, even the ice sparrow didn't believe this. Being drawn into such a place with so much chaotic force, even if a venerable expert came, his end would be the same. It was impossible to come out alive. It would only take a few seconds for his body to be smashed into pieces. A good young man committing suicide for love was really not worth it. The ice sparrow thought helplessly in her heart. This was the only thing she could do. She couldn't help much. If she was lucky, Li Zongjio could still leave behind some relics. The ice sparrow could help to clean up. However, at this moment, Li Zongjio wasn't as miserable as the ice sparrow thought. When Li Zongjio drilled in, his own strength also suffered a strong impact. However, Li Zongjio also operated his own cultivation method to the extreme. All the major cultivation methods were activated in his body. He even directly used the chaotic force to open a new hell in an instant. Chaotic Hell. Chapter 1283. The Chaotic Hell. It was exactly because of the omnidirectional hell that Li Zongjio was able to last so long in the boundless chaotic force. Interesting. Li Zongjio's surroundings surged with golden light. He immediately sensed the appearance of the power as he sat there. The great destructive force directly passed through Li Zongjio's body, but Li Zongjio's body was constantly recovering at the same time. Every time he recovered, a sliver of chaotic force would appear in Li Zongjio's body. In the end, the chaotic force would turn into chaotic force and fuse with Li Zongjio's body. He used such an extremely primitive method to refine his own chaotic body. the chaotic body, using such a primitive method was extremely cruel. First of all, the cultivator had to experience the pain of reconstructing their body countless times. It was not something that anyone could endure. At the same time, they had to ensure that they did not die so easily as their body was constantly being reconstructed. If they died by accident, there would be no future. Only Li Zongjio was confident in that. He continued to cultivate in the chaos, using his own cultivation method to store the boundless chaos force into his own hell of chaos. The chaotic hell was of the same attribute as the chaotic force, so they were connected. Amidst this endless tempering, Lin Fan did not know how much time had passed. Bing Ke was also waiting for Li Zongjiu to appear in the outside world. However, it seemed like Li Zongjiu had really died in the chaos. Nothing unexpected happened. Ice Sparrow also tried to cultivate beside the primordial chaos. The surrounding desolation and boredom also made the Ice Sparrow feel numb. How long has it been? There's no indication of time here. Ice Sparrow couldn't help but think in her heart. She couldn't feel the passage of time, but judging from the degree of hunger in her stomach, at least 6 months had passed. It had been half a year. She had been trapped here for half a year. If the Great Elder and the others were going to imprison Li Zongjio for over 100 years, she would have to stay here for over 100 years. She would still have to wait for an extremely long time. At least, it was impossible for her to get out right now. Compared to Bing Ke's wait, this was still considered good. At least the surrounding environment was rather comfortable. The third elder of the Sparrow God Palace, who was trapped inside the soul-burning formation, could feel the endless pain of being burned. Even the heavens couldn't respond to his cries. He had to endure the pain of being burned all the time. He had never thought that he would be reduced to such a state one day. On this day, the Ice Sparrow was also cultivating at the edge of the chaotic chi. As she was cultivating at the edge of the chaotic chi, the Ice Sparrow could feel her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Although it was a little dangerous, the effect was not bad. However, during the process of cultivation, the Ice Sparrow suddenly opened her eyes and opened her mouth wide. Oh my God! The Ice Sparrow sat on the spot, not daring to move in the slightest. It turned out that during the cultivation process earlier, for some reason, the surrounding chaotic force had suddenly formed a tornado. At this moment, the Ice Sparrow was right in the middle of the tornado formed by the chaotic force. How could this be? The current situation could be said to be quite critical. Bing Ke was at a loss. How could this be? At that moment, the Ice Sparrow was trapped in the primal chaos energy and was unable to escape. However, something even more frightening occurred. The primal chaos tornado was rapidly shrinking. At this moment, it had already shrunk to a rather narrow range. If this continued, the Ice Sparrow would be smashed to pieces and buried in the chaos. Rumble. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the chaotic energy. The appearance of this figure made the Ice Sparrow involuntarily rub her eyes. Let's go! Li Zongjiu, who was covered in chaotic chi, directly grabbed Bing Ke's hand, then stretched out his palm and slashed forward. Immediately, the primal chaos force turned into a wave of energy and scattered to the sides. A path was forcibly opened up. Then, Li Zongjiu walked out with Bing Quebec. The Ice Sparrow didn't believe that Li Zongjiu was still alive. From the looks of it, he seemed to be able to move freely in the chaotic force. If he was still alive after half a year, he must have undergone a qualitative transformation. The two of them escaped from the chaotic chi. Bing Ke heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the clear sky again. If it were not for Li Zongjiu, she would have died in there. How did you do it? Bing Ke reacted and looked at the man beside her who was in an extremely turbid state. She was quite shocked. At the same time, she looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. Phew! How long did it take me? Li Zongjiu took a deep breath and adjusted his body's condition. At this moment, the color of his body that was constantly changing also gradually faded. In the end, Li Zongjiu's body also returned to its normal state. However, because everything in the chaotic qi was broken into pieces, Bing Ke exclaimed when she saw Li Zongjiu's state. She covered her eyes and turned around. About half a year, Bing Ke said shyly. Li Zongjiu looked at Bing Ke, who was making a fuss about nothing. She was already so old. Was there a need to be so shy? Then he slowly took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. Li Zongjiu had hundreds of similar sets of clothes stored in his storage ring. They were all of the best quality and the most exquisite embroidery. However, on the surface, they were quite low-key. It's already been half a year. It's time to go out and settle accounts with those two old things. A cold glint flashed across Li Zongjiu's eyes. Li Zongjiu wasn't going to let go of the grudge of using the primordial yuan bell to trap him here. Although Li Zongjiu's cultivation had not broken through in the past 6 months, and he still maintained his original state, his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. Li Zongjiu's body had been forcefully transformed into the chaotic body. After staying in the primal chaos qi for such a long period of time, his body was continuously being destroyed and reshaped. Other than the pain he experienced every day and night, his body had also undergone a great transformation. The chaotic body. Li Zongjiu's chaotic body was not very complete. However, at the very least, Li Zongjiu's body contained a strand of chaotic qi. Although the surrounding chaos storm seemed endless, the truth was that there were only 3 strands of chaos qi in the entire primordial bell. Even after spending so much time, Li Zongjiu had only managed to refine a single strand. If he could control the 3 strands of chaotic qi, he would truly be able to control the chaos bell. However, it seemed like the Grand Elder of Sparrow Divine Palace had not even grasped half of the chaos bell's essence. As a result, Li Zongjiu had already seized control of the chaos bell. We are trapped here. If the Grand Elder refuses to let us out, we definitely won't be able to get out. Bing Ke heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Li Zongjiu put on his clothes again. Bing Ke had been extremely nervous earlier. How could this person be so shameless? Can't get out? Do you think I've been slacking for the past 6 months? Li Zongjiu squatted down, as if he was grabbing onto an edge and lifting it up with all his might. Rumble. The entire world within the chaos bell began to tilt. It was as if the entire world had been moved. At the same time, a ray of light appeared in front of them. Bing Ke quickly sensed the aura from the light. It was the aura of Sparrow Divine Palace. What are you waiting for? Let's go, Li Zongjiu said. Then the two of them rushed out. When Bing Ke and Li Zongjiu returned to Sparrow Divine Palace, they realized that the chaos bell had appeared out of thin air. Rumble. As the two of them landed, the chaotic yuan bell also fell to the ground. However, the scene in front of them shocked both Ice Sparrow and Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1284. How could this be? Li Zongjiu tried his best to recall. Back then, I only demolished one. If he remembered correctly, Li Zongjiu had indeed only demolished one palace. The Sparrow Divine Palace was made up of 3 palaces. How could it have ended up like this? This is impossible. Bing Ke also exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the Sparrow Divine Palace was in ruins. The majestic palace and even the surrounding array were completely destroyed. The divine might from before was also completely destroyed at this moment. Be careful, these people have left traps. Li Zongjiu directly reached out and stopped Bing Ke, who wanted to rush forward. Although it was already a ruin, it was obvious that these people still had some tricks up their sleeves. Where are the elders? And Yanran, they're all gone. The Ice Sparrow panicked as she looked at the ruins of the Sparrow God Palace. This was the place where she had cultivated for nearly 300 years. From the beginning, the Ice Sparrow seemed to have been adopted by the 3 elders. She had never been to any other place. Li Zongjio immediately reached out his hand and waved. He directly captured the original aura of this place. However, when these people took action, they cleaned up the aura completely. Interesting, they're all veterans. Li Zongjio's eyes shone with a cold light. They didn't leave any traces in the original environment. It could be said that they did it quite cleanly. However, they were able to destroy a god-level formation and even kill 2 sovereigns. There weren't many people who could do this. Will the elders be okay? It seems that you don't know anything. Li Zongjio shook his head. Bing K looked like a fool who didn't know anything. He reached out his hand and released the soul-burning formation. The soul-burning formation fell to the ground. At the same time, Li Zongjio also removed the soul-burning formation. The 3rd elder immediately escaped from the terrifying soul-burning formation. After nearly half a year of crazy refining, the 3rd elder had a belly full of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to kill Li Zongjio, not many people would have been able to hold on until now. Li Zongjio, I'll destroy you, the 3rd elder shouted angrily after he appeared. He couldn't wait to kill Li Zongjio. However, he saw Li Zongjio standing with his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. The 3rd elder was a little surprised. What was this guy trying to do? 3rd elder, the divine palace is gone, the ice sparrow said in a daze. When she saw the 3rd elder appear, she hurriedly complained to her elder. The 3rd elder turned around abruptly and discovered that the original Sparrow God Palace had been reduced to ruins. In just half a year, such a huge change had occurred. How could this be? Who did this? Was it you? The 3rd elder roared angrily. At the same time, he stared at Li Zongjio with bloodshot eyes. Only Li Zongjio would do such a thing to the divine palace. However, Li Zongjio couldn't have done such a thing with his strength. Li Zongjio wasn't strong enough to do so. However, the 3rd elder's mind was clouded by anger and hatred. In addition, Li Zongjio was an enemy of Sparrow God Palace, so it was only natural for him to point his sword at Li Zongjio. Idiot! Li Zongjio glanced at the 3rd elder. Did this old man become so brainless after he got older? He didn't even think before he spoke. How could he say something so brainless? I'll destroy you. 3rd elder circulated his yuan power. Due to his anger, he released all of his yuan power and directly activated it to its largest scale. Immediately, a wild wave was stirred up in the surrounding energy. With such a turbulent movement, the heaven-earth yuan qi within a radius of 10,000 feet seemed to be mobilized by the 3rd elder, gathering together with such a terrifying aura. Annihilation of the divine sparrow! A burning palm suddenly descended from the sky and blasted towards Li Zongjio. Idiot! This move was indeed powerful, but Li Zongjio didn't want to go head-to-head with her. Even if he did, he might not lose in the current situation. Li Zongjio wasn't a fool to waste his energy. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the primordial bell that had fallen to the side. When the chaotic yuan bell responded to Li Zongjio's summon, the 3rd elder was shocked. It was clearly his senior sister's chaotic yuan bell. Why would it appear in Li Zongjio's hands? It was actually in Li Zongjio's hands. Boom! Before the 3rd elder could fully comprehend what was happening, the chaotic yuan bell that came crashing down enveloped him. The attack that he had painstakingly formed had also vanished at this moment. Bang! The 3rd elder was directly sealed by Li Zongjio's chaotic yuan bell. You hurry up and release the 3rd elder. When Bing-Kei saw this, she felt a considerable headache. What was happening all day long? Each one was more ridiculous than the last. Let her calm down first. Li Zongjio said indifferently. You wait here for me. After Li Zongjio finished speaking, he directly jumped into the ruins of the Sparrow God Palace. From the surrounding traces, it was obvious that the Sparrow God Palace was destroyed in an instant. The person who came was so powerful that it was unprecedented. No matter how hard Li Zongjio tried to recall, He couldn't find anyone who could do this. However, after seeing the Sparrow God Palace, Li Zongjiu also knew that there were actually many secrets hidden in the Eldritch Land that he didn't understand in his previous life. It seemed that Li Zongjiu in his previous life was still a little lacking. Didn't I tell you to stay where you are? Bing Kei's figure landed directly beside Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also glanced at her and ignored her. Anyway, this Bing Kei didn't seem to be very bright. It was fine as long as she didn't ruin his plans. Even if the four supremes of the Dragon Clan attacked at the same time, they might not be able to create such a situation. They destroyed the Sparrow Divine Palace in an instant. The intruders are not simple. Your two elders have either escaped or been captured by them. Li Zongjiu said, "Could it be that they came for Yanran?" At this moment, Li Zongjiu was most worried about Qi Yanran's situation. Junior sister is cultivating in seclusion in the Flying Bird platform. If the three elders don't cultivate at the same time, she won't be able to appear unless she can fully understand the inheritance and inherit the power of the ancestors of the Sparrow God Palace. Flying Bird platform? This was the first time Li Zongjiu had heard of this. So these people had trapped Yanran in such a place and forced her to accept their inheritance. Yes, according to the elders, the Flying Bird platform is a primitive ultimate treasure from the Eldritch Wilderness. Unless someone is strong enough to destroy the entire Eldritch Wilderness, only the three elders working together can activate the Flying Bird platform. Bing Kei said, "Nonsense. What primitive ultimate treasure? I've never heard of it." Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. Ordinary people might have been intimidated by such words, but Li Zongjiu was someone who had dominated the Eldritch Wilderness in his previous life. Therefore, such things naturally didn't scare Li Zongjiu. It's true. These primitive ultimate treasures have nothing to do with you humans. Before the human race was born, the primordial beasts had already ruled the Eldritch Wilderness. You came later. The first three primordial beasts refine the primitive ultimate treasures. Bing Kei said stubbornly. Although Bing Kei looked like a young woman in her 30s, her heart was as pure and stubborn as a child's. In fact, a 300-year-old primordial beast was just a teenage girl among humans. Chapter 1285. Li Zongjiu indeed did not know about this. They even managed to get their hands on 3 ancient treasures. Then, what are the other 2? Li Zongjiu asked with a frown. One of them was the Flying Bird platform of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Since the other party had snatched it away, it meant that they knew about its existence. It seemed like the other 2 clans had done it. They must have something to do with it. The other one is the Dragon Island Immortal Palace of the Dragon Clan. As for the other one, I'm not sure either. However, I only know from the inherited memories that they are called the Heavenly Monster Clan. Bing Kei said, Heavenly Monster Clan. Li Zongjiu had never heard of this name before. Not to mention, he had never met them before. To think that he would encounter such a weird situation. There were indeed many ancient secrets here. Heavenly Monster Clan? Phut! Don't let me catch you guys. Li Zongjiu could not help but curse. Clearly, he could guess that the Heavenly Monster Clan was the culprit. Seems like their goal is to snatch the Flying Bird platform. What did you just say? Dragon Island Immortal Palace? You're saying that the entire Dragon Island is actually an ancient treasure. Li Zongjiu really didn't know about this. No wonder he couldn't figure it out before. How can this Dragon Island be suspended in the sky? Moreover, it's in a state of floating in the void. This is a bit too much. At that time, Li Zongjiu also didn't know that these people had this kind of ability. He only thought that it was their old ancestor who created this Dragon Island. Now he finally understood. It was actually a magic treasure. Seems like the old ancestors of the Dragon Clan are quite powerful to be able to do this. Since the Flying Bird platform and the Dragon Island are of the same level, there shouldn't be any problems. Li Zongjiu thought to himself, should we let the third elder out first? Bing Kei said softly, Although Li Zongjio was always in a fierce state, Bing Ke could feel that Li Zongjio wasn't a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rescued her. Although he kidnapped her, he didn't do anything to her. If it wasn't for Li Zongjio, Ice Sparrow would have died long ago. So, Li Zongjio didn't hesitate and released the third elder of Sparrow God Palace. The third elder inside the primordial bell also calmed down. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that if it was really Li Zongjio who did this, then there was naturally no need for him to release her. He could have just locked her inside the array formation. If it was really Li Zongjio who did it, it was equivalent to directly rescuing Qi Yanran now. There was no need to keep her alive. Did he have to wait for her to come out and take revenge? He did not have such a bad taste. How could this be? Our Sparrow God Palace's tens of thousands of years of inheritance has been destroyed today. The third elder stood on the ruins in a daze. Bing Ke quickly came to the third elder to comfort him. At this moment, the third elder was very calm. He didn't continue to fight with Li Zongjio, mainly because he couldn't win at all. Instead of being sad here, it's better to find the enemy quickly. Tell me who took Yanran away, Li Zongjio said coldly. He mercilessly interrupted the third elder, who was in melancholy. This was a waste of time. Either pack up quickly and take revenge, or die quickly if he felt that he didn't have the strength to take revenge. The third elder of Sparrow God Palace was not an ordinary person. He quickly came to his senses. Now was not the time to be sad. He must find the person. Although Sparrow God Palace was destroyed, she was still alive. He must rebuild Sparrow God Palace. What do you want to know? The third elder turned around and looked at Li Zongjio. Just now, the Ice Sparrow also told him everything that happened after she was locked in the soul-burning array. The process was very simple. After all, it didn't take long for her to be locked in the primordial bell. They naturally didn't know what happened after that. Li Zongjio also lost Qi Yanran's whereabouts. Now both sides were on the same side. Moreover, Li Zongjio used some unknown method to directly control the chaotic bell. The chaotic bell was extremely powerful. Even if one wanted to control it, it wouldn't be so easy. It should be known that the great elder of their oceanic world had been studying it for hundreds of years, but she had only reached the current level. It was not as good as what Li Zongjio had mastered in just half a year. This was something that the third elder admired. Everything. Li Zongjio said. How could he find his enemy if he didn't know the cause and effect? The third elder took a deep breath and explained everything that had happened. Of course, some of it was information that the third elder knew. There were also many things that the third elder had no way of coming into contact with at his current level. In short, the heavenly demon tribe wanted to gather the 3 primitive cardinal treasures so that they could control the entire primitive demon realm. The name of the primitive demon realm was actually the primitive demon realm. Of course, this only represented a part of the primitive demon realm. In fact, the primitive demon realm was even bigger. A part of it had always belonged to the primitive demon realm. That was why there were so many experts of the Yuan beast clan here. In the beginning, the 3 primordial beast clans had directly pacified the 4 realms. The prehistoric demon realm had almost been pacified by the 3 demon clans. It was supposed to be a 3-way division of the world. However, some things happened later. For example, the Heavenly Sparrow clan had fallen to such a state. They were no longer worthy of guarding the so-called primitive cardinal treasures. As for the person who had attacked, it was most likely the Heavenly Demon tribe, the Heavenly Dragon clan, and the Heavenly Sparrow clan. They each had their own talents. However, the third clan, called the Heavenly Demon tribe, had the talents of both clans. Although their numbers had always been extremely small, their strength was extremely tyrannical. Originally, they had disappeared for a long time. Now, they had actually made a comeback. Something must have happened. That was why such a situation had occurred. The Sparrow Divine Palace isn't strong enough to deal with the Heavenly Demon tribe. We can only protect ourselves. However, it seems like we can't even protect ourselves. The third elder let out a long sigh. She didn't know how her two senior sisters were doing, but they couldn't open the flying bird Dao platform. Protect ourselves? Ha ha, you guys were supposed to be dead. However, these guys have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Li Zongjiu's eyes were overflowing with coldness. These people were really bold to dare to provoke Li Zongjiu. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had cultivated for 3,000 years and had never heard of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Obviously, the Heavenly Demon Tribe hadn't done much these days. Otherwise, they wouldn't have escaped Li Zongjiu's eyes. No matter what the Heavenly Demon Tribe was, Li Zongjiu wouldn't let them off so easily. He had to rip their heads off. The two people from the Sparrow Divine Palace looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. They hadn't expected Li Zongjiu to have the guts to confront the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Even the Sparrow Divine Palace had suffered a crushing defeat. How could they succeed? Don't worry. Your two senior sisters are definitely not dead, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Why? The third elder asked in surprise. It would be best if they weren't dead. However, how could Li Zongjiu be so sure? Didn't you say that the Flying Bird Dao platform requires the three of you to work together to open it? If we kill the two of them, how are we going to open it? These people hadn't even thought of such a simple logic. As long as we spread the news that you're still alive, these people will definitely come knocking on our door. Li Zongjiu had already thought of a solution. Since the Heavenly Demon Tribe wanted the Flying Bird Dao platform, he might as well beat them at their own game. Fortunately, he had caught one of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to proceed. No, how can we let the elder take the risk? Bing Ke said hurriedly. Obviously, she didn't want her elder to take the risk. Li Zongjiu was so evil that he wanted to use the elder as bait. This is a good plan. However, even if we find them, we're no match for them. Even the third elder, who was a venerable expert, admitted defeat. It was obvious that the Heavenly Demon Tribe's strength wasn't so simple. Just because you're no match for them doesn't mean that I'm no match for them. The two of you, come with me. Li Zongjiu said directly. There was no need for them to stay in this place any longer. However, they had to find a place to spread the news. Li Zongjiu immediately thought of a place. This was the only place they could go. Chapter 1286. The Sky Suspension Mountain belonged to Do Ling, Er's family. After all, only Do Ling, Er's family existed in the core area of the untainted land. Li Zongjiu did not know the rest, so he could only go to Do Ling, Er's family. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu knew Do Ling, Otherwise, the Do Ling, Er's family would not end well. Li Zongjiu was in a hurry to get things done, so he would not be too gentle. If anyone disagreed, he would kill half of their family members, and so on and so forth. Then, these people would know what to do. No matter how stubborn they would not dare to stand out at this time. The smartest thing to do was to admit defeat. The third elder had no other place to go. The only reason he followed Li Zongjiu was that Li Zongjiu had another treasure of the Sparrow Divine Palace. The chaotic bell was in his hands, so of course he had to follow Li Zongjiu. After all, he would get the chaotic bell back sooner or later. Although Li Zongjiu was not pleasing to the eye, at least Li Zongjiu had the same purpose as them, which was to rescue Qi Yanran. After all, Qi Yanran was equally important to the Sparrow Divine Palace, so they could not give up on her. Therefore, the two of them could only follow Li Zongjiu. As for Li Zongjiu, Bing Ke did not care. It was up to him to come or not. However, if the third elder dared not to come, he would kidnap him. After all, those people would only come if the third elder was in his hands. In just half a year, such a thing had happened. If Li Zongjiu had been present at that time, he would not have let such a thing happen. Fortunately, there were not many people in the Sparrow Divine Palace. Otherwise, it would have been a massacre. Fortunately, Bing Ke had been captured by Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. The three of them headed towards the Sky Suspending Mountain, the Du Clan of the Sky Suspension Mountain. There was a relatively large formation set up outside the Du clan's territory. Once anyone approached it, it would immediately be alerted and discovered. After all, the untainted land was different from other places. Even an uninvited guest was likely to be a powerful threat. When the three of them arrived at the Du clan's territory, the Du clan's grand array naturally activated. Immediately, a few figures flew out from the forest below. All of them were supreme beings, but they were only first-grade supreme beings. To be able to be sent to guard the mountain gate, they all had a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live with their reputation. However, the 4 people in front of them combined might not even be enough to defeat one of Li Zongjio's trio. He could easily blast their heads into smithereens. They wouldn't be able to stop any one of them. So why did they have to jump out to stop them? Everyone, please wait. This is the territory of the Du clan. Do you have an invitation letter? The person who rushed out was very polite, although the combination of the 3 people in front of them was very strange. It was obvious that the 3 of them weren't people to be trifled with. Any one of them wasn't someone they could handle. That was how powerful they were. How could they not be careful and be polite? I'm here to look for Ling. Li Zongjio took out the guiding talisman that was given to him by that person. After all, this was Linger's home. Li Zongjio was polite and followed the rules. Otherwise, Li Zongjio would be sitting on the patriarch's throne. This is the guiding talisman from the 3rd elder. Please come in. The 2 of you should quickly inform the 3rd elder. Soon after, the leader smiled and led the way, bringing Li Zongjio and the other 2 in. Doling, Ai's 3rd uncle, also quickly received the notice. At first, the 3rd elder was quite puzzled. How could his guiding talisman appear in someone else's hands? However, after thinking for a while, he remembered that half a year ago he gave it to a young boy who was rumored to be Ling Er's friend. At that time, he gave it to Ling Er out of respect. He didn't expect that the boy would really come looking for him today. What's this boy's name again? Oh right, he's Li Zongjio. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered Li Zongjio's name. He must be trying to pester Ling Er. Wait for me to send him away. This is too outrageous. Obviously, the 3rd elder of the Du clan, Du Tianhe, had a clear insight into Li Zongjio's intentions. This boy was obviously up to no good. Du Tianhe personally came to greet Li Zongjio. After all, Li Zongjio's potential was not bad. If there was a chance, it would be best to recruit him into the clan and serve the clan. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Haha, so it's you, Li Zongjio. I was wondering why there was the light of the flying swan in the sky today. Welcome, welcome. Do Tianhe smiled as he walked in. When he walked in, Do Tianhe immediately had a strong feeling that there was an extremely powerful expert in this guest hall. The level of this expert was far beyond his level. Therefore, Du Tianhe immediately felt an extremely strong pressure. Du Tianhe's expression changed instantly. He quickly scanned the 3 people in front of him. A beautiful woman, an old woman who was estimated to be in her 80s or 90s, and Li Zongjio. What kind of combination was this? It was hard for anyone to guess. You are? Li Zongjio did not know the name of the person in front of him, but he recognized the person's face. I am Ling Er's 3rd uncle, Du Tianhe. You can call me old, he. Then Du Tianhe looked at the disciples of the Du family who were waiting at the side and quickly scolded them. You fools, hurry up and pour the tea. Use the best spiritual tea. Du Tianhe scolded angrily. No need to trouble yourself. We don't drink outside tea. The 3rd elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace waved his hand and said, he knocked the crutch in his hand. Who has the final say in your family? The 3rd elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace said. Du Tianhe's expression stiffened when he heard this. He wanted to find the person who had the final say the moment he arrived. He was obviously here to negotiate. Could it be that he wanted to propose marriage? This brat acted really fast. He disappeared for half a year just to create this expert. He even brought out the elders of the clan. He actually used such a method. I am the third elder of the Du family. If there's anything, you can tell me directly. Our family head is now in seclusion. It's not convenient for him to meet guests. Not convenient. The third elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace's eyes suddenly became sharp. At this moment, a terrifying aura was released. Immediately, Do Tianhe felt suffocated. After all, the third elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace was a dignified, honorable realm expert. There was a huge gap between them. Du Tianhe was instantly suppressed. However, Li Zongjiu snorted coldly. "Stop, this is my friend's house. Show some respect." Chapter 1287. Do Tianhe originally thought that these people were in cahoots, but Li Zongjiu scolded the old lady, who seemed to have a stronger cultivation. This made Do Tianhe quite surprised and very confused. Could it be that these people in front of him were not in cahoots? Looking at this situation, it seemed that Li Zongjiu was more powerful, and these people had to bow their heads in front of Li Zongjiu. Thinking of this, he had an indescribable feeling. Moreover, in the current situation, even if the other party tried peaceful means before resorting to force, they had already shown their strength. If he did not know what was good for him, and these people were really angry later, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do Tianhe himself did not expect Li Zongjiu to have such strength. The old lady could force him to retreat with a scolding, and make him feel a sense of despair, which made Do Tianhe quite shocked. His cultivation was at the 8th grade sovereign level. Now it seemed that the old lady in front of him was most likely a 9th grade sovereign, or even a stronger existence. Oh my God, could this old lady be in the venerable realm? If so, wouldn't she be directly comparable to the strength of the Do family's patriarch? The Do family was able to establish a clan in the core area of the untainted land because of the existence of a venerable, and brought the entire Do family to the untainted land. Moreover, the protective barrier that was set up was more effective. Although it was said to be in the depths of the untainted land, it was much safer than the outside. As long as these family members did not go out to make trouble all day long, they were basically safe. There would not be any problems. Wait a moment, I'll go and ask the family head to come here. Do Tianhe understood the seriousness of this matter. If he did not quickly ask the person who could speak in the family to come here, he reckoned that the old lady would be angry and directly tear down the family base, and then directly escape. Even if he wanted to find the old lady, there was nothing he could do. There was no trace to be found. After leaving, Do Tianhe quickly came to the family head. The family head was Do Tianhe's father, and also Ling Er's grandfather, Do Su. It just so happened that he was in a good mood today, so Do Su decided to try something he hadn't tried in a long time. He wanted to increase his strength, even though he hadn't made any progress in his cultivation for hundreds of years. However, Ling this girl, spent all day researching and refining some pills. The last time he ate one, his old bones were almost broken. Therefore, Do Su was also very bleak. He could do nothing about such a thing. After all, Ling had good intentions. Of course, he couldn't let Ling down. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Don't you know that I'm cultivating?" Du Su was a little unhappy. He had finally prepared himself to cultivate, but it was all ruined by this guy who made a big fuss. "Father, someone wants to see you." "Who's so amazing?" "I'm not seeing him. I'm cultivating. If anyone dares to disturb me, I'll crush them." Saying this, Du Su's eyes flashed fiercely. This was a warning look. If someone really angered him later, he would definitely do as he said. "No, father, this person is not simple," Do Tianhe hurriedly said. If it was a normal person, naturally they wouldn't dare to disturb Do Su. Everyone in the Do family knew that this person's cultivation was high and his temper was quite fiery. If they really angered Do Su, the result would often be very miserable. Therefore, ordinary people didn't dare to disturb Do Su. In the entire Do family, Do Su was the king of hell with a bad temper. Who is it? Hearing Do Tianhe's words, Do Su suddenly became interested. After all, Do Tianhe wasn't a child. If he said that this person wasn't an ordinary person, then there must be something special. Therefore, Do Su was ready to listen. It's Ling, Er's classmate from the Shengyan dynasty. Originally, Do Tianhe wanted to introduce the powerful old woman. However, after thinking about it, it seemed that Li Zongjiu's cultivation was stronger. Moreover, Li Zongjiu seemed to be in a dominant position, so he introduced Li Zongjiu first. However, Li Zongjiu's cultivation didn't seem that powerful. Do Tianhe was speechless for a while and only said this sentence after a long time. Classmate? Oh, you're talking about that brat who wants to eat swan meat, right? He's got guts. He actually dared to come directly to my Do clan, to come in front of me, old Dai. Then I'd like to see what kind of ability this brat has. He actually wants to touch my Ling. Do Su immediately gloated. One had to know that Ling was the only girl in their family for a long time. Moreover, she had an extremely strong talent in alchemy. It was estimated that she could revive the Do family's alchemy ability. If it could be restored, then the Do family's strength would definitely skyrocket. Therefore, Do Su was also very fond of Do Ling. He even specially let Do Ling go to the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor to learn. To be honest, there weren't many people in the Do family who could refine pills. Therefore, Do Ling could only learn all the knowledge by herself. Even the pills that were refined had to be tested continuously. If one's cultivation wasn't enough, then they might be directly poisoned to death by Do Ling. Even so, old man Do Su still doted on this girl very much. He even said that as long as she didn't die, she could refine as much as she wanted. Now, there was a stinking brat who wanted to take away their Ling. Do Su wanted to see how capable this person was. Immediately, Do Su waved his hand and led the experts of the Do family directly to the reception hall. It's not like that. It's not like that. When Do Tianhe saw Do Su's actions, he knew that things were bad. He already knew that Do Su had a bad temper. Now that he said this, he guessed that Do Su wouldn't listen to anything. You useless coward, stand aside. When Do Su saw Do Tianhe's cowardice, he only took it as Do Tianhe admitting defeat. When Do Su stepped into the reception hall, he and the experts of the Do family behind him all felt a strange feeling. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying aura in the room. Something was wrong. Do Su's eyes suddenly flashed. Immediately, Do Su looked in front of him. There was a man and two women. The man's aura was weak. He was trash. The other beautiful woman's aura was normal. She was only a 5th grade or 6th grade sovereign. She wouldn't be able to do much in the Do family. However, there was only the old woman. Her strength was terrifying. Do Su's aura couldn't even detect the old woman's condition. However, when Do Su saw the crutch in the old woman's hand, he felt as if his mind was going crazy. This crutch. Hiss! Suddenly, Do Su felt his little heart beat violently. Are you experts of the Sparrow Divine Palace? Chapter 1288. Sparrow Divine Palace. How could the experts of the Du clan not have heard of Sparrow Divine Palace? After all, the distance between the two clans wasn't very far. Therefore, it was normal for them to have heard of Sparrow Divine Palace. If the people of Sparrow God Palace hadn't taken the initiative to greet them, they wouldn't have dared to rashly disturb such a mysterious and powerful existence like Sparrow God Palace. Otherwise, the only outcome they would face would be death. Even Du Su didn't expect that the people of Sparrow Divine Palace would come to their doorstep. It was quite unexpected. He was really shocked and couldn't believe it. However, the 100-Bird Scepter was very famous because when the Du clan was just established, one of their ancestors wanted to visit the Sparrow Divine Palace before he broke through to the Venerable Realm. He wanted to establish a friendly relationship with the people of Sparrow Divine Palace. At that time, he didn't even see the shadow of the person and was directly hit by the scepter. Therefore, he described the appearance of the scepter in detail to his descendants so that they would pay attention to it and never offend the owner of the scepter. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After that, no one from the Du clan dared to approach the Sparrow Divine Palace and didn't want to establish a relationship with them. Now, the legendary person had actually appeared in their Du clan. At this moment, Du Su couldn't wait to grab Du Tianhe and give him a good kick. It seemed like this little guy had already forgotten his daily teachings. Therefore, he acted like this. He didn't even know to report the arrival of the master of Sparrow Divine Palace. He deserved to die. The experts of the Du clan behind him also knelt down one by one and performed the etiquette of Jianghu. At this time, the third elder of Sparrow Divine Palace was somewhat arrogant. He seemed to be telling Li Zongjiu that he had seen who was the real, authoritative person. Bing Ke was quite surprised. How did these people know? Moreover, they seemed to be in awe of the Sparrow Divine Palace. It seemed like the Sparrow Divine Palace's strength and influence were already known to the outside world. After all, Ice Sparrow had never left the Sparrow Divine Palace, so she didn't know anything about the outside world. She only knew how to focus on cultivation. She was a very isolated person. She didn't know what the 3 old men of the Sparrow Divine Palace were thinking. They actually used such a method to make people cultivate. If they didn't have any experience, how could they become a top expert? Therefore, this little girl was basically crippled. Of course, it was not too late to experience it now. Are you the one in charge here? The third elder asked faintly. Under such circumstances, he naturally raised his aura to a very high level. Just by looking at him, one would have the feeling that he was the reincarnation of a top expert. Naturally, no one dared to offend him. Yes, I'm Du Su. I'm the current head of the Du family. Elder, if you have any orders, you can tell me directly. Du Su originally thought that Li Zongjiu was a stinky brat who wanted to eat swan meat. However, he was pleasantly surprised when he saw that Li Zongjiu actually had a background in the Sparrow Divine Palace. It was simply a great bargain. Of course, it wasn't a great bargain. At the very least, they had to be well matched in terms of social status. If the two of them found each other pleasing to the eye, in addition to the fact that both of them were very outstanding. Li Zongjiu's background was so resounding that there was naturally nothing difficult for him to do. Therefore, he was quite happy in his heart. He immediately snickered in his heart. Get up first. I want you to do something for me. The third elder raised his hand slightly, causing everyone, including Du Su, to stand up. Moreover, none of them were able to resist this power. It was so domineering. Even if they wanted to refuse, they didn't have any way or strength to do so. Everyone was shocked because if he could do this, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill all of them. It was simply too terrifying. He was indeed an elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Elder, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do it. Du Su was a little excited. After all, establishing a relationship with the Sparrow Divine Palace was something that all of his ancestors wanted to do. He didn't expect that there would be hope of success this time. Immediately, Du Su was extremely excited. This opportunity was quite rare. However, Du Su's heart was already filled with joy. Since he had already placed his family here, he naturally had to ensure the safety of his family. How could he possibly send his family members to their deaths? Du Su naturally knew what the elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace wanted to say. Wasn't it about the marriage proposal? Well said, well said. I want you to help me find the whereabouts of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. Tell them that the Sparrow Divine Palace is looking for them. When the third elder mentioned the name of the Heavenly Demon Tribe, his eyes were blazing with anger. He couldn't wait to kill every single one of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. However, he still had to endure for a while. He had to wait for these people to come to him first before he could kill them all. These despicable people dared to destroy the Sparrow Divine Palace. When he thought of this, he was incomparably furious. He unconsciously released a wisp of murderous intent. Instantly, everyone present clearly felt a strong sense of danger. Du-Su and the others naturally felt the anger in the elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Since that was the case, there was nothing to say. It must be an enemy. So it wasn't a marriage proposal. This caused Du-Su to feel a little worried. Why wasn't it a marriage proposal? However, it was good that it wasn't a marriage proposal. This way, Ling wouldn't be married off. Only in his own family could he protect Ling from being bullied. Elder, don't worry. I'll do it right away. Since the Dou family had been established in the untainted land for so many years, they naturally had their own methods of using energy. They also had their own skills in finding people. Therefore, it wasn't a difficult task. It was easy to spread the news. However, it would be difficult to find the Heavenly Monster Tribe. Therefore, they could only wait for the Heavenly Monster Tribe to come to them. Very good. The third elder nodded with satisfaction. What's next? The third elder asked. This made Du-Su a little confused. What next? Just as he was about to clarify, he raised his head and saw that the third elder wasn't asking him, but the young man. Moreover, the third elder seemed to be asking for advice. This made Du-Su even more surprised. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu's status was higher than the elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace? Even the elder had to lower himself to ask Li Zhongjiu. Just wait. I've already deployed my mental strength. As long as these sneaky things are within 10,000 miles, I'll be able to find them. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. 10,000 miles. If an ordinary person had said this, Du-Su would have thought that the person was bragging. Then he would have slapped the person and sent his head flying. But today, Li Zhongjiu said such words in front of an elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace. If he wasn't bluffing, then he really had such strength. Therefore, Du-Su could only squint his eyes and smile apologetically. In any case, Li Zhongjiu was so strong that he could say whatever he wanted. Li Zhongjiu, why are you here? Come and take a look at the elixir I just refined. Dou Ling, I had just received the news and hurried over. Grandpa, you're here. That's great. Come and try the elixir I just refined. Dou Ling jumped out excitedly with a pail in her hand. It was obvious that it was poison. Chapter 1289. Ahem, Ling, don't make a fuss. Let's talk about this later. Grandpa still has important things to do now. Du-Su hurriedly said. He was afraid that Dou Ling or his appearance would offend these people. After all, these people were not people he could afford to offend. If something went wrong, perhaps the entire Dou family would cease to exist. Although these people did not look so fierce and seemed to be a little easy to get along with, if they were really angry or showed the slightest dissatisfaction, the consequences would be quite serious. What kind of pill did you refine? When Li Zhongjiu saw the pill in Dou Ling's hand, he was slightly taken aback. He didn't know where Dou Ling had messed around with the pill, but she had completely concocted it according to her own imagination. Du-Su was lucky that he was not poisoned to death by Dou Ling's pill. Otherwise, he did not know what would have happened to him. I refined it. I call it the blood-breaking pill, Dou Ling said. When Du-Su heard the name, his face suddenly changed and became extremely ugly. He did not know how he survived after taking those pills from Dou Ling. Blood-breaking pill. When Li Zhongjiu heard the name of the pill, he was suddenly shocked. He did not expect the blood-breaking pill to appear so quickly. You really are a little demoness, Li Zhongjiu said in surprise. The pill formula of the blood-breaking pill was something that appeared at least 1,000 years later. Moreover, there were very few people who could refine it. Even if they had the pill formula, it was impossible to refine it. When this pill formula was first circulated, the effect of the blood-breaking pill was still shocking. At that time, there were only 3 blood-breaking pills, which caused the entire cultivation world to fight over it. Naturally, it was quite powerful. No one expected that this pill could have such a great effect. Sometimes some pills could not be divided into grades, but it did not prevent these pills from having very powerful effects. The blood-breaking pill in her hand, after taking it, could instantly fill the body's blood with power, forming a violent fighting state. It directly increased one's strength by 3 times. It was an indiscriminate increase of 3 times. Of course, the duration of this threefold effect depended on one's strength. Some people could maintain it for a long time, but for someone like Li Zongjio, if he were to take the blood-breaking pill, he would only be able to maintain it for half a second. However, half a second was enough to reverse the situation. To be able to refine such a heaven-defying pill, it was enough to show how powerful this person was. This pill can't be eaten carelessly. What materials do you need? Help me concoct 8 or 10 pills. The effects of this thing are pretty perverted. Li Zongjio said, "How would you know if you haven't eaten it?" "Grandpa, try it," Dou Ling hurriedly urged, as if she couldn't wait to see the effects of her pill. However, after hearing Li Zongjio's words, she didn't dare to eat it carelessly. "Let's talk about it later," Dou Su said repeatedly, then took the opportunity to pull Dou Ling aside. Dou Ling was held down by Dou Tianhe. Otherwise, Dou Ling would be entangled with Dou Su. "Hee, the 3 of you must be tired from the long journey. First, I will arrange a quiet room for the 3 of you. In addition, I will immediately prepare a banquet to welcome the 3 of you," Dou Su said. "No need. Cultivators like us don't like this. Just take us to a quiet place. Don't disturb us if there's nothing important." The 3rd elder of Sparrow Divine Palace was rather aloof. However, his words were in line with their impression of the people of Sparrow Divine Palace. These people were supposed to have such an incomparably aloof attitude. On the contrary, Dou Su still couldn't figure out the relationship between Li Zongjio and these people. However, the 2 sides should belong to different paths. They should be united for some purpose. Moreover, Li Zongjio belonged to the stronger side. However, Li Zongjio asked for Dou Ling's pill formula. At the same time, he used the alchemy room of the Dou family to refine the pill formula of the blood-breaking pill to improve its effect. Although the effect of the blood-breaking pill was very obvious, the side effects of the blood-breaking pill were also very obvious. If Li Zongjio took this pill, his strength would soar, and he would lose all his strength in the remaining half a month. Therefore, the side effects were also very big. Li Zongjio wanted to change the formula of the blood-breaking pill in his previous life, but later on, the pill formula had been modified countless times. It was impossible to find the original version of the pill formula. Now, he didn't expect to meet the founder of this pill formula in such a situation. The founder was right in front of him, so Li Zongjio was very surprised. In Li Zongjio's previous life, he had deciphered many Dan recipes, even some ancient Dan recipes. As long as he took the Dan recipe and studied it a little, he would be able to analyze its composition and specific effects. It could be said that he was quite powerful. However, Li Zongjio had no way to understand the formula of the blood-breaking pill. Therefore, it could be said that the person who created this blood-breaking pill was even more talented in alchemy than he was. Li Zongjio couldn't deny this point. Now, Li Zongjio finally encountered such a situation with great difficulty. He unexpectedly found the creator of the blood-breaking pill, and it was Dou Ling. How could he reason with this kind of thing? Therefore, Li Zongjio was very eager to study this pill at this moment. Even if he faced the heavenly monster tribe, it would be a sharp weapon. Actually, there is a very precious medicinal primer added to this blood-breaking pill. After looking at all the medicinal ingredients, Li Zongjio felt that something was wrong because this pill formula was almost the same as the one he had obtained before. He had even tried this method countless times. It was impossible to achieve this effect. What is it? Li Zongjio frowned. He saw Dou Ling mysteriously take out a silver needle and gently pierce a small hole on her finger. Then she forced a drop of blood out and dropped it into the pill furnace. Suddenly, Everything in the pill furnace underwent a huge change. It could be seen that the whole pill furnace was crazily condensing at this moment. Li Zongjio had never seen blood with such an effect. Therefore, when he saw it, his eyes widened. No wonder he couldn't figure out the specifics of the pill formula in his previous life. He always felt that there was a missing medicinal primer. Now he finally knew that it was Do Ling Er's blood. Your bloodline. Li Zongjio had never seen Do Ling Er's bloodline, but he could feel that it contained a powerful force. As for what kind of force it was, Li Zongjio couldn't tell. It was a kind of high-level physique that he had never seen before. No wonder after Do Ling the effect of the blood-breaking pill couldn't be restored. It was because there was a missing medicinal primer and Do Ling Er's blood to activate it. It was precisely because of this that these pills couldn't achieve the true effect of the blood-breaking pill. She was really a mysterious person. You are really a madman, but don't do this in the future. It will consume your origin power